Well, good morning. Hello, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in this fabulous world you are on this glorious International Tea Day. I am so happy to be here for another SOFA Summit with you. Word of warning to anybody who's watching, I'm probably going to cry a lot today. That's just the way it's going to be. So, full disclosure, and it's okay. I've accepted it, so you need to all accept it. And I'm going to tell you why. I will probably be shedding happy tears today more than anything else, and they're already happening, and we haven't done anything. Because we are celebrating our 5th SOFA Summit this year. And SOFA Summit, for those of you that have been here from the beginning, will remember that it came out of an action of necessity. It came out of an action of necessity because the United Nations General Assembly passed the resolution of declaring May 21st International Tea Day in 2019, which meant that the very first International Tea Day fell on May 21st of 2020. And I don't need to remind you all where we were and what was happening on May 21st of 2020. And not even having the idea occur to us that we wouldn't be celebrating the very first International Tea Day. This idea was born on, I think, a Monday or a Tuesday, and by Thursday or Friday, after sending emails to all of the people in my tea world, I managed to pull together a fantastic group of people to join me on an epic journey around the world, which became SOFA Summit. So I thank all of you for being part of that journey. I thank you for always being there to say hello and always being there to say more than anything else, yes, I will join you on SOFA Summit. But plenty of time for thank yous, because you're going to be hearing a lot of that throughout the day today. I want to talk to you about what my theme is this year. And as you all know, if you've been following, I do have a theme every single year. And generally, the theme for the next year is born during SOFA Summit itself. At some point, it occurs in my brain that this is what we want to do. And last year, as I was finishing SOFA Summit, I decided that 2024, our 5th anniversary, was going to be dedicated to the celebration of women. And that's probably the second reason you're going to see me crying today. Number one is, 5-year anniversary. Number two is the phenomenal women that I'm going to have share the screen with me today. So with that, I'm going to begin by introducing my first two guests. And I honestly can't think of better people to have on with me. And that is the fabulous Johanne Dion and the equally fabulous Karine Pomerleau from Transherb. Hello to both of you.
How are you?
Hi.
Yes.
Good morning, and how are you both?
Very well, yes. Thank you very much for offering us this opportunity. It's great. And woman, I know what it was in the past to be a woman in the tea business.
First of all, I want to thank you for being here. And second of all, I'm going to tell everybody who's watching, who you are. You are owners of Transherb. And please correct me where I'm wrong. Johanne, you founded the company, I think in 1992 is what I'm going to say.
Exactly, yes.
And Karine, you have been at Johanne's side for a lot of years. And you are now fully running and the woman at the head in charge of Transherb.
That's correct.
Am I correct so far? Okay, good. But I'm gonna ask you questions in a moment, but I also want to let everybody know another really important dynamic that is taking place here, because Joanne and Karine are not only the brains of Transurb. Joanne and Karine also happen to be mother and daughter, and to me that's a really important relationship as well that I want to talk a little bit about as we're on today, because the celebration of women is, I think, not just women, men as well. We all play so many different roles in our lives, and few of us play those roles in the same place at the same time, which is what we've done. So I'm going to start with you, Joanne, and I just want to share with everybody my first experience with you, which I had the pleasure of having dinner with Karine last week. And I shared with her, and I usually say this, I think, every time I see you, but because it's always stayed with me. I met Joanne 20 years ago. I was much younger, much naiver. And at that time, I was just starting a tea business in Toronto. And Transurb's name sort of came up in our search of tea companies and tea brands that were suppliers, and we made a trek out to Montreal, and this fabulous woman met us named Joanne. And this fabulous woman named Joanne not only met us and greeted us, she was very glamorous, first and foremost. I have to say that. I was like, there are glamorous women in tea. But not only did this glamorous, fabulous woman greet us, this fabulous woman spent hours with us. And I will never, ever, ever forget that, ever. Because at that time, as I said, I was younger and much naiver. I didn't know how big Transurb was. I just discovered Transurb. And you gave us a tour of your factory where you were packing, and I saw who you were packing for. And then the penny dropped that you were a big company, and you were an important company. And we were nothing at that time. And the amount of time and the generosity that you showed us, I will never, ever, ever forget.
Thank you. For me, it was natural. Everybody, it's the same level for me.
And I think that is that and who you are has been, and this is somebody from the outside looking in, because obviously I don't work for your company, but from everybody who I've ever encountered at your company, that generosity is across the board. And usually these things, they come from above. And I've certainly experienced that with Karine as well, which, she's worked with you, but she's also, apples don't fall far from trees. So she is your daughter. So tell me, Joanne, about being a woman in the tea industry. And I'm going to start with you, Joanne. I'm going to ask you the same question, Karine. It's a big question, I know.
It's difficult because when I was with people, I love people and I love tea. Then for me, it was just natural. But that I was a woman. And if you 32 years ago or before that, because I started before that, don't go to see a banker alone.
Yeah.
Try to negotiate with supplier was very, very complicated. Everybody was asking me, who will sign the bill? Who will do that? It was really, I passed more time sometimes to just trying to sell myself. I love my business and what I'm doing, it's for future and you could trust me, Then I think I opened a lot of doors for the new generation, because at the time, just to try to have some money from the bank, it was so difficult. It was not really the good way, but you have to be persistent. You have to be confident of you and say, yes, I will.
Yes, you will.
Exactly,
So,
yes.
Karine, you obviously have come into this after, the company was already on its way, and so, your experience was, I hope, a little bit better than Joanne's, but I'm going to ask the same question for you. And those of you listening, you're going to hear this question a lot, and you're going to get a lot of different answers, and you get a lot of similarities as well. But tell me about being a woman in tea from your perspective.
But for me, I think it was very different because Johanne opened all the doors. So I just walked in, and I never felt, or I never experienced difficulties for me being a woman in the industry. And even sometimes people were saying, you are a strong negotiator, so it's usually men are more negotiating. But for me, it was like, like a natural path. And like I mentioned, I never felt like the how people was different, or it was difficult for me to go in business because Johanne opened all the doors. So it was just more easy. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Mom. But I think that there's, I mean, for women listening to this, for women today wanting to start a business, I think there's something comforting about that, right? Because, women like you, Joanne, you started setting the path, much sooner for a lot of us. So, which is why I think, Karine, you say you haven't had that same experience. I would also think that because you're in a company that was run by a woman and now being run by a woman, there's an easier, I'm going to say the word easy loosely, but, it's not the same experience, right? You weren't built, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe in Quebec, we are more open to have women at the end.
Yeah.
I saw some people, and when I'm speaking with people in Toronto, it takes more time, they told me, and but now it's open. But when you started your business, I'm sure when you've been Shaban at the bank, or asking to what you need with the raw materials supplier, when they saw it was a woman, they just take a step and, oh yeah, what she will do, she will have children, it's
For me, I have to say, so when I started my business, as you know, I didn't start alone. I started with my ex-husband. So I had the dynamic of there was a man and a woman involved. Mm-hmm. And my experience was that, whether it was a bank, whether it was a supplier, sometimes even a customer, if they had the choice of having, of having the two of us in front of us, it was him that they were speaking to and not me, because clearly he's the decision maker. Right?
I was alone. I know what
you were alone. Yeah.
Yes.
So
I just remember the first time I've been in Japan to negotiate to have a green tea, or we was introducing our first 4 o'clock brand.
Yeah.
And I was with my director of innovation. At the time, it was Claude Cusson. And all the people in Japan were so gentle with me. But when arrived time to discuss, they say, please, could you go in the another room? We will discuss with the president. Yeah. I'm the president. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. No, we could not work with a woman, Yeah. I said, okay, just speak with the Claude, and Claude, please.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Wow. So it's, I mean, I think a lot of us as women have had that experience. I was in India. This was, at least 10 years ago now, and it was a group of us. And we were all women. There was one man in the group, one single man. And all of the women were the business owners, ironically. And the one man was the brother of one of the business owners. He wasn't in tea. And whenever we went to the tea gardens and when it was time to, as you say, to do business, everybody swarmed to the one man. All of them. wrong person. But I want you to tell everybody, because I think that there are positives, and there are definitely positives. But there's, I think, to your point, which you mentioned a moment ago, which is this determination, right, that has to come through. And Karine, I know you have that as well. And you know, when you're told, the very fact that somebody says to you, you negotiate as strong as a man, suggests that there is an expectation that because you're a woman, you should be negotiating differently, right?
Exactly.
And there is a determination, and sometimes I think as women, we find the need to overcompensate. We need to, you know, if this would have been enough for, you know, our male counterparts, we have to go this much further in order to make ourselves heard and taken seriously. Which reminds me of a story that you told me 20 years ago, Johanne, and that was of you buying your first machine.
Oh, that's my first machine.
So tell everybody that story, because that's another story that's always stayed
that
with
is
me.
another story. You know, I didn't have any money, okay? But I believe in myself, and I love this business. And I decided to go to Italy to see the president of IMA machine, to have a machine. I have to produce tea. I have to produce the tea bag. And I passed 2 days in the office before he accepted to see me. And, you know, I tried my best. And after this conclusion, he offered me the machine without any money to start. I said, if I'm not doing that, you take your machine, you know?
Yeah.
And I will take like my baby, I will do everything. And I received the machine close to eight months after that. I did the same also. I've been in Germany.
Yeah.
And to see the supplier, because as you know, I was in business before that and I lose everything. I had to restart. And the same, I say, you trust me before? I was paying you well. I will do the same. Give me my chance. Please give me my chance. And they did. And I start to pay the raw material after that. And it's still my supplier, and we have a still good relation.
But you sat in that office in Italy for 2 days.
2 days.
From morning till night until he agreed to see you.
And I was coming back on the second day because I didn't have a chance to see the president. And I said, I will stay here. If it's 10 days, 1 month, I have to see him. I know him. It started small also at the time, 40 years ago. Then I have to see him. I have my project, and yes, I need to speak with him.
Determination. So, Karine, tell me about the women at Transurb, because I think that, you know, as you've already indicated, for your company, this is almost and bravo to you all, this is almost a non-topic, so to speak. Right?
It's not. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we used to do some jokes a little bit about that, because I don't know why, it's just naturally, but we have more women at the office than men. And even
what do you mean you don't know why? Look in the mirror.
Yeah, but it's not a criteria. No, we don't say, okay, we have to hire women. It's just going like that. And even at our board of director, we have more women than men. So, you know, in fact, for me, it's difficult to understand or to feel all these difficulties for women to go and have to be there and everything, because it's like a natural thing. And sometimes it's men saying, okay, where are the other boys around here? We need a boy clubs here. Where are they? I think we are like a very exceptional as Johanne, how she built the business and with me and with all the people, and it's all women, it's production woman, finance woman, quality woman. We have women all around the place.
You have, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Tea, it's a woman thing also. You know, when you see people drinking, usually women are drinking tea, enjoying tea, relaxing with tea.
Yeah.
And we have to, very often, for me, my experience, when I offer a tea to a man,
even
okay,
today,
try.
My wife is taking tea.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. I mean, our customers are predominantly women, at least in North America. They are. That's just a fact. Demographically, women tend to drink more tea than men do. Within the industry itself, there are more women that work in the industry. I mean, it's in most tea producing countries, it's well over 50% are women. But what you have done, and I think that you, I'm going to say this, and I hope you hear it, is that less than 18-20% of the jobs within the industry are higher level jobs for women, and that's just a reality, and that's not just with tea. I don't think this is a tea issue, so to speak. This is an issue that in 2024 we still face and we still hear, right? And what you have done is you've created an environment where it's just, as you say, Karine, it's normal. It's nothing that needs to be. It's not a criteria. It's just the natural progression of life. And I think you've created a bit of a microcosm, which you're fortunate to live in, because that's not the reality in a lot of places, right?
Yes. And that's why I understand as well. And it's I understand it, and I can feel it from conversation I have with other women from other companies or even other countries, like Johanne was mentioning. But yes, so I know we are like very special at Transfer to, I don't know if I can say propose, I don't know how to put in front of other women, and working with other women, it's very nice. And we are like, I don't know what to say in English, but like filled with just, it's warming.
Yeah. There's a word in German, selbstverständlich, and selbstverständlich means that it's self-understood. Is the literal translation. It just is. Like, it's not you don't need to point it out. You don't need to talk about it, because it just is. Right?
Exactly.
So, as I said earlier to everybody, you are a mother-daughter. Mm-hmm. So I just want to, and I'm going to ask you first, Karine. Tell me about, because you have a female relationship in terms of, the CEO, your boss, so to speak, and your role as within Transfer, especially before Johanne has stepped back and enjoying the next chapter in your life, I hear, Johanne. But there's that relationship, but there's also a mother-daughter relationship. So tell me about that and how that influenced who you are.
Oh, that's a very difficult question to ask in a few words. But I think we had, I don't know if I can say the maturity, or I will use that word to separate our working relationship than our mother and daughter relationship. And at the office, it was very, very important for me. Johanne was not my mother; she was my boss. And sometimes when other employees were talking about Johanne and telling me, "Oh, your mother," and I was always say, "Oh, I'm sorry, she's not my mother here; she's my boss." And it was very important to me, because even for the employees to see that, yes, she is my mother, but at the office, she's my boss, and I have to make sure she's happy. Otherwise, she would tell me, and then it will be difficult for me. So it was important to be boss and employees, if I can say so, at the office, and then outside the office, it was like mother and daughter. So, and I think even for Johanne, it was something that we were able, sometimes we didn't agree on a business situation, but when we were having lunch or dinner or doing something during the weekend, so it was not affecting our relationship. And when we were back on the Monday at the office, and then we can start to continue negotiating something. But so I think it's something very, very important to keep a healthy business and healthy mother-daughter relationship, to try to cut. It's not easy, but I think we did it great. I'm proud of that. Yeah.
And Joanne, the same question in reverse. So your daughter.
Please agree. It's not easy every day, because for me, Transub is also my baby, like Karine. And when I saw that she's not really, we don't have the same philosophy how to run the business, and it's normal. It's a new generation. And sometimes, but I really try to not keep the way, or speaking when we are together for the weekend or to do. We really separate everything. Yeah. We have no choice. If no, we will speak every time business.
Yeah. Well, there's no line, right?
It is. Yeah. It's a never-ending conversation. Business is going on every day. So we have to make it. It's like for you or for me, we have to make time for our own. We cannot only have business. Otherwise, we will go crazy. I think so. But we have to cut and say, okay, now I'm taking time with my children, or I'm taking time with my boyfriend or husband or whatever, the other person you have in your life, and, to focus on something else, just to ease the mind a little bit. Otherwise, I think
it's very, very important, to have good time together without speaking business. And also the same at the office, to speak business.
So you have, you're both mothers, obviously. Joanne, Karine, and Karine, I know you're a mother as well. And I know that, finding that balance between life and work is sometimes very difficult, especially for women that are, running businesses and, have a lot on their plate. So tell me what's the one thing that you do, Karine, to find that balance for yourself and for your company?
Yeah, I do a lot of training. I did a lot since I was at the university. So for me, it's very important to be outside, to go outside on the sun. It's very important for me. So almost every day I'm doing 30, 35 minutes, even 45 minutes of training. It can be slow training or hard training. No matter, just to breathe and to go outside is very important for me. That's what keep me in good health and straight. Sometimes I don't want to think about business, but you are running a little bit and then I have an idea. So that will be good. So it's like you want to put your mind at set, but it's just popping in your head. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. And what about you, Karine? Sorry, Joanne. I meant Joanne.
For me, walking, I love that, or just relax, reading something, and usually it's more business reading, but I like that. I don't care. I'm not a sport woman. I never.
But you do travel a lot. I think your thing is traveling.
Oh, yes. I love to travel.
Yeah, exactly.
I visit a lot of country, and I know your next speaker, it's from Vietnam. I've been there, and I really enjoy to be there. And people are so gentle, And to see tea plantation, for me, it's everything. I need more. I need to see more.
It feeds you. So I don't know if you have watched any of previous years' SOFA Summits, but I end my session with each of my guests. Do you know this? Do you know what I do?
No,
so, okay, so I'll tell you what I do. So Marcel Proust had a parlor game that he would play in the 1920s, where he would ask questions of his guests. And everybody who sits on my sofa must answer a question by Marcel Proust.
Nice.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna start with you, Joanne. And Karine, you have the advantage because you get the same question. You can think about it. Joanne, what is your idea of perfect happiness?
To be in a tea plantation, drinking tea, and enjoying to see all our product on the shelf.
That's
a good one. Okay. Businesswoman to the last breath, I tell you.
I will say a little bit the same as Johanne, but it's happiness proud. I don't know, when we saw our product or the product we are producing for our customer on the shelf. Wow, it's so amazing. And you know, when my children were younger and we were to the grocery or a independent store or whatever, and I was just, you know, putting the boxes all correctly on the shelf, and then I had my children, no, Mom, come. What are you doing? And for me, it's, no, we have to take time and make sure the facing are perfect, you know, so then the consumer will buy the product. So it's like, wow, that's so nice. That's so nice.
I'm doing the same when I'm going to the grocery store.
So if you want to find Joanne and Karine, apparently you're going to find them in the tea aisle.
Yep.
In supermarkets, rearranging things and making sure that they're
there's a good chance.
Yeah. So lovely ladies, that's how quickly our time comes to an end. I'm going to raise my cup to the both of you.
Yes, I'm taking my 4 o'clock tea also.
Yeah. And perfect. I have my Mickey Mouse cup.
I raised my cup to
this one today.
Your 4 o'clock tea is fantastic. That's it. I raise my cup to both of you because you are both phenomenal women. I am so proud to be able to kick off International Tea Day with not only two strong women, but a mother and a daughter. And my relationship with my mother means so much to me that it was special to be able to start today like this. So I raise my cup to you. I thank you not only for the phenomenal work that you do within the tea industry, full stop, period, but also as a woman, because the two are separate. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Anna. And thank you so much for your work and taking the time to understand more about tea and women in this industry. It's very warming also.
You do a lot for the tea business, Shabnam. We are very proud of you.
Thank you. It's an honor. It really is an honor.
Yeah.
It's a privilege.
Enjoy your next speaker and we'll follow you.
Perfect. All right.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you. Okay, so those were our first speakers. Thank you for joining me, Karine and Joanne. To those of you that are joining in the chat, so lovely to see you. I see your comments in the side. I'm half paying attention, but I hope you forgive that my focus is going to be on my fabulous guest, Addie. Addie, who works with me at THAC, head of communications and projects, is on as well. So she's going to be keeping an eye on any questions that you have. I know that somebody had a question about the speakers and lists and everything. You can find all of that on our website, as well as the the names of our speakers and what companies they're from, and tune in and listen to them about what they're talking about. Somebody just made a beautiful message that I am going to stop and read for a moment. And that's from Divya Puri, remembering all tea planters past and present for making International Tea Day possible. Miss you, Dad, from Divya Puri, who was a tea planter with Goodrich. So I raise my cup to your father, Divya. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. So with that, I am leaving Quebec and I am going to Vietnam. Hello, Tran.
Hi, Shabnam. How are you? I believe this is the first time we talk.
It is. It is. So with some of my guests, I know them. I've known them for years. And with some, I'm actually meeting for the very first time because I've heard fabulous things about. And you are one of them. I have been to Vietnam. I love Vietnam, first and foremost. Let me put that out there. It is such a pleasure to have you with us. I'm going to tell everybody you are with NEM and Import Export.
Yes.
I know that you, like some people that I'm going to be talking to throughout the day, sort of found a roundabout route to the world of tea because you did your postgrad in business in Singapore, and you were actually a financial analyst.
Yes, I was a financial analyst for a while before I came back to the tea business to work with my mom. Unfortunately, my mom, who is the founder of Namine, couldn't be here today, but I believe that I can also share her story and her experience in tea, since I have been observing her ups and downs as a daughter for more than 20 years. And now I am proud to be her colleague also.
So, and this is the beauty of this, and as I said, we're going to have a few mother daughters. I'm actually ending with a mother daughter today as well, which it wasn't planned, just the way it happened. But we do, I know that your mother started the business in 2003. Did I get that right?
2005.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And she is another woman who started this business on her own.
Yeah, she started a business on her own, and she has the great help of her colleague at the time. He was also very close to my family, and I believe some of you know him, Pritam. But unfortunately, he passed away recently and can't be here with us today.
He's in spirit.
Yeah, but it's the unfortunate experience. But she started the business very early when I was still a student, and I've been through observing her through the business. We focus mostly on blending and exporting Vietnamese tea as a wholesalers to the US market. And our factory size is humble. I believe that we can provide some unique point of view to the conversation, as I believe that the structure of the Vietnamese tea industry can be quite different from other countries.
So tell me, because as somebody who watched, your mother's experience, and you're obviously a woman in tea as well. So tell me about what you watched and experienced through your mother's eyes, as well as your own, right? So how has it been perhaps similar? How has it been different? How has it changed over time? Because I think that we are in a much, much, much more positive place today than we used to be.
Yeah. So just to give a bit of background information, in Vietnam, we actually have a lot of women working in tea. In tea plantations, we can observe about 80 to 90% of women working directly as people who cultivate and produce tea. And in tea factories here, we also have around 60 to 70% of women working in the factories. So I believe, yes, women is very important part for our tea industry. And to share my mom's experience, I would have said that her experience was longer than the founding of Namang. She was working for a Singaporean tea company, export company for a while before she started her own company also. And it was difficult. It was very difficult in the earlier years. I still remember when I was a student, I used to follow her to all the tea plantations in the earlier years when we started to establish our Rainforest Alliance, the traceability. So in earlier years of the Vietnam tea industry, there most of the companies they were under the government. The state, they are mostly state companies, so they were not very internationalized until we start to have the company to open to the public, and we start to do the certifications. So I remember following my mom's to tea plantations and teaching women and men working in the plantations how to use pesticide correctly,
Right.
because the pesticide control was a big problem for us back then, and even people who were working directly with pesticide, they couldn't recognize the difficulty in controlling pesticide, and they also couldn't recognize the dangerous how dangerous pesticide was. They were Some of them were using pesticide without any protection. So that was one of the first memory when I follow her to work, and straight away she brought me to her tea plantation. It took very long for us to travel, and and then I have the impression that she was really working really hard to achieve what she has today. So I really appreciate all of her hard work. She's the head of a company, but she is not avoiding any hard work. She tries to interact with farmers. She tries to establish a safer environment for all the workers, for better profit for all the manufacturers that she has been working with. So I could say I'm proud of what my mom has done, even though we are a small business.
So it's interesting because I guess sort of I don't know if you were able to catch all of Karine and Joanne's conversation, especially at the beginning, because Joanne spoke about how difficult it was in the beginning for her, and she was back 1992, so a good decade before your mother started. But and for Karine, it was very much easier. She didn't have the same challenges, and her words to her mother was "Thank you, Mom." So because she set the path. Have you found the same? Have you had a similar experience?
I believe that she has the similar experience. My mom is actually over her retiring age already, but she loves the job, so she's still working in the business.
Fran, what's retirement age anymore?
Yes.
Who retires anymore?
I mean, you can drink tea all your life, so there are no retirement age for tea.
I don't think anybody ever retires from tea. I think it's in your blood, and that's it. You get sucked in forever. So, Fran, tell me how you went from being a stockbroker, financial analyst, to coming back into the world of tea, or coming into the world of tea. What made you make that jump?
I would say that I tried to work in tea around 6 years ago, and I was trying to work in tea with my mom for a few years, but then I realized that I want to learn more about how business were going around the world. So I decided to learn more about business and accounting. And yes, I had a short career in financial analyst, but mostly to understand how businesses are working and how to keep businesses healthy financially. And I believe that my experiences also contribute to what I can do now in the tea industry to help people have better welfare at work also, and learn all about the work ethic and everything. And I mean, the main reason that I came back to tea, I must say, was the pass away of my mom's colleague. It was a very unfortunate
Very
incident, and
difficult. Yeah.
very yeah, it was a shock to many people.
Yeah.
I believe a lot of people in the industry also know him and heard about his passing. But my mom is at the age where she needs to start to relax a bit more. And I believe that I need to help her with the business, especially when we are facing a problem in the industry right now. I can see is aging. Tea is an aging industry, and it is very hard to find people of my age. When whether in factory, whether as head of companies, I don't meet a lot of young ladies of my age, even when I travel overseas in the tea industry. So I just believe that I need to help her because the industry is aging, and just that we need some innovations, we need developments, and we need the new generations to come in and take over to move on. Yeah. So
I think
yeah,
I think
I
that's
don't make decisions.
I think
I
that's an important point that you're raising, and that is an aging, an aging industry of workers, particularly, which maybe that's the reason nobody retires, because nobody can retire, right?
yeah.
And it's a challenge everywhere. It's not just obviously in Vietnam. It's in every tea producing country, as you know. How do you think the industry can overcome that? What do you think are what can the industry do to make it more attractive for young people?
Personally, I think we can all observe that the new generations in tea industry is very slow to emerge. And yes, I could see very few people of my age around but then I would say several factors contribute to this problem, which include the perception of tea work as very physically demanding and also low paying, especially with people working in the plantations and in the factories, who are not company owners, who are not who are not doing office work and not managers. They all think that tea industry is very physically demanding, and it is actually people who work in the plantations has to go under sun, very heat, under the heat of summer, also cold winter, sun and rain, and just that younger generations they have more opportunities when more foreign investment in industrial parks comes into Vietnam. We are having young people withdraw from hard work, and they start to choose opportunities in factories where they can sit in an air conditioning room and they do more relaxing work. So especially that applies to young ladies, because when people have the mindset that it is physically demanding, it is hard to get young ladies to join the industry, especially in plantations. So I think that one of those main reasons that we are lacking the younger generations in tea. Yeah.
Physical.
And,
yeah. So I mean, I know that the answer in some places, not in all, because it's we haven't been able to, has been mechanization, right? And making it, because tea plucking is physically hard. I mean, we can, that's the reality. And it's I think the challenge is really in a lot of agricultural sectors, right? It's farming in general, everywhere in the world, right? Is difficult because people are aging out and younger people aren't coming into it. And I don't know what really the answers are and what the future holds, but I hope that we can find an answer for tea, because it would be a shame to not have tea anymore.
But I believe all the companies can contribute to encouraging the younger generations to come in the industry. For us, Namang, as a company, we try to help to face the challenge by focusing on improving in wages and working conditions for our workers, to encourage younger workforce, and especially to support women. And we also integrate a lot of machineries and supporting equipment to lessen the demand for physical works. So I believe just maybe 5-7 years before this, most people who work in tea factories, they still have to carry the tea bags around, and that's very heavy, 50 to 55 kgs per small bag. And that was very common in Vietnam. But now we have supporting equipments to help them move the tea bags around. And I believe that helps a lot with encouraging women to join the industry, and younger generations also.
I think that's really important, because it's recognizing and understanding that this is the challenge. What do we do about it? And that physical, bravo to you as a company to not only acknowledging it and recognizing it, but trying to find a solution for it. And have you found that there is an increased amount of people that are in that you are encouraging, and that you are getting a younger generation in?
Unfortunately, we have been able to encourage people to join our company, but the thing is, the problem is they are not younger people. They are people who are already experienced in the industry. And as I mentioned before, most people who work in the tea industry in Vietnam, we have observed women, and they are mostly above 40, 45 years old. So if let me do the math, most of them will be retired in less than 15 years. And that would be a problem for us to try to find new people, recruit new people to work for the plantations, the factories. But I believe that there's just one way to try to encourage people. The best is try to increase wages and working environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and I think that that's a really important point, and one that we talk about within the industry as a whole, right? That increasing wages is important, the distribution of wages, and most importantly, getting people to pay more for tea, wherever that is. And that's across the board. As a consumer in Canada, US, Europe, doesn't matter where you are, as a customer, I should be paying more for my tea, because that's the only way to get wage distribution within, throughout the industry. And it's a big challenge. It's one that I hope we're kind of trying to face and acknowledge and deal with, particularly in trying to raise the perceived value of tea. Right?
Yes. I believe you are addressing the problem all over the world right now, because as a tea provider in Vietnam, we also recognize very big potential problems to the industry. Is that whenever demand increases, people are not lowering the quantity or the quality or the price. So when demand increases all over the world, we have problem with increasing the quantity but keeping the quality and the price the same. And all of the extra cost to increase the quantity to match the demand, it all goes to the farmer. We saw the farmer struggles. We saw the minority struggles, farmers and smaller companies struggles every time the demand in the world is increasing for tea. And this is very hard to attract younger generations because the pay is not increasing and the work environment is still being perceived as a very harsh environment. So if I would say to talk about what I expect for the future of tea, I think the demand is actually quite bright. I see the future of demand is bright. The new market emerged, and especially when health and wellness trend it will help with tea popularity. But I think in the long run, we need to be more aware of the supply because younger generation, especially women, they are withdrawing from the industry slowly as they age.
We need to do better. I agree with you. And I think that globally, the consumers need to do better and understand sort of, the decisions that are being made, how it affects an entire industry. We saw it through COVID. I can speak for Canada. What happened was the demand for tea went up, and the prices did not. Price for tea tends to always stay the same, and that's a challenge. I think that we need to make consumers aware of the fact that they can pay more for tea, and a little bit more on this end makes a big difference on the other end. It's all connected. But you're optimistic about the future of tea.
I am still optimistic about the future of tea because I believe that younger generations like us, we may not be drinking the traditional way of brewing tea with loose leaf more than the older generation. But then we will still consume tea as something that contribute to our daily health and wellness, as maybe tea extractions, tea bags, because it is more convenient for our modern life, I guess. But then tea consumptions, it will still move on. It has been there for hundreds of years, and I believe we still have a bright tea.
Thousands, 2737 BC, thousands. So yes, absolutely. I think it's good to end on a positive and an optimistic, because like you, Tran, I'm optimistic about tea as well. I'm always optimistic about this industry because I cannot imagine a beverage that means so much to so many people. First of all, that are in the industry, but then on top of that just enjoy the beverage. I just can't imagine it ever disappearing. So for that reason, I remain optimistic. So Tran, as I say, everybody's always worried about, oh my God, what am I going to say? How am I going to get through this? But zimzalabim, that's how quickly we get through 30 minutes. And you heard from Karine and Johanne. Yes, you saw, you now know. That nobody gets off the sofa without answering a question from Marcel Proust. And your question, lovely Tran, is what is your greatest achievement?
My greatest achievement?
That's a bit unfair to ask of somebody so young. But
yes, I would say that I'm still very young and very inexperienced compared to many people I've met. I mean, most people I've met in the industry are have a lot more experience than me and a lot older than me. But then they are very helpful and very nice, very supportive, and I thank all of you for that. And I would say, what my greatest achievement, if I stay in tea?
No, in anything in life. Doesn't have to be tea.
It is a very difficult question. There are so many things that I would, so many journeys, so many experience. But I would say that yes, my greatest achievement, I think right now, is that I decided to come back to work with my mom and to finally commit to the tea business right now. I would say because I tried before and I swayed a bit. I tried to learn something else, but then I still love tea. I've been liking tea since very young with all the experience that my mom have been giving me, seeing her through the days of working with tea. And yeah, I would say that my achievement. I am proud that I finished all my study. I tried other jobs. I learned different things. I met a lot of people, but then I will be using all of those experience to now commit with the tea industry and hopefully help my mom a lot more in work. And yes, I hope we'll be meeting a lot more amazing people in this industry.
Well, Tran, I often compare the tea industry to the movie The Godfather. You can never leave. Every time I try to leave, they pull me back in, and we are very lucky to have you as part of the industry. I raise my cup not only to you, Tran, thank you for joining me, but also to your mother, and please give her my love, and you know, we all raise our cups to the strong, incredible women who not only work within tea, but also have had the strength and fortitude to build businesses and be business owners in tea, because that is a feat on its own. So thank you, Tran. Thank you for joining me. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shabnam.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. All right. I have to pause for a moment to say hello, Mr. Michael Higgins, who can't talk back to me right now because you're in the chat, but I saw your Happy International Tea Day. Thank you. Yay. For those of you that don't know Michael Higgins is co-owner of Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee here in Canada, my former chair and one of my absolute favorite human beings in tea. So it makes me very happy to see you here, Michael. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to, and I see the rest of you as well. I'm not, I know I just cornered one single person, but Leila from École Française du Thé et des Tisans, bonjour and Happy International Tea Day, and David and Rupak and all of you lovely people. Thank you for joining. So with that, I'm really excited to speak to my next guest. I'm excited to speak to all of my guests. So let's not get it mixed up here. But my next guest is has had a lot of firsts in the tea industry, and I'm really excited to hear about them. I've heard about this woman. I've heard a lot about this lovely woman, but she is one of the people that I have not had the privilege yet of meeting in person. But I'm also a big believer that people's paths cross when they are meant to cross. And so it's a great pleasure to introduce to you Anusha Kotalawal. How are you, Anusha?
I'm good, I'm great, and thank you for having me here.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you.
You were saying, you were saying that we should meet somewhere down the line, but I saw a post that you're coming to Sri Lanka for the International Tea Day. Yeah. So
I am for the Colombo Tea Convention in July, so not very far away. Very excited about that. And that's what I mean, right? You and I were meant to meet now because I'm coming to Sri Lanka. So I'm a big believer that the universe works the way that it's meant to work. Yes, but sure. Anusha, I couldn't possibly, and the only thing that I will say is Anusha is with Unilever Sri Lanka, and but your tea career, your career in tea is it's quite extraordinary. You've been 34 years in the industry, is that right?
Well, so I was just doing the numbers with my, for this program, of course, for the summit, you were asking at the profile of me, and then I was just doing the numbers with my daughter. And I realized, oh, 34 years? Yeah, I know. Hello, I know that I'm not over 20, but 34, almost 35 years.
34 years, which means you started in the womb.
That's a so
Yes.
thank you. That's a
Yes, you fabulous woman. So 34 years, but that in itself is a great achievement. But that's not it, because Anusha has worked as a tea broker, she's worked as a taster, as a grader, as an auctioneer, and I'm going to get to that in just a second, as a buyer, and now in value-added instant tea. You were head of the cataloging department for 10 years for Forbes and Walker's Tea Brokers. But what I want you to tell people about is, your big achievements, and not that those weren't big achievements, but your first. So in 2008, you were, go on.
Okay, it's 2008. I got this opportunity of selling at the auction. So unlike now you have the e-auction. So those days we were having physical auction where we have to go to the auction center and sell your catalog in front of the buyers. It's physical live auction. So there I got this opportunity after joining with this third broking company to sell this prestigious, I always put this name, prestigious ex-estate catalog. Why I say prestigious ex-estate catalog is that's the catalog that you sell the best quality tea. So much so, Shabnam, those tea doesn't even come to Colombo. It's just keeping at the estate, and after selling, you're just giving the delivery instruction to the factory to deliver it direct to the buyer. So you are just protecting the quality of that tea so much. And so I got the opportunity. At this time, I just want to remember late Mr. Johanne, who used to come and tell me, "Here, lady, do you know that she was the first female to sell these catalog?" I was like, yeah. And then, of course, at the same time, Shabnam, I had to say, the catalog that I sold was not a big one. Okay, sometimes there were times that I had to get into the rostrum with about 4-5 lots, but the energy, the stamina, the knowledge or the expertise that you're bringing at the rostrum is same as somebody who's selling 200, 300 lots. So it's the same thing, and then I happen to be that, yes.
So, you were the first female tea auctioneer.
Well, I was not the first female tea auctioneer per se, because there were many on the other catalogs. There was one high and medium, there was one, there was supplementary, small catalogs, there were many. But this particular catalog, which is the prestigious ex-estate catalog, which you are selling the high quality tea.
The high quality. And so, I want women, I really do, and a lot of my guests are going to embrace, and I love that. One of the things that I find that we do as women is, we've achieved something and we'll kind of talk about it. Not really. We need other people to bring it up. We won't bring it up ourselves most of the time. And then when it is brought up, we always put in little caveats as, well, it wasn't a big catalog. Right? I mean, we tend to put in things to minimize what we did when we shouldn't, right? What you did was phenomenal. And you didn't stop there, because Anusha is the first female factory head.
Yes.
And
so
yes.
So after that broking company, I think I joined this Unilever in 2012. I joined Levers, and also again with tea. So I told you, like, my entire 34 years or 35 years is entirely on tea. So I joined as a tea expert to Unilever, and then only I got this break at the Unilever. At that time, even now, they're very particular. They just break the stereotype roles, and they wanted to bring this woman. They would have seen this woman will do little wonders, being the first female in Sri Lanka to take over this role, because once you take over a factory, it's not, it is very different, because you have to manage your blue collars, and it's more or less more managerial, and of course the engineering background into it. And so I got that opportunity. I would say it's an opportunity also, because you can, you showed your passion. And at that time, people, Unilever would have thought of this one will do something, and made me the first female to take over the role. That's it. It's about 6 years back, and I'm still here. That's the biggest. I can't believe that I'm still here. I'm still doing the same role.
You most certainly are still here. So tell me, Anusha, for somebody who's been in the industry for the length of time that you have, this industry's changed a lot. Tell me how has it changed over the years? What's been your experience and how you've seen it change over the years?
Yes. So something what I have really seen is with the in the Sri Lankan tea industry, we are very happy and we always talk about our legacy, our heritage of 150, 160 years and things like that. But now I see there's a huge movement towards the globally evolved, the sustainability, regenerative agriculture. So that is the buzzword in the world, and which Sri Lanka also going towards it, and also the deforestation free supply to things like that. And also me being working in this instant tea plant, and I can see how Lipton iced tea has evolved so much. And then I think the earliest girl, Teha, right, and she was just telling how optimistic she is about, and the young generation will go into different kind of tea. So good old days, it's only hot tea, old. The picture that comes to your head is you sit in your couch and you are just pouring your cup of tea and you are just sipping it. And, wow, that kind of it. But not anymore. That if you take some of the brands that is in the market with fizzy drinks to even in my company, Lipton iced tea, you can see, wow, that's very trendy, very, young girls are going into it. So you can see how much the product also has got evolved, and even the processes also you can see. And I heard that a lady was saying about how you have gone from hand plucking to mechanical plucking and things like that. You can see all that. So there's quite a lot which is just evolving with the requirement of the global, and also with the consumer, because there's men, Gen Zs are very different. My daughter doesn't drink tea, but she loves her iced tea. So so you can see how, and now it's tea is there. So here you are. Either you drink hot or you drink cold. Here is the product for you. So we are evolving.
So let me ask you this: Is your daughter an iced tea drinker because that's what her mom produces, or is that, I don't know, or is that a trend amongst the younger generation in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, Sri Lanka, I would say it's mainly no. So these girls, even though they live in Sri Lanka, they more or less because my son is live in he's abroad and he's married to an Australian girl. So this culture is a little different because they just want to be trendy and to practice and to experience everything. So Sri Lanka also, yes, you can see, but majority, of course, still we love hot tea. But these younger ones, we can see these globally also, and even my daughter, that's what I brought her in. They're moving to iced tea. And iced tea, mind you, sugar-free iced tea. That's something that they go for, sugar-free.
That is so important. That is so important, right? Because you have a generation, as you say, Gen Z is, I mean, they're a completely different creature than others. But they're looking for innovation. They're looking to connect with products, but they're also healthy. And they don't want a beverage that is filled with sugars. So, I mean, pay attention to any of you who are doing ready to drink bottled. We've got this healthy beverage. Keep it healthy, even in the bottle, right? Because that's what they want. But otherwise, they're going to go to water. And right. And I know that we've seen those numbers a lot in North America. The biggest growth market in beverages here is fortified water. So water that has, I know it's crazy, right? Water that has added vitamins to it and added flavor. And every time I see a trend report on that, I'm like, we are the original fortified water, right?
Yes. Yes.
And we wreck it by, filling our products with sugar and not making it healthy. So that's what you're seeing on your end as well.
Yes, I do see that quite a lot. And it's good that you can see the new, so the new markets are also emerging, and then the new products are coming up with new initiatives. So it's beautiful the way how we also as a tea industry, like all over the world, who's evolving and just catering to the consumer what they want. So it's good to see the change over a period of time. Yeah.
Well, innovation, I think, is key, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
as much as
Yes.
we love this tea industry and all of its traditions, which I cherish. We're not exactly known for being innovative.
Yeah, so when you talk about the innovation, it's more than drinking. Okay, drinking is one part of the consumer to drink. But do you know, today I'm connecting from my factory, and this is my factory uniform. And do you know, so this product that we made is a new innovation from our factory, where with our tea waste, we made a tea dye as a garment dye. So all my uniforms, and of course, this garment dye, you name Tea Hues is the brand. And if you go to the global, you can just type Tea Hues and see. This Tea Hues is made out of Tea Hues. I don't know whether you can see the brand. Yeah, Tea Hues.
Okay.
So this is the brand, which is a tea. It's a dye made out of tea waste. That waste is coming out of my factory in
Good for you.
I know. So those are that's the level of exposure to innovation that has gone in, and that is something that we also keeps us also going. So T Huge, things like dyeing your uniforms, and it's of course have signed agreement with world-renowned brands, and it's all over. So you can just type it and see what this tea is all about. That is coming out of tea waste of instant tea plant in Sri Lanka.
And this product is being sold, so I can
Yes.
go online and so give me the website. CEA.
No. It's T. It's T dash HUES.
T Hughes. Got it. Okay. So for those of you watching, T, the letter T dash HUES. Got it. Okay. So, you say that, and it's logical, right? I remember many, many years ago in school doing projects where we would make documents, reports look aged, right? And we would soak the paper in tea. So we've known this. I mean, it's about taking what we know and applying it to something commercial.
Yes.
Good for you.
So, and that is tea is all about. So even the waste can be used. So this is the best part of Camellia sinensis.
Well, there are lots of great things about Camellia sinensis, let me tell you. So, Anusha, do you think that is your daughter planning to follow your steps in tea?
No. She doesn't.
No.
No, I think maybe because like that mother and daughter who joined the first call, there was like full time, like even at home, yes, they talk about tea. I think she has heard too much about tea. Yeah, so it's always tea and nothing but tea. Once you go home, also you talk about tea, and she said, "Ma, you have so much of passion for tea," but of course she's not. She started a career in legal in law, so she has a bachelor's in law.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I'll make a point for her to drink tea and do something for the industry because with
she has to support.
Sorry.
She has to support through
of course, and one thing what she's looking at is the human rights and child rights and all that is coming in her way. So I said, yeah, you better do that and support our tea industry globally for all the women.
Connected. It's all connected. Anusha, I know that you're doing work at the moment with the Sri Lankan government and public and private partnership on this global national sustainability standard for Ceylon tea. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So this is something, this is what again I was saying about being optimistic about the tea and the industry in Sri Lanka. So this is something that you will hear a lot at the convention. So this is something what we did was Unilever or even Lipton iced tea. They also wanted this sustainable sourcing, regenerative agriculture, the initiatives of all our purchasers. So this is where we signed the private-public partnership with the ministry, just to make the entire Sri Lankan tea to have our own standard, which is globally accepted own standard, to go to the world and to say here we have our own standard, and this is what globally you want, and this is our own, and it's within us, and it's here. So this is the first. So the initiative was you signed it, and we had to come up with our local standard first, and then we had to align that to the global requirement, because end of the day, 95% of our product is getting exported. So we have to get it to the global requirement, and then Lipton, even Pepsi, is also eagerly waiting to see how this is going to come up. And I'm excited to see the first factory getting certified with this new standard of global renowned, Sri Lankan standard, which is accepted globally.
Can you
And
tell us
so
when
this
that's going to be? Is that imminent? Are you close to that?
it's too early to tell you. Let it come with a bang.
I was
And say,
hoping
"Hey,
to get
now
a
we are
scoop.
ready." Yeah, basically come. So, but a lot of work to do, So
Yeah.
that is something that we have initiated all that. And then Time Industry knows that we want it, our own standard to go to the world. When you have your own standard, it has to be accepted globally also. So
Yes.
that is why. So all this, whatever that you do here has to be benchmarked to the global requirements. So there's quite a lot of work that you've got to do. So that is what is happening, and that's what I want to come up with a bang. At the convention, you will see, you will hear more about it.
I know. I'm trying to get a sneak peek. I know I'm cheating. I'm trying to get a sneak peek. Can you tell us, without obviously giving away a lot, but what's involved in these standards? We're talking about environmental sustainability, climate change.
So yes, you have regenerative agriculture, and then you have deforestation-free supply, and also the sustainable sourcing. So where you will have economic to environment to social, so entire thing will get covered. So that is the SDGs requirement. Something like ICL Alliance requirement is something that we are benchmarking, and we'll come there soon.
Well, I encourage anybody who is tuning in today to look up the Colombo Tea Convention. It's being held in July, and you've got some, a great schedule and agenda set up, and all of these things are going to be discussed, and this, this national standard that Sri Lanka is building for itself, I think is really unprecedented, right? I mean, I don't know, I can't think of, I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of any other nation that is doing what you're doing in establishing national standards for themselves. So I think that, a lot of the things that Sri Lanka does in these areas is very proactive. It's looking ahead. Take a look, Colombo Tea Convention, Google it. All the information is there. You can register. It's going to be an amazing event. So I encourage you also to attend, if for no other reason than to meet the lovely Anusha.
Thank you. And you will meet quite a lot of lovely people from Sri Lanka.
So Anusha, are you over, looking back at 34 years, looking ahead 34 years, are you optimistic about the industry?
Of course I am. I'm so proud of that last 34 years. And then, this is why I'm saying these initiatives, what you bring in, I think we as women, we can claim it, because we are involved in it. Means that women are involved in it, and it goes very well with this year's International Tea Day, the topic also on women in tea. So of course I am very much optimistic, because things that we have done here, and also those initiatives that we are coming up with, is something that tea is never going to die. Not 34 years; it will stay for another 100 years. And more, and then these younger ones will follow what we are doing right now, and it will get evolved the way what consumer wants in time to come also. So yeah, I'm very much. I'm looking forward to come in that bottle stick and say, here, this is what we started, and you guys have gone and, improved it further. That's something that we want, because today we, like when we meet our old, the legends or the old gentlemen in the industry, they come and talk to you. I still remember, it's like good old days. We used to do this, they come up with beautiful stories of what they have done, how they have done, and why they did it and all that. So we will be doing the same thing to the next generation or next 2-3 generations, because you are doing the right thing now for the
Yes.
industry, globally
Yeah.
and locally. So
Yeah.
that's a big responsibility also lies in your hand. And the moment that you deliver that, you have all the right to go and talk to your another 2-3 generations and say, look, Cham, we did all this for you. Good that you
For
guys
you.
are so.
And I think that there are a lot of wonderful men, and we know them all within this industry as well. So, I have to say, on the one hand, as much as this, dedicating this day in particular to the women industry was important to me as a woman, and also because of all the amazing women that I've met within this industry. I also struggled a little bit because I didn't want to be excluding the men. And, this isn't about exclusion. This is about taking a moment to recognize not only the work that, a big part of, that is gender-based, that a big part of the industry is made up of. And unfortunately, Anusha, you've been very fortunate through your hard work, but also through being surrounded by people that recognized and uplifted you. Because there are a lot of women in this industry that work in this industry that aren't working at the level that you're working at, right? There are a lot of women in the tea industry that are pluckers and work in the factories and not in management positions and not in the positions that you've been in. But I think that the more we get women like you in the positions that you're in, the more we start to uplift others. And what I really hope everybody takes away, men and women listening today, is that, if you're not going to do it because it's the right thing to do it because it just makes good business sense. It makes good business sense. Believe me when I tell you this, right? So, talking about sustainability and climate change, just for example, women are hardest hit by climate change. Most people don't know this. Women are the caretakers in all over the world. And as caretakers, for example, they are now faced with having to physically travel even further to get water than they did before. 4 out of 5 people in the world that are displaced by climate change are women. And making these differences uplift. And it's not only the right thing to do, it just makes good business sense. And I think that that's an important message for everybody to sort of process sometimes as well. It's not about women beating on about women. It's yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's what we do. I think you do the same thing there. And we also, like me as a woman, also trying to do that, the responsibility to look after or uplift another woman by doing all these initiatives. Because to talk about all the good old stories, there's quite a lot of people, but then you hardly find people who wants to go break that barrier and then to go think, come up and to think out of the box and things like that, which we can do if we want. I always believe if there's a will, there's always a way. So that's something that we got to do, and so we need to take that responsibility and run it. Yeah, for sure.
With great privilege comes great responsibility, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
If you're put in the position and you earn the positions that you have, you have a responsibility to others as well, right? So, Anusha, you know that you must answer a question by Marcel Proust before I let you leave.
I know, I heard it, and it was okay.
I know.
Cool.
So you can imagine the shock of year one when nobody knew that this is what I did, and it was what? So it is your first time on Sofa Summit, so it's your first experience. And my question, or rather Marcel Proust's question to you is, who is your hero in real life?
Okay, you'll be surprised. My hero is me.
I love that answer.
I'm my hero. I followed what I want. And even today, going forward, I'll make sure I'm my hero. I'll keep on improving that level of, what do you call it, level of acceptance in the industry or anywhere in society or everywhere. I'll keep hiring it up, and I'll be my hero. And I'll make sure that I'm going to leave a legacy as Anusha Kotalawal once when I'm dead and gone. So,
you sure are. You sure are. I love that answer. Everybody should be their own hero. That's a good one. My lovely Anusha, I raise my cup to you, fabulous woman, phenomenal woman you are. To, first of all, joining me. Thank you for making the time. It's been such an honor to be able to chat with you, which just plants a little seed for when I get to actually hug you in person in a few short months. It's not far away. Thank you for the work that you do in the industry, and happy International Tea Day to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We're lucky to have you. Thank you. Okay. I told you I'm going to be crying, and I'm going to get some of you to cry maybe as well. So, wow, love that. Love. And Neil, I couldn't agree with you more. Anusha is a major asset to the Sri Lankan tea industry, and I think to the tea industry as a whole. It's inspiring to see such strength sort of exude itself through the screen, which we're seeing with everybody. So, you know, it's just, I find it inspiring. I just do, and that's the way it is. So, my next guest is a lovely, did I mention lovely woman? And she's a lovely woman named Neera Bhatnagar. I probably slaughtered the last name, and I apologize. But she's not just a fabulous woman that I have had the privilege of getting to know over the years, but one that I'd like to call my friend. Hi, Neera.
Hello, Shabnam.
How are you?
Very happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day to you. Tell me, how have you been celebrating the day?
Well, just been texting everyone. Happy International Tea Day. Happy and talking to, our workers, tea workers. Because in Jalinga, just having a little chat with them, like a video call with them. And because I think they're the one today.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Our tea workers are of utmost importance. And it is actually really thanking them today. It's a day to thank them and to celebrate.
It is. It really is. We're very lucky that I mean, we to have this one day where the entire industry can just harness all of its energy.
Right.
I'm a big believer, as I said earlier, in the universe sending you what it needs to, but also in energy. And the energy that I think that this industry feels or should feel on this day is immense. And just the ability to take a moment and reflect on all of the people that are involved in making this happen, right? And to give thanks for that. So before we get too much into that, Neera, I want you, in your words, to tell everybody about you, Tea Tales, which, my mistake, I apologize, we put it on our agenda as tea as in the beverage. It's actually the letter Tea Tales, so we will fix that. But tell us not only about Tea Tales, but also Jalinga, because you're involved in both. And so those of you that have been following Sofa Summit in the past, you've seen Ketan Patel on here before. I know Ketan is in here in the chat room, so he's watching. But but you are another big, powerful portion of this company. So tell us about it.
Yes. So I'm Neera Bhatnagar from Jalinga Organic Tea, Assam, India. And it is the largest organic tea estate from Assam and the only certified carbon neutral, the two big USPs. And we have been exporting our teas all over the world, worldwide, to all the brands. And then we decided to, launch our own brand because we were supplying everywhere, and we thought we should have a homegrown world-class in India. And that's how the journey of tea started. So I'm the founder and partner of the company Climate Conscious Food Products, where we are promoting and growing all organic and zero pesticide teas. And we are also certified, registered with the We Connect International USA as a woman enterprise, and got an award, Rise to the Challenge Award in 2020, which we're very proud of. And then we have two brands we have under the company. One is Tea. Tea Tales is a complete farm to cup story where all the teas come from our very own tea estate, Jalinga, which is the largest organic tea estate from Assam and the only carbon neutral. So it has a complete farm to cup story. And it's a beautiful story where, we have our own tea estate, our own brand, and then it's 100% traceability of the source. And we are doing a lot of social work there. And our ESG reports now say that we are way, way carbon negative, not even neutral. So we are way, way carbon negative. So that's a whole story about Tea Tales. And our second brand is Smart Farmers, which is the zero pesticide brand. And that is our commitment and partnership with the small tea growers in the northeast region of India.
So how did you get involved in tea? What's your story?
So my story is, I think what really moved the needle for me was my mother's cancer. So it's been 12 years now, and I was always researching for something organic for her. And I realized there was such a big, demand, but there was hardly anything there on the shelf. And then I got into tea with Jalinga, and that is the time I wanted to make a brand, basically a brand to put on the shelf, organic, which everyone could enjoy, because tea is the healthiest beverage. And it has flavonoids, so it has the maximum antioxidants. So while doing my research, I had realized that tea is the best thing to have.
And and it's interesting because there are, I know a number of people that that's been their path into tea. It's been either their own health scares or health scares of those that they love and care for, that has actually led them into the path of tea. I know that Jalinga and you and Katan, you do a lot of social programs and a lot of social work. And because we're celebrating women in tea, tell me about some of the programs that are women specific. So tell us first about the programs.
Yeah, like I said, we are a woman enterprise, so we are all trying to maximum do women empowerment, upliftment for them. And we have just started in Jalinga. We have started a value-added packaging factory. Where it's only for the women, where they are making handmade teas, where they are making cotton cloth bags. They're called potlums with the loose leaf teas. So this is only women are making. And then we have also got, we've got a hospital there where we are, the gynecologist comes and educates all the women about health and hygiene. They have their regular checkups. We have campaigns, for giving free sanitary pads. So basically making, awareness to all the women there. And we have a crash in the plantation for the young mothers who are plucking there. Yes, and we have given 1,500 cook stores to all the women workers, which are zero emission cook stores, which is very good for their health, their family, and very good for the climate too. And our CSR of Tea Tales is that we are making home and school for Aryan Gurukul. It's called Aryan Gurukul. So home and school for autistic and Down syndrome children. And it's going to be free for all. So 5% of all the profits of T-Tails goes to that school. So I think that is going to be really good.
So tell me, where did this come from within, because my connection, my experience with Jalinga, T-Tails, yourself, Katan, has always been, sort of packaged within a great product, first and foremost, but that great product is wrapped in, social responsibility, environmental responsibility, etc. Where does that come from? Because it has to come from somewhere. So tell me, why has that happened? Not all companies run their companies with this greater purpose as part of what they do.
Right. So my partner, Ketan Patel, is very much into climate. And he's always been, very much carbon and carbon emissions and working always towards the environment. And that is actually what attracted me when we joined hands, that he was doing organic, like I said, during my mother's camp. And doing all this for women, I've always been, for the women, to empower them, to uplift them. And I have an autistic son. So I always make a school for children, because I realize how much parents want, they want a school like that where the children can go and learn. And especially that region, Northeast, has very, very less awareness, like not the other side of the world. People know everything about autism, but that side of the world is very different, and it's hardly any awareness is there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How have you? What do you think are the big challenges that women have within this industry?
In the tea industry. So I would think that in India, I'm talking about India. In India, it's completely male dominated. It's completely dominated. We all know that. I think I'm one of the very, very few women in the industry. And the role of the women, if you see in tea, is very crucial. If you see from cultivation, consumption.
Yeah.
But it is only very confined to cultivation and processing it.
Yes.
I would love to empower women where they can play a more prominent role in management, in marketing, in the entrepreneurs in teas, and having leadership roles.
Yeah.
Which is not there in India as yet. I mean, it is coming up, but really not there. And
have you?
If you see the other side of the world, they are, I think, there are a lot of women who are holding key positions in the tea.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of women. And rather in this 93rd tea trade dinner happened in UK, and I realized that this time there were 3 times more women, which was such a delight to see. It was so nice to see, because I've never seen so many women. So it was really nice, because they're shifting. The whole thing is the demographic is shifting now.
Not only were there so many women in the room, but we should also point out to everybody that the chairperson was a woman and the vice chairperson. So the speaker for this year was a woman, and the speaker for last year was a woman as well. So
it was really good.
Yeah.
It really empowered me.
Yes.
Really empowered. Yes. Yes.
So what does that mean for you? I mean, you are a strong woman. You're a business owner. You are working on. I mean, anytime I talk to you, you're flying from here to there and everywhere for your business. But what does it mean to you? For example, at the tea trade dinner, you see a room full of, not all women, but a lot more than perhaps you would in other places. What does that mean for you?
See more women in the tea trade. Yes, because I feel that now even I see a lot of young generation also coming in, from Sri Lanka, from UK, from Europe. So it was a delight because earlier, I don't know, I've never seen so many women in tea.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like a big thing.
Are you, how do you see that changing, do you see that changing in the part of the industry that you're in? Do you think it'll change? Do you see progress?
Changes as
So, do you see, as you said, that you see less of that in India within, and I wouldn't say, I mean, I've met some phenomenal, and we've got some phenomenal women on today from India who are in leadership positions. But, in general, do you see the role of women in the tea industry improving and getting better in the future?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, I can see that. I mean, it's futuristic, and a lot of women are getting trying to make their brands. So I can see a lot of change happening. And I think past 2 years, it's like so many brands have come in now. So a lot of women in the world. Yes.
What do you think it is about this industry that attracts women?
I think it's the tea.
Yeah.
The tea is I feel it's very feminine, and maybe it's a tea because I'm very passionate about my tea. I love my tea.
You
I
are.
have like 8 cups of tea, so I love my tea. For me, tea is everything. So I think it's the tea, and obviously, I'm sure that women love to have tea and they want to do something more about it.
So I know that your Tea Tales brand, at least, is served in some of the best restaurants, hotels
Yes.
around, and some very big names. Tell me about that experience. Tell me what it's like for you as a business owner to.
Right. So when, like I said, it's a completely male-dominated industry, completely. So I'm one of the women in this. So my journey with sales, I think, has been a mix of struggle, challenges, and a lot of excitement also. I mean, it's been a beautiful. So when I took this project forward, I thought it's best to partner with the 5-star hotels because they are think with organic, sustainable, eco-friendly products. So that's how I started. So I approached the prestigious Marriott Group hotels, and easier said than done, single-handedly with very, very limited resources. I was competing against these huge, big multinational tea brands. I mean, they were there for the past, in the Horeca industry, they have been there for 25 years.
Yeah.
They have some big marketing budgets and huge teams. And I started with a team of 3, but I was very determined, Shabnam, because I knew that we had a platinum product to give. And then the story, it was a beautiful story which none of the brands had of being, farm to cup, completely organic, certified neutral, and doing all the social work. So I thought there is none brand in India which has even half the story like that. So I was very excited to do it. And then finally we backed the contract from Marriott, but it was not easy. It was like a series of tastings and meetings and being drilled for your source, for your certifications. And but my real journey of struggle and challenge started when I got the contract. And then I had to travel to 80 plus hotels across the country. And I convinced each hotel to switch to Tea Tales, which was a completely new brand. Nobody had heard the name of Tea Tales. For them, a 5-star hotel, to switch to Tea Tale from whatever existing brand they were using. So my real journey started that time. And I had to balance my life between being a mother of an autistic son, family responsibilities, and to make this brand a big success. So
and you have.
It was a very hectic schedule. I used to take the first flight out from Delhi, New Delhi, and lugging my heavy bag of samples. Then I would go in one city. I had to make the most of it. So I would go to all the hotels in the city, because give my presentation, meetings, discussions, tea taking, from the purchase manager to the F&Bs to the GMs. And now because it's a brand and it's the first organic brand in Horeca, the hotel industry. Retail was the first organic. So they wanted to know, now I had to educate them what is organic. So vis-a-vis a conventional tea.
Yeah.
It has no pesticides. It's very healthy, good for the environment. It's carbon neutral. So, that was quite a job. And then I would want to catch the flight back in the night because I had to minimize expenses.
Yeah.
Because it was new. And mind you, 98% of the people I was trying to convince were all men. So initially, they were really apprehensive,
Right.
that a tea lady has come with
The
a new
tea
brand.
lady.
And we don't know whether we can trust her. Will she deliver?
Yeah.
Promising. She's promising a good tasting tea with amazing packaging. And the main thing is the supply chain.
Yeah.
So the supply chain, because it's a 5-star hotel, and in the rooms, in the mini bar, you cannot say that today I don't have tea for the guests. The
of
tea
course.
has to be all there. So they were very worried about the supply chain, but I think I convinced them.
You did, and
Yes.
I know you did, because I know that you're immensely successful in what you do. But I think that there's this determination within which you have done it, and this fabulous product that you have at your hands, right? And I say this a lot when I talk about tea and the important elements of tea. And yes, sustainability is important. Yes, climate. Recognition of climate action and regenerative agriculture and social, etc. All of these things are important, but at its core, the most important is actually the quality of the product and the flavor of the product, right? That has to be first and foremost, right?
Right.
And you've done that, and I think that as you said earlier, having this connected supply chain. You are the supply chain.
Yes.
Right? You are the actual supply chain.
Yeah,
so,
actually supply chain, yes. Yeah. So we have to be on our feet.
Yeah. Yes. And being that entire supply chain and really you're not telling somebody else's story, you're telling your own story. And
right.
I think there's something compelling about that.
I think so. With all the honor. Yes.
And I'm sorry, gentlemen, listening to this, and I know Ketan, you're here as well, you're listening to this, but I think that when a woman tells a story, there's something a little bit stronger about it when it comes to this connectivity story.
Right.
And I think it has to do with the softness of women, our caretaker, all of the things that are attached to being a woman. It just is what it is. And maybe being a woman worked to your advantage in the end.
Yes.
Maybe.
So there was a buzz after I got the whole contract. So there was a big buzz in the tea industry.
Yes.
Who was catering to the hotels that, wow, there's a new brand which is coming, detailed, and leading it. And she has, now she's removing all these big brands from the hotels. So not understanding that I had come with a big story and a good product.
Yeah.
So that, I think there has been no looking back. We got the Leela contract where the pan-India contract with Leela, with Oberoy's, Trident, we got JW. So now the brand is in about 250 plus 5-star hotels. So we do beautiful tea events, and my daughter is also joined me. So she does.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so she does beautiful tea events and tea displays, everything. So I'm really happy that she has joined me. I'm really happy.
Oh, that's fantastic. I did not know that. Another mother-daughter team.
Yes, yeah. So she's still learning, but I'm very happy with her passion, because I feel you got to be passionate about whatever you do. It's not that it's a family business and you need to do it. So you got to be passionate, whatever.
Of course,
you're
100%.
doing. So be passionate about what she's doing. Yeah.
Is your daughter there?
No, not here.
Oh, she's not there?
Yeah.
She's not. Okay, I was hoping you could pull her onto camera.
Yes, definitely. I wish I had to. Yeah.
That is fantastic. I love hearing that.
Yes.
So lovely, Neera, tell me, are you optimistic about the world of tea? Do you have optimism for the future?
Yes, I'm absolutely very optimistic about the future of the tea, but we have to add value to it. We have to do a product diversification. So being in the industry, in the plantation, now we are growing our own chamomile, ashwagandha, giloi. We are doing we're growing all these herbs, making some new types of blends, introducing them in sales. So all the consumers also new, and especially the younger generation, they want straight. So I have myself curated a whole perfect tea line for the youngsters and for women drinkers. It's absolutely straight tea, and we have to also, we have to make the younger generation aware of healthy tea.
Yes.
It has to be the healthiest beverage, so we have
Yes.
to make aware of the healthy tea drinking.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we can add with the product diversification. We can add with certifications like carbon neutral, RA, fair trade. Like we launched our new brand, Smart Farmers. So it is all about zero pesticide. So we have a barcode where if the consumer scans it, you can see 580, a batch report of 580 pesticides with zero detection. So then you are giving the consumer an absolutely honest and healthy product. So that's what the generation wants.
100%. And I saw your product, the new one in January, and I told you then I love it. I love the product, and I love the concept of what you put together, and just building that authenticity, really. But I think you're bang on when you say that we need to be speaking to the next generation, and I think that we need to be speaking.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to be speaking to them in their language.
Correct. Yes. Correct. I think a lot of boys have the boys who gym and all. They like green teas.
100%. So
because I know all this from my daughter as well. She's a young Gen, so she'll keep telling me, okay, this blend is very good. This blend is very good. This the youngsters like. They like iced tea, but definitely like what you said, no sugar. They don't like sugar.
Yes.
Tea. Milk, no sugar.
And listen, I think that those of you that are pulling your children in for advice, you're getting free marketing advice from the horse's mouth. So we launched. We just put together this big global tea campaign. You may know. Canada, Sri Lanka. The UK has been pushing it out. India, US, Kenya. We've all been pushing out this campaign for International Tea Day called Tea Power. And the basis of it is speaking health to the next generation, because the younger generation, we can talk about the health of tea, but they're not worried about their heart at the moment. They don't care about their bones and osteoporosis and all of those things. But tea in sport and fitness, tea for hydration, tea for energy, tea for flavonoids, these are the things that speak to them. So hashtag tea power all day long is what we say, and that's definitely what you're doing as well. So good job.
The young generation is also very health conscious. You will never see having colas or Pepsi. You will always see a healthy drink in the hand. So I mean, straight teas or whatever they are having, they're all healthy drinks. So I think
you're absolutely right. And it's funny because when I look back on when I was a teenager, I was terrible. I was terrible.
Really?
Yes, Neera, I used to skip breakfast.
Oh my God.
and I would not eat breakfast, and I would go to school, and I would go to the vending machine. I kid you not, I would go to the vending machine, and I would get a can of Coca-Cola.
Oh,
And
wow.
that was my breakfast.
Awesome.
I know, no, not so awesome, but it's
That time-
I don't do that anymore, everybody. So please don't message me. But you would not. I mean, if I look at my nieces and my nephews today, you wouldn't catch them dead doing something like that. And
I agree.
yeah,
Completely. Yes. They're completely into fitness and they're health freaks.
yeah, yeah, which is a good thing. I mean, it's I think it's, you know, it's setting good habits for a lifetime to come versus the bad habits that I had to unlearn, which is that breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and Coca-Cola doesn't count as breakfast. So, Neera, my lovely, you know from previous sofa summits that nobody leaves the sofa without answering a Proust question. Marcel Proust. Are you ready for your question?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your question is, which person living today do you most admire?
Okay, which person do you most admire today? I mean, actually, I love my Prime Minister, Mr.
Oh,
Narendra.
okay.
I'm a big fan of his, by the way.
Okay.
Yes. He's the
Good.
most amazing orator, and what all he's done for the country, I don't think anybody till now would have done. So I'm a big fan of his.
Well, that's fantastic, because I think in the world that we live in today, that's an unusual answer. Not your prime minister, but I mean in general, people tend not in this world anymore to greatly admire our leaders. So
No,
that's a nice place to be.
Yes, because he has done things that for centuries nobody could do it. You know, he's made so many, moves in the country, and I salute him. I'm a great fan of it.
Well, that's lovely. And the perfect segue for me to say to you, Neera, I salute you. I salute you as a fabulous woman in this industry of tea. I raise my cup to you and the work that you do, lifting the women in tea, being a role model to the women in tea, not just within the industry, but to your daughter as well. So I raise my cup and I say Happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for giving me this honor and the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Shabnam.
It's a pleasure to call you my friend, Neera.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Australia is going to start saying goodnight, I think. David, hi David in Australia. So is it midnight there yet tonight? Oh, it's after midnight in Australia. Yes, I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? And it's I love seeing, the countries that you're all from. Type in the box where you're from. I know that Jem McDowell, who is my husband, you'll see him in the chat box, a full disclosure. He's also upstairs listening to this twice because he can hear my voice downstairs and he can hear it through the computer in his ears as well as Addie, who I love working with every single day. They're going to keep track of all the countries that we've got on and where everybody's tuning in from. So please type in where you're from and say a hello. So David, if you're going to go to bed, go to bed. But I know the beautiful thing about Australia is that you're going to tune in again at the tail end. I get Australia at the beginning and the end. Okay, so from India, I'm going to split myself in half, because half I'm going to bring in, my next guest is coming in from the United States of America, and my other guest is coming in from Nepal. And I am so excited to be able to welcome these two phenomenal women, Jeni Dodd and Urusha Chapagain. Did I say your name right, Urusha?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely
good.
right.
Okay. So as somebody whose name is Shabnam, I tend to be overly sensitive to getting people's names right and hate it when I get it wrong. So let me introduce Jeni as Jeni Dodd from Jeni Dodd Tea. And Urusha Chapagain is from Gorkha Tea Estate. Now, Jeni, we've seen you on here before and have loved having you on. It's been fantastic. And Urusha, you are a first-time SOFA Summit guest.
Yes.
I can't think of anybody better to put on celebrating the women in tea, because you, lovely woman, are not only a marketing executive, you are one of 3 daughters.
Yes.
To a tea man.
Yes.
Who has been, as far as I know, empowering his daughters to be the great women in tea.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So let me start. I'm going to start with you, Urusha, and you tell me about what you do and what does that mean? What is, yeah.
Okay. First of all, namaste. This is our language of saying hi from Nepal. And thank you so much for giving me this an opportunity. It's really a nice platform for me for being women in tea. And I really introduce myself as a second generation in tea, as you already informed about that my father, he's a tea legend in my eyes. As
Yes.
since childhood, I have seen him, and it's been around 32 years he is involved in tea. And in the same way, I was so passionate that I didn't want to aim anything else than being in tea. And so that is the one of the thing that I really wanted to be in tea. Every person when they were in the school time, they used to ask, "What is your aim?" And everybody was used to say that I wanted to be a doctor, I wanted to be pilot, everything. And the first thing I used to always say that I want to be like my father, the tea man and a tea lady.
The tea
And
lady.
yes, the tea lady. So yes, I started this whenever I used to have holiday from my school vacations and all. I used to go to our tea garden in the eastern part of Nepal. We call it Fikal Ilam. And over there, I used to go and in the hills of the tea. And I was to play over there with me and my sister. And then I followed my father's steps over there. And after I completed my education, like I did my bachelor in business administration, and I got an opportunity to work in ZIZ over there. I was so passionate about marketing, you know,
Yeah.
and in marketing, and I thought that, and I was passionate about traveling. The main thing, like
Yeah.
marketing and traveling, going together. And
Perfect.
yeah, and I saw that my father travels a lot, and I think in this way I can travel a lot. And still I'm 31 right now. I'm saying my age, but I have already visited around 16 countries because of the tea.
Bravo.
Yes, and with the tea, I'm able to communicate with people, because in Nepal, it's a culture that when someone comes home, the ladies offer drink as a tea.
Yes.
In the same way, and I am planning to, and I'm doing and motivating our employees, women in tea industry. So, and I was when I went to the eastern part, the weather here, the tea is like the misty weather, and I was so reluctant that my father noticed that, and then he thought that he should give me an opportunity to go to Germany, mainly that we are exporting to Germany our tea.
Mhm.
So when he gave me an opportunity that I to have to do internship in 2014 to Germany, that where my tea is going, and
Okay.
and I was very happy at that moment that In 3 months, I visited about 21 cities in Germany. And even in one night, I didn't stay in hotel. I stayed in my franchise house over there. They warmly welcomed me, and I was promoting our Sundapani tea brand in Germany. Like many people didn't know where is Nepal at that time in
Yeah.
2014. And when I used to hear that, I felt that only Mount Everest was there to recognize Nepal.
Yeah.
But in tea, like I was saying, that Nepal makes a very good quality tea because of the virgin land
Yeah.
and the young bushes. So that's the main thing for the tea. When we compare the old person and the young person, that the best thing we see, that we don't see the skin will also be clear with the environments and all. In the same way, the tea quality was also in that way. So yeah, interesting for
Careful
me.
now, Urusha. All of us aren't 31.
Yeah. And then I promoted tea, and then since 2013, I'm into tea, and I'm usually looking after the marketing
Yes.
of tea. And yes, I want to promote the Nepal tea worldwide, and I'm just distributing to 5 countries currently. But I want, like, women are in tea, so this sofa summit, I'm so happy to see, like, we got the opportunities, and so many women are involved in tea. So that really
So
makes me
many.
so, yeah, like, you were just before, you were talking in India, and I heard that the young generations are coming, and I'm also a young generation. And
Yes.
yes, and I just see so few people in tea in Nepal. I see a lot of women pluckers who want
Yes.
to be working in tea industry, so they are confident, they can work easily in tea, so that it won't be a harsh job for them.
Yes.
So yeah, and I want more young youth and more ladies to come in tea industry in Nepal.
It's I'll get to you in a minute, Jenny. I know you're here. So I think that's a really important point. And Tram Van was on from Vietnam earlier, and she was saying the same thing about their. She's it's a mother-daughter team that run their company, that own their company, and she was saying a similar thing about getting youth involved, and especially women, right? And agriculture is a physically difficult job. And I think that, if we're going to look at the future of tea and getting not only, young people involved, but also keep women engaged in it, we have to think of ways to lighten that physical load. And there are, there's machinery, there's ways of doing it to whether it's lighter plucking shears, whether it's figuring out how to lighten the tea sacks, these 50 kilos that are carried around on people's backs. We need to start to think about these things. Otherwise, it's all going to, quickly disappear. Miss Jenny.
Good morning, Miss Shabnam. Thank you for inviting me once again to the Sofa Summit. You know that I think this is just the most brilliant concept to bring the entire tea world together in one day. And I applaud you once again for coming up with such a wonderful idea. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Out of necessity came something accidentally just lovely, and
absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But I expect nothing less from you because you're amazing.
Oh, wow. No, you're amazing.
Oh,
you're amazing. So, Jenny, tell me, you are a woman, and you have, you obviously, your experience is, in the United States, and I think that we need to be very conscious and honest about the fact that our experiences as human beings, man or woman, are different in different countries. And you're an attorney before you came into the world of tea, and you decided to not only start your own tea company, but you became personally, very personally, invested in Nepal specifically. So my question to you is two questions. My first question, because I've heard this story, and I heard it for the first time just a few months ago, I want you to tell everybody how you connected with Nepal specifically. Why Nepal?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, I was much like most of America, barely knowing that Nepal is a separate country, let alone that Nepal was producing tea. And I was exposed to tea, to some of the Nepalese tea, and I thought, this is great. We've got to sell this tea in the U.S. And I requested that I get samples. Things are the way they are. I didn't get the samples. And then I asked again, I didn't get the samples. And I was like, okay, I guess I just have to go to Nepal to get the samples of tea that I want to try. And it ended up that the US Tea Association had organized a tea trip to Nepal. And I thought, okay, this is perfect timing. I'm going to go on this. I'll go to Darjeeling first because they're right next to each other. And then I'll meet up with my tea group. And I get to Darjeeling, organize, excuse me, hay fever. What is that?
It's bad this year, I know.
Bad. I get to Darjeeling, and I thought, there's a nice little Nepalese airport just across the border. I should just fly from there to Kathmandu rather than going back to Delhi, wasting a whole day in transit. I organized with the tea estate to take me into Nepal. And we get to the border, and they're not allowed in the country that day. And we're going to find you a ride. So we're in a bodega, what I call a bodega. It was like this little shop, and people are arguing in a language that I don't understand. And I'm nervous because I'm going to miss my flight. Suddenly a car shows up, and seriously, I thought the wheels were like this wide, and the guy was wearing aviator sunglasses, mirrored aviators. That just screams nefarious, right? I mean, really, like,
I'm about to be kidnapped and killed.
Exactly. And then we wait for a second guy to show up like this, and we take off in the car, and I'm like, what's going on? Like a woman traveling by herself in a car with two men that I don't know, in a country that I have no ability to contact anyone from. We're going off on these roads. Like, I'm like, wow, the roads are really good, but like, why are there no cars on the roads? And then, and we're driving through literally straw huts. And then we turn off on a dirt road. I'm like, this cannot be good. This is not possibly the way that we're going to the airport. Yet, that wasn't the worst part, because then we got pulled over and stopped, and the driver exchanged money with some guy on the side of the road after we were forced to stop. And I thought, okay, I've just been sold into slavery. That's what's happened here. And I'm like freaked out. I don't see any buildings. And then finally I see this one concrete building, and I'm like, that has to be the airport. I get to the airport. I just drag my bags out. And I don't even say anything to these guys who just drove me because I was scared of them, right? And then I run into the airport. The airport didn't have the electricity on. They were doing security with a stick through my luggage. But then I get to Kathmandu. I go to the Hyatt. I sit down the next morning, and I'm having tea in this beautiful hotel. And I'm reading in the I think it was the Himalayan Times, that there's something called a banda going on, and that all moving vehicles were being prohibited because there was groups of people who didn't want the promulgation of the Constitution at that time.
Yeah.
And when cars were getting stopped, they were burning the vehicles. So those two guys that I was so afraid of were risking their life and their property to get me to my destination, and I didn't even thank them properly. And so I have always felt since then that I owe it to them to bring global awareness to this country and make sure that they get the access that they deserve so they can earn a sustainable income independently on something that they do really well, which is make great tea. So that's where the passion for Nepal really started. And as just a postscript is my whole group went back to that same airport. We flew back to this little airport, and Urusha's father showed up with a convoy. We needed a convoy to travel through Nepal at that time. There was 7 military trucks that followed us everywhere to make sure that we were safe. But I show up at the airport by myself.
Of course you do.
Of course I do. But and one other point I really wanted to make about Urusha's father, and I think it really plays into International Tea Day, is that he said something to me once that has stuck with me always. And he said, the tea industry is not like any other industry. I don't really care as much what happens to my banker's family, but we are all family in this tea world, and the connections that we make are significant. And it just couldn't be more true. I like what you were saying earlier about somehow women do a really good job of telling those stories of the connections. I think we do a particularly good job at that.
I think that, I believe in equal rights. I believe in, a woman should have the same opportunities as a man, all of those things. But I also, and I'm not saying but to negate what I just said, I also believe, in addition to that we are built differently. And, women tend to be caretakers. We tend to be nurturing. We tend to, this is what we bring, this is what we add to the conversation. And these are the good things that we add to the conversation. In some scenarios, that's seen as a weakness, and softness is seen as a weakness. It shouldn't be. Never mistaken my softness for weakness. But I think that, this storytelling of tea, as I said with Neera, it's one of our advantages. I think that it feels more authentic when it's coming from a woman who is, inherently has, people tend to think that they're nurturing. So I did mean to ask you this when you told me this story last time, Jeni, and I cannot forget this time. Did you ever see those two gentlemen again? Never again, huh? So you never knew who they were?
Never again. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just I'm forever grateful to them. And that's such an odd feeling to have someone who did something so significant for you and never be able to personally thank them for what they did. But
and yet you are.
I'm trying to make up for it. That's what
you are.
Thank you.
You are.
Thank you.
So, Urusha, I mentioned earlier that you are one of 3 daughters to a tea man, a fabulous tea man, who is empowering his daughters to be tea women or to be phenomenal women. Where did that come from in your father? Because especially in an older generation, in an industry that is very male dominated, it's not the norm. So I applaud your father for that. But where does that come from in him?
Actually, my father, he really struggled to be a man today. He worked really hard in the tea industry. He also got some opportunities, and he never ever thought the difference between, there was no ever discrimination from my parents that there should be a son or a daughter. They always treated us that we are equal. In Nepal, there is a problem, we have some problem of inequality and gender discrimination. But I'm so happy and proud to be the daughter of my parents, because the hard work they did, they want, my father, he is working so hard, and he's educated me and educating me every day. So, and he tries to sharpen me every day in the same way. He doesn't want, what bad days he saw in the past. He doesn't want that his children could see that in the future. No,
Yeah.
that's why he gave me a right education to me and my sister, and then he never say that no, you should do this and you should do that. He always gave us the right path. And for me in the tea industry, I think I'm always I say it's tea, but I say that every day I'm alone because my father, he like what I see in the top, he sees from the root level. No, he sees everything from down, but I see from the top. And yeah, this I think like we, the young generations, want the results immediately, but our parents, my father had like to wait along, and the hard work and everything. And he just said like he's still today he's working. I'm not able to give him the retired life at this age, but he loves to be in the tea garden. He loves to interact. No, that's the main thing, and this has motivated me a lot. And now like I have seen, according to the culture, there are a lot of challenges in Nepal to be in tea industry. So I want to highlight a little bit
Tell
because
me.
many people may not know about this. So so the first challenge I see, like not for me but for
Yeah.
other women in tea, is like the first is inequality and
Yeah.
genderness, gender discrimination, that they have a son in the family and they think that the son will do it, and the girls get married and will go in their in-laws' hands. But now slowly the society is changing.
Yeah.
Even yeah, and then the second is migration, because
Yes.
there's lack of job opportunities as well. And in Nepal, the people, like the ladies get married and they get migrated towards Australia or US or to Canada or something different places, because they see the job opportunities and they go
Yeah.
and stay with their husband. And they say that and I feel so lucky that not only my parents have supported my husband, yes, and my in-laws have also supported me in tea, because usually I don't stay in Kathmandu with them, and go and stay in the tea garden with my in the tea, so that I can work in tea, I can do something in tea. No, that's the main thing. So the migration is also the problem. And another is like the domestic violence,
Yeah.
and there's some physical abuse. The people like they drink and they hit to the women's, and these are the main problem. And we go like Gorkha Tea State is supporting the women's, and we have a lot of women pluckers. As you know, we organic tea producers like they focus on quality rather than quantity. So when women, we have the tiny fingers. So when the women pluck two leaf and a, no, we can maintain the
Yes.
quality as well.
Yes.
So the employment opportunities given to women, that would also be really good. And the domestic violence they are facing, that like
Yeah.
they have a physical abuse, and the many drunkards come and they beat them. So to make them independent, also we got at Tea State, we are promoting women empowerment over there. And from the tea plucking to from the garden to the factory in the processing unit, also we usually use women's. So I'm so happy that in today in the International Tea Day, like we are able to talk about women's in tea. So like I want more women's in tea, so that we can tell that we are no like we are no less than men. No.
No, no, that's we are not, Urusha. I think that we're making that very clear today, if there was even a doubt still. But I'll tell you, I mean, I applaud you in the work that you're doing, because I know that you are passionate about that women empowerment, and you were raised with that. For you, it takes me back to my first guests, Karine and Johanne from Transherb. In their company, women in leadership roles it's just understood. It's not for them. It's not. They don't even talk about it. And that's where I'd like for I'd love to live to see a day where that's where we're at. It's just it's a perfectly normal thing. I do want to touch on one of the issues. You were listing some of the issues, and we tend to call them women's issues, right? Whether it's abuse, whether it's health, maternal health, nutrition. We tend to call these women's issues, and I'm a big believer in for all of us to move this conversation away from women's issues, because women can't solve these issues on their own. We need everybody in this conversation. And I'll share with you something that I heard from somebody else. I'm fully, disclosing that I'm stealing this because I think this is the way that we need to go. And Sharon, who is my spirit sister in tea, Sharon Hall from UKTIA, who will be on later with me, we are both pushing strongly to move away from calling these things women's issues and calling them health and safety issues. So we talk about health and safety in business, whether that's hurting yourself on the job because of your back, whatever it is, right? Health, and there's so many things that fall under health and safety. And gender violence, nutrition, maternal care, all of these things within this industry, just because the women face them, should not be pigeoned into a separate category. We really believe that we need to change the name of it and call it a health and safety issue. Because when we call it health and safety, now it's everybody's problem.
Yes.
So I'm going to say this a number of times today, and first time you're hearing it right now. But my plea out to all of us is to change our dialogue, and let's call it health and safety.
Yes.
I think it's a great idea, and words have power. And
words have power.
Words have power.
Yeah. So I applaud you, Urusha, for what you are doing at Gorkha, and I applaud your father for giving you the support, because all of us as women, and all of the women that you're going to hear today, we do what we do because we have support.
Yes. Yeah, my father gave this platform for me so that in future I can be the leader in tea from women. That's
exactly. And I said this, I can't remember to who, a few minutes ago, which was that with privilege, and you have been given a privilege, comes responsibility, and that responsibility is to raise, and you are doing exactly that at Gorkha Tea Estate. So I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really want to do more in tea. Like, I want to market my tea products. So in different parts of the world, like Nepal tea is also one of the best tea. You can have it in your cup every day, in the morning or in the afternoon, so that you will not be involved with tea, Nepal only with the mountains, also with the tea. That's how, and with the farmers, like our Gorkha Tea Estate, we are a multi-cooperative tea estate working with around 354 farmers. And whatever we are doing for the betterment of the farmers. And we are the factory who is located, which is directly connected from farmers' factory to the market.
Yeah.
So we, like our story, our background of Gorkha Tea Estate is always with the farmers. So my father, he started this with the farmers, like he distributed, he didn't have the money, so he had sold my mother's jewelry, and then he started the tea business. And he distributed cows to the farmers, no?
Did he replace the jewelry? Has he bought her new jewelry? Okay, good.
Because otherwise unacceptable. Otherwise, I'm
totally teasing.
No, it's okay. But I see the hard work, no? Because I am passionate today because of his hard work. And
it's sacrifices. It's sacrifices that have been made.
Sacrifice. And the things he's doing to the farmers. And I want more farmers to be organic and they just during the COVID time also they were dependent upon us, because
Yes.
if we pay them, if they can have a good health in during the COVID time, and all the safety measures would apply, then only from our they could go and cook their food. No, they
Yeah.
can, because of the good payment system for the farmers for the organic tea leaves. So with the all the health consciousness and all, we opened our factory. Like my father took a lot of initiation. At during that time we were in Finland, and we were promoting our tea in the gastro fair, and at that time it was really pity that we couldn't do. But today I'm proud that we are from Nepal, not only in tea, but we are in the overall industry. Only the Nepal is exporting to Finland is tea. Other products are being imported from Finland, and
Yeah.
the tea in a small quantity, but it's being exported to Finland. And
Bravo.
that is from the help of the farmers, from
That's
the
fantastic.
cooperative. If they don't give us the high quality tea, we the factory owners cannot make the high quality made tea.
It's
So
it's it's all connected.
yes,
Yeah.
it's all connected. As I already mentioned, it's that the garden, farmers, factory, and the market.
Yeah.
So it's the three things that is tied up. So we are paying our farmers more than the market value, 100% more than the market value. So this is all thing that makes me into tea, and I'm so happy. Like every morning when I drink tea, and I feel the satisfaction from the farmers as well in the cup. So I want the same from our customers as well.
You are clearly something, a part of something, or no, let me rephrase that. You are very consciously aware of the fact that you are part of something greater than yourself. And we're all part of something greater than ourselves. Most of us don't know it and understand that. And to live your life that way, I say bravo to you.
Thanks so much.
So, my lovely Urusha and my lovely Jeni Dodd, you are both travelers. And so I think your Marcel Proust question is perfect for you. I'm going to start with you, Urusha, and I'm going to ask you what has been your favorite journey?
My favorite journey, uh, yeah, like not only in tea, but I think being a daughter is also one of the perfect journey for me, because I never saw any obstacles, because whatever I needed, the good things, not the bad things, my parents always supported for me. And yeah, the journey for me, like traveling to my farmer's house and talking to them, and bringing them into tea, and and building a good network among the people. I think that's a perfect journey for me. Not only
I
the
love that.
traveling to countries, but
I
I
love
have.
that.
Yes, but I have visited many countries, but I'm
Yes,
sorry to say I haven't been to US and Canada. So that's the main thing.
next.
And yes, and I hope in near future I can do that, promoting Nepal tea with my products. And yes, Jenny had given me such a good opportunity, and meeting her is also a very good thing for me. Like I remember the first meeting with her, she living in US, coming and staying in Nepal in an apartment. That was our first meet, I remember. So, and the passion she was doing for Nepal tea was like she is loving Nepal, and she's loving
Yeah,
Nepal. And the things she said earlier about
yeah,
Nepal is that she like Nepalese are very good at giving respect, and she is also giving like in the same way the
yes,
respect to Nepali people. And
yes.
I'm so glad that I'm connected to Jenny, and yeah, and she's always welcome. And Shabnam, I want to really welcome you in my tea garden. So you don't have to worry anything. You just tell me that Urusha, I'm coming. Just write you an email, and you are always welcome in our my tea
Thank
garden,
you.
so
Thank you.
that you can see that how and like how we are producing our tea and organic tea, and it will be really enjoyable thing. Like you have to. Have you been to Nepal?
I have, I can't honestly say I've been to Nepal. I've driven through Nepal when I was in Darjeeling because we were trying to get from one tea garden to the next, and it was faster. So I can't say that I've been, but I'm gonna take Sharon, my spirit sister, and Jeni, and we're all gonna show up at your door, Urusha.
Yes, sure. Always welcome. I'll be really glad to host you. And I really want your emails too to visit
Yes.
Nepal.
You have mine.
Yes.
Same question for you, Miss Jeni. Your favorite journey?
Well, first of all, thank you, Urusha, for those wonderful, sweet, sweet words. I think that in much the similar vein, I would have to say of all the places, and I've been to some phenomenal places in the world, I really have, but I would say it's the journey of the leaf that is my favorite. And that's because it has brought me this extended family like Urusha and her father. And I do feel like they're my family. And I do feel like I have in every country throughout the world, because of this magic little leaf that we celebrate today, I have family across the entire globe. And that's the most magnificent journey I could ever take.
Well, I raise my cup to you two phenomenal women.
I'm sorry, it's already, so I didn't drink tea.
You're in your mind. In your mind.
Always in my mind.
Yes, it's been an absolute honor to chat with you, Urusha, and to meet you. I look forward to seeing you in person someday. And Miss Jeni, I thank you. I thank you not only for just, what you put out into the world, because you are just this glow of sunshine, but also what you do, the work that you're doing in bringing tea from Nepal to the world that know so little about it. And I've always thought it was beautiful, and I've always felt the passion with which you do that and bring that. But knowing the story now, I get it. And
Dhanyabad.
I raise my cup to both of you phenomenal women. Thank you. It's an honor to have you on my sofa. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's really a nice platform for me. It's my first time. So I'm so happy that I think in future I can join again, and happy International Tea Day to both of you.
Happy International Tea Day and namaste. Thank you.
Namaste.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Bye. Thank you. All right. Yay. Yay. You fabulous women are just getting better and better by the chat. Okay, so I'm going to go from Nepal in the US, and I'm going to hop over to India. And you have seen this phenomenal woman before, Muskhan Khana of the Tea Studio, but I couldn't possibly do a sofa summit on celebrating the women in tea without bringing on Muskhan, not only for who she is, but also for, well, the story of the Tea Studio and the things that it does for women. So hello, lovely lady. How are you?
Hi, Shabnam. I'm good. How are you?
I'm really good. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. So, Miss Muskhan, tell everybody, I know who you are. I know about the Tea Studio. Before I ask you to tell us about the Tea Studio, you've also, like a few other people that have been on my sofa, taken a bit of a detour to get into the world of tea. You started with media studies. You returned to India in advertising, and then you were lured over into the world of tea by your father. And Jem pointed out a moment ago that the role of parents as models and inspiration seems to be the running background and theme today. And sometimes I don't even know where a theme suddenly comes from, but that seems to be our theme today, our parents, as much as it is women. So let me start by asking you, what was it that your dad did that tempted you out of advertising and into tea?
Well, to be honest, it was when you start out working in advertising, it pays you really less.
Yeah.
So as a result, almost on a monthly basis, and I used to live in Bombay, and it's a very expensive city. So as a result, I used to keep asking him to like lend me money on a monthly basis. I think after about a year, he was like, this is bullshit. I need someone to help me with my business. And I've got an older brother who's just not interested in tea. So he's like, why don't you come on here and try working with me? So initially, when I moved back to Kunur, which is where the studio is based, Dad used to do, he does his main business is wholesale teas. So he markets all those. So I started helping him with the marketing of that. And then this whole idea of the studio came up with him and Kevin and stuff. And I just asked them, I said, is it okay if I manage it? And they're like, yeah, sure, go for it. So it was just it just happened.
It just happened. Okay, so tell everybody about the tea studio. I know about it, but there are people who don't. What is it? Where is it? What do you do there? Let's start there.
Okay, so basically the studio is based in Nilgiris in South India. We're a specialty tea factory. We manufacture green teas, white teas, blacks, and oolongs. And it's sort of a concept of trying to replicate the Chinese style of manufacture using a Samika leaf. So all the machinery we have is imported from China. Only the leaf is from here, and it's a totally women-run unit. It's one of a kind.
So, I mean, there are a number of things that you're doing at the tea studio that are really breaking the mold, right? I would say, I think that's kind of a fair statement. Number one is, as you just said, we're using Chinese machinery and Chinese methods. So that's breaking the mold in India. It is managed and run by a woman. You are producing what you refer to as specialty tea, which is a whole other breaking of the mold, because I know that the tea world wants to either put you in an orthodox world or a CTC world, but you're not. You're specialty. And then on top of that, you are running the tea studio with only women. So I don't even know where to start on those in terms of which one. So let me start with a specialty and sort of work our way backwards. Explain to people, what does that mean when you say that it's not orthodox, it's not CTC, it's specialty? What does that mean for you?
See, basically, if you're talking about orthodox or CTC, you're basically talking about grades. So from that one particular leaf or that huge leaf that they do use to manufacture all this, you'll get about 5 or 6 different grades. Whereas with our tea, it's all whole leaf. So when you actually brew the tea, you'll see that the leaf comes out intact. There's no actual damage which is being done to the tea. So that makes it very, very unique. And plus the leaf we use is much superior. So an orthodox factory or a CTC factory will use anywhere between 4 to 5 leaves and a bud, whereas we only use either the first leaf and a bud or the 2 leaf and a bud. So it's very, very exceptional leaf.
So you won't let yourself be pigeonholed into these 2 existing categories. And that to me that's a big breaking of the mold in an industry that, I don't need to tell you, is very, very much set in its ways. This is the way we've always done things. What do you mean you can't call it orthodox or CTC, right? And yet you've been remarkably successful with the tea studio. You produce how much tea every year?
So every year we try and do about 5 tons a year. But the thing is, we manufacture against order. So sometimes it goes to 6 or 7 tons. Sometimes it depends. But because we only manufacture against order, so the teas are always fresh.
Yeah. And you obviously, everything is sold, number one. You sell at very good prices. And I also know that you pay more for your green leaf than anybody else does.
Yes, we pay somewhere close to about 10 times the amount of what regular factories would pay. But it's also because we need that very superior quality of leaf. So we're willing to pay that to ensure that we get that quality, because only if we get that quality will we be able to manufacture these teas. So the starting point is...
It's taken you time to build that up, hasn't it?
Oh, definitely. I think it took us about 7 to 8 months to actually initially get that leaf. I mean, to actually go and train the farmers and show them this is the kind of pluck we need, and for them to actually understand, because for them it's a total foreign concept. They're so used to that way of plucking that they were just like, this is never going to work. Like, this is not going to happen. We can't do this, or we won't be making enough money. And like today, we've got people who are coming to us and giving us leave, and there's a point where we have to be like, okay, we can't take anymore. So the tables have really, really turned.
So, you know, and I think I've talked to you about this before, and probably Kevin as well. It's sort of, you know, really begs the question of why this model hasn't been replicated. Right? I mean, you're successful, and you know, you've proven the success, and you know, I can totally understand from a green leaf farmer, you're asking them to actually produce less, but of better quality, because you're going to get more money off of it, and that takes a mindset shift, right? It's not volume, it's about quality, and yet you've proven it, and this model hasn't been, you know, people tend to replicate things that work. So why do you think that is?
Honestly, I think it's just the mindset. Like, what is if, with India, I can say the mindset, it's just so rigid. Like, everyone just knows this is what we've been doing for the last 50, 60 years, and this is what we're going to continue to do. Nobody really wants to experiment or get into something which was like, it's also, honestly, manufacturing these teas is not really rocket science. It's more the marketing of these teas, because to find clients, and it's like tea studios 100% export. To find that kind of clientele and that market and stuff, that is the tough one. So I think that is where people sort of get a bit nervous or don't really want to divulge into stuff like this. But having said that, we have had about, I think it was 16 tea planters from Darjeeling who had come down about 4 years ago. And they actually came to learn from us and see how we operate and the kind of leaf we get, the machinery we're using, because they wanted to start something similar. So I do feel there is a small change happening. It's slow, but it's happening.
You have the support as well, and as you heard me probably just mentioning that earlier, that, you know, the success is also about, you know, having support. You have the support of Camellia sinensis in Canada, that and Kevin Gascoigne and his partners. It's not just Kevin, but that, you know, have such a respected reputation within the industry and a market to sell the products into, right? So proving the model themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, which takes me, you know, as I'm going backwards in the mold breaking, because you just keep breaking them, is this concept of only working with women. Why? So how did that happen?
It sort of happened very organically, because when I took over the studio, when I started running the studio, I can't speak the local language here. So I wanted, and we needed a tea maker at that point. So I needed somebody who could basically speak in English as well as speak the local language to be able to communicate with the workers. And there was actually my tea maker, Vedagi. She is actually, her husband was helping with the construction of the studio. And he happened to suggest that, oh, my wife's an English teacher and stuff, and she would love to come and do this. So I was like, okay, fine, sure. I'll interview her, even though I had no clue what exactly to ask her, because I was totally new as well. Yeah. And we just got on really well. And we learned everything on the job. So we had these 3 Chinese guys come in with the machineries, the engineers. They installed the machines, and they showed us basically how to use the machines. And both of us, like, for I think about 2 months, we were just experimenting, doing different stuff. And then we realized, okay, the teas we manufacture are just too delicate to be sorted through a machine. So they're all hand sorted. So we figured, okay, now, so if you need each and every leaf to be actually individually sorted, you need some very delicate hands, and which is why we decided to employ women. And from then on, it just sort of snowballed. Like, then we decided we need an accountant. Okay, she has to be a woman as well. So it just it happened very organically. But I'm so happy it did.
How is it different? How do you find how is it different working with women than men?
It's a lot easier.
It's a lot easier. Really?
And also, I think it's a lot. The environment is very different because the environment is so relaxed. I mean, it's all women, and when they're hand sorting the teas, or they're drinking a cup of tea, they're having nice conversations, a little gossiping. It's a very nice environment.
And you are, we've talked a few times today about, younger generation and trying to, tea pluckers and just, tea growing, farming, the industry itself is rapidly, not just in tea, farming in general is sort of aging itself out. And yet I've had Tram from Vietnam, who is a young woman, and I've had Urusha from Nepal, who is a young woman, and I have you, Muskhan, who is a young woman, you are all young women, and you are setting a path not only for a younger generation, but for females in the industry. And do you see that growing, or do you think you're anomalies?
Honestly, when I started out, I thought it was an anomaly. But as I'm getting more and more into the industry, I realize it's actually a growing trend, because I've seen a lot of younger girls who got out of college, finished their whatever undergrads and stuff, and they all are coming back into that tea business. Like I've got friends whose kids have just sort of graduated and they want to come back into the family business, which is tea, be it a factory, be it a tea bagging unit, or to come back and look after the plantations. So I'm seeing a lot of that, which is actually very nice, because I think our generation, or the generation even younger than me, is also realizing there's a lot of potential in this business. It's just not do it the way our grandfathers did it, or do it the way our fathers did it. We can make a change, and I'm seeing that happening.
Men, boys and girls, male and female?
Yeah, male and female, definitely.
Male and female. Yeah. So the future of the industry is in the hand of the young?
I should hope so.
Well, I suppose the future of anything should be in the hands of the young, right? So you're optimistic about the future of tea?
Definitely, especially the kind of teas that we manufacture. Yes, I'm very optimistic. With the CTCs and the orthodox, unfortunately, the market seems to be pretty bad for India at the moment. But the thing is also, like, I just feel like if one CTC factory just gets up one day and says, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore, let's start something different, then yes, I'm very optimistic about the future of tea.
That's a big statement. It's a good one, though. How have you seen, I mean, the tea studio has been going on for how long now?
It's been 7 years.
7 years. And how have you seen it evolve and change? Besides, obviously, the obvious that you've proven a model, right? You all believed in your model. Your father, Kevin, all of the partners believe it in the model. How have you seen it change?
So I think initially when we started out, there was this sort of Kevin and Dad came up with this plan that because the machines are very delicate and the rolling tables are so small, and the manufacture is only being done by the tea maker and myself, that you guys will not take more than 100 kgs of leaf a day in order to produce about 20-25 kgs of made tea a day. So we did that, I think, for about 2 years, and then we saw orders sort of growing, and we realized because it's an all woman run unit, you cannot run 2 shifts. So you have to start at 9 and you have to finish by 5, because these girls have to go home, they've got their kids and all of that. So we decided to start taking on more leaf. And from 100 kgs, today we take anything between 250 to 500 kgs of leaf a day. And we're managing to manufacture it because I think we've learned the processes, we've sort of tweaked our way. And we started out with, let's say, when the Chinese engineers came, when they showed us how to use the machines, they said you will be able to make maximum 5 teas. And today the tea studio sells 17 different teas. So, we've been, and thanks to Kevin and thanks to my dad, we've been given the sort of liberty to just experiment, do whatever you want, try making this, try making that. So it's been, and then it's still growing. I'm hoping in the next 2 years, I can come back and say we have 20 teas today.
Of that, I am absolutely certain. And I think that if somebody would say to you, you can't, that will be even more reason for you to do it.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You figured me out pretty quickly.
We all have something in common, my friend. I think that again, as Jem pointed out earlier, there's this theme of parents and support and all the rest of that. But Kevin and Camellia Sinensis, and there are other partners. I don't want to, there are definitely other partners that are involved in this, but there's a level of support that has been provided that allows you as a woman running the factory and everything that you're doing within the factory to thrive and grow, and being provided that platform and support is so important. And the fact that whether it be by accident of meeting somebody who speaks English or not, it's a happy accident that's grown into something quite beautiful. And I think what was meant to be from the very beginning. It may have been an accident, but it unfolded the way it was meant to be.
Definitely. I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah. Okay, lovely lady. You have been on the sofa before, so you know that you don't leave the sofa without answering a question from Marcel Proust.
Yes.
I don't know if I gave you this question before. If I have, pretend I didn't. But my question, or Marcel's question, Monsieur Proust's question is, if you weren't living in India, if you weren't living where you're living now, where would you like to live?
I would think probably UK. Because I actually did my undergrad in Birmingham and I really enjoyed my time there. And I think those were one of the funnest times I've ever had. So definitely, probably, if I could afford it, yes, UK.
The beauty of youth and just being carefree, and that's for you, UK. That's lovely. So, lovely Muskhan, I raise my cup to you. I say Happy International Tea Day to you. To you, phenomenal woman, not only in being a phenomenal woman in tea, but also for really providing such a beautiful place for the women that work with you to produce some of the most beautiful teas that are on the market at the moment. So you should be very, very proud of yourself as running of the tea studio, not only because you're a woman, but because you're running a phenomenal operation. So cheers to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so where are we going from India? We are traveling to another fabulous, traveling to another country, one that Muskhan actually would like to probably travel with me to. We are traveling to the UK. And you have seen my next guest before, and I'm going to introduce her in just a second. But when I was putting together this list, and I should say that, I've got these wonderful 26 women that are coming on today, and it was not easy. So women that are listening to this, that are in my world, that, you're not on this list, it's not because I love you any less, and it's not because you are no less phenomenal, but only because even I have a limit in how long I can sit and do this for. And 11 and a half hours was kind of it this year. So 26 women it was. And I just want to say, I see you all and I love you all. So I met this phenomenal woman actually online during COVID at one point. And there's another woman that's going to be on later, two other women that I met through COVID. And I remember the first time I heard this woman, I thought I could listen to her speak for hours. Not only because she's a highly intelligent and highly educated woman, but because it's like a melody listening to the wonderful, don't roll your eyes, Zahra. I saw that.
Oh. You've raised the bar so high. I don't know if
No, I'm not. I don't say anything that's not true. I haven't raised the bar. You've all raised your own bars. So
thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to be on the sofa with you again. Thank you for inviting me.
So wonderful to have you here, Zahra. Zahra, you were on when I dedicated SOFA Summit to Sustainability. And it's, we're going to get into that and what Ahmad does, specifically on that, because we tend to think of sustainability mostly when it comes in within the context of the environment, right, and regenerative agriculture and sort of the farming aspect of it, and that's a really important part. But there's a social aspect of sustainability as well, which Ahmad is very strong in. But before we get to all of that, I'm going to tell everybody a little bit about you, lady. Zahra, like a few other of the women that I've spoken to today, sort of didn't start in tea. Her family has been in tea for multi-generations, but Zahra started as a criminal defense lawyer. Seems like a natural transition. It was the founders of Ahmad Tea, who were your grandfather and your godfather, philanthropists, and they were very much inspired, your words, by a sense of spirituality, which has been sort of I would say, the umbrella under which the company operates, right?
Yeah, right.
And you went into law because, and I'm quoting you were thinking about the voiceless, the people who didn't even know they have any rights, and that's who you wanted to speak for, and found that criminal law was not going to be the place to do that, and found that the place you left is actually where you were going to be able to do that. Did I get that right, or have I misquoted and misrepresented?
No, that's perfect. Actually, I couldn't have put it better myself. That was
your elevator pitch.
Yeah, that was my journey to tea.
That was your journey to tea. So tell us about there's this inspired, this Ahmad Tea is sort of based on, and I'm quoting the company, these aren't my words, this inspiring kindness. And, I know that you say I'm raising the bar, but whatever it is, there is a sense of kindness that comes through your company and what I know about your company, but also from you as a person. And I'm going to assume that it's how you were raised, it's what you're surrounded with.
Yes, I've got great role models, and I am really fortunate to work with my family. My grandfather was a pioneer of kindness. He really used business as a force to do positive things and to help people. I think that really imprinted on all of us, and that culture is still very, very strongly part of the company. Some people even say it's the DNA of the company. So we do give a proportion of our profits back. And I don't know if you heard, but actually we just won the King's Award for Sustainable Development, which is huge, because I think for a while we were marking our own homework, but now we can legitimately say that the King marked our homework, and he thought it was pretty excellent.
He most certainly did think it was pretty excellent, and I did see that, and congratulations to all of you. And I think it's a very fair statement to say that this inspiring kindness and giving back is very much the DNA of the company itself. I mean, I've said this before, starting with a quality product is always key. That's where you start, but having something, and I said this to Urusha a moment ago, understanding that you're a part of something bigger than yourself.
Absolutely.
Right? So
and
tell me about that.
So I think we both share this ethos of improving lives through tea.
Yeah.
It's a huge industry. There's sort of 3.5 million, and a lot of people are even unidentified as well. It can go up into 4 million. So it's a huge industry. And there are just so many lives connected to it. So, yes, of course, it's a plant, but just from the cultivation of that plant all the way through into the cup, that touches so many people. And I think as a business, we've always taken that perspective of ensuring that journey from crop to cup is one that isn't having a negative effect on anyone, and also including the environment around us.
I think that's an important, I think conceptually it's a simple thing to say, but it's not always a simple thing to execute, right? That, you know, to get from point A to point B, from bush to cup in our industry, whatever that is, that I shall do no harm along the way. I mean, everybody wants that, everybody strives for that, but it's not necessarily an easy thing to achieve. And I will boast for your company for a moment. So in terms of giving back, Ahmad works, and I'm just going to list a few here, in Nigeria, primary school supplies. You work in Latvia, pediatric hospital, in Egypt, desert cleanup, in Turkey and Syria. You were involved with earthquake relief. In Azerbaijan, you support local schools. In Sri Lanka, you not only support, but you built cancer hospital. And I don't mean a little hospital, I mean a hospital. And even in the United States, you worked on Adopt a Classroom program. And those are just a few of the things that you work on. Tell me about the social responsibility portion of what, because the things that I've just listed are actually, and I chose them intentionally, they are the social part of it. It's not just about the environment and climate, which I know you do a lot of work in as well, but earthquake relief in countries that, you don't, I mean, you sell tea into, or, supporting schools or building hospitals. These are social programs. Tell me about these programs and why, besides the obvious.
So a lot of it goes back to our structure. We work exclusively with one distributor. So they're really a stakeholder in the brand. They're our equal partners, and they're our eyes and ears on the ground. So as soon as they alert us of something, so for example, taking that earthquake example, the Turkey-Syrian border, there was an earthquake, and we wanted to do something, our distributor wanted to do something, and we were just able, through their network, to get food supplies and shelter and things that we could get out to them very quickly, actually, because we have a very close relationship with the distributor network. And actually on that, we were able to get those blankets to a lot of the people before the UN even got there, because our operation is so localized, and there's just so much trust as well that we build as a brand together. I think we just share that same vision in the fact that we have to act, and we have to act as directly as we can. So actually we have this match funding kind of platform where our distributor will approach us on a charity or a project that means a lot to them, and we will match fund what they donate, so that it's a collaborative and a creative process.
I think that one of the interesting things that I've always found about Ahmad is that, there's this work that you do because it's the right thing to do, and as we've already said, it's sort of the ethos, it's the DNA of the company, versus plastering it on your packaging. You've never done that, ever, 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 that I've seen at least, right? The work that you do is, you do it because it's the right thing to do, and it's what you believe in. And, I would imagine that there's, you've had marketing people within your company say, we need to talk about this more, we need to put this out there, and you've never done that. Why is that?
Well, I believe we're starting to do it more because we identify that consumers want to know. Actually, they will you kind of get more invested in the brand if they know the authenticity of the way that we do things. So we are starting to communicate that. But I think it's probably just a tug of war internally, because we feel like we should be doing more, and therefore we shouldn't necessarily shout about what we're doing, because is it enough? And then we get into a debate about whether, you know, saying something which, you know, could have been better, and there's a lot of sort of self-criticism. I think that comes with a family business. So yeah, we've been very cautious about it. But this next generation coming through, it's so important to them, brands with purpose, and you know, they are actually pushing us to start communicating it authentically as well.
Okay.
So hopefully you'll see more on it, at least on our socials and on our website. You'll definitely be able to read more.
I think you should, and I think it was one of the things that it was one of our first conversations where I said you should be shouting this from the rooftop. So it's a little bit more. You're whispering it from somewhere, not quite shouting it, and you're certainly not on the rooftop. But maybe you'll get there. Is this third generation family that's running the company now?
Yes. Well, my grandfather, he sort of had the idea. He didn't necessarily start the business. It was his sons that started it. So I suppose it's more like the second generation coming through, but it's a hybrid, because the first generation are still here, and there are North Star supporting us in this.
They must be incredibly proud of what you're all doing, and continuing the legacy, because I don't know what the statistics are. I used to know them, but the percentage of failure in family-run businesses by, you know, second generation and by third is, I mean, it's pretty much gone, is you know, it's very, very high. So to not only have taken, but to grow and thrive is remarkable as well. So you tell us about I know that you've done a lot of work, and you introduced me actually to Child in Need, CINI, in India. And I think they're an amazing organization. Tell us about them, what you do, and how did you get involved with them?
So part of my role, obviously as legal and that's a criminal law background, I actually do use it in the T, and that's through our human rights impact assessments. So really looking at our supply chain and understanding where the risks are. We had a focus on Assam, obviously, because there are quite a few issues still quite prevalent in the gardens. And one of the major issues that was actually affecting women was malnutrition, and maternal mortality rates were exceptionally high. So this was a big shock to us as a company, because, you know, having those things happening in places that we buy tea is you know, it shouldn't be happening. So we just deep dived into the subject, and we found Children in Need India, who've been working in West Bengal for 40 years. They're really pioneering around maternal health, and also early childhood support, and breaking that poverty cycle as well, and finding ways to make that next generation have better choices, better options. And so it was a sort of a happy marriage, because they hadn't gone into the tea gardens before. You do need a business to be able to reach those communities, and so we brought them in there, and they were able to support us. And now we've got these aims, which we're well on the way of achieving, which are really low levels of malnutrition amongst children, zero maternal mortality, and also reducing the rate of early childhood marriage and trafficking. So yeah, I am sort of saying it lightly, but you know, these are huge subjects which us as a tea company wouldn't really know how to intervene. And so local experts like Children in Need India have just helped us to make that happen.
I think that's a really important point, which is that, you know, organizations quite often come in with good intentions from the outside, with, you know, the way that we do things in the countries from which they're coming. And as I said, it's all well-intentioned, but don't understand the culture, the local ways, etc., and aren't necessarily successful in doing what was set out to do. So this marriage that you've got, or this partnership rather, with Sini, I think is, as you just said, you know, them being able to be on the ground for you and do that, I think is it's a testament to the ability to work with others in order to achieve what it is that you want to achieve versus, you know, taking a green brush and sort of flying around with it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sustainability for us really at Ahmadi is, can we pull out of that project and the project sustains itself? Well, does it cross generations? Is it, you know, transcendental in that way? And that's, you know, you just mentioned the distributor kind of platform and the way that we work with them, but also in the tea gardens, that's the way we work. We use localized knowledge. They teach us what we don't know, and they action it, and it's very direct. That's why we haven't needed to open up a charity and to run it. We just feel that is diverting funds away from what we need to do.
It takes a lot of, and you know, I think that with companies that do things because it's in their DNA and it's just the way that they do things, you know, you all speak about things as, you know, it's a given and that's just the way it is, right? As it's understood that that's just, of course, that's the way we do things. But I think that, you know, sometimes, and I'm going to applaud you for, as a company, having the ability to put aside your own egos and your own hubris to say, we don't know, you tell us, A, what you need, B, how we can help, not do it for you, but help, and C, a really important thing that you just said that I hope everybody heard, which is the success of your program is, can you pull out of it and it sustain itself? That's powerful, and I don't think that's spoken about enough.
Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, really, this is how we've always done it. But we have looked at other ways, and for example, we're part of the Ethical Tea Partnership, which helps knowledge sharing and understanding and kind of having that industry oversight, which is really helpful. But we've just found that when, dare I say, we're talking about certification, for example, going down that route, we're just diverting funds away from, and if we use the tea workers as an example, you know, their living standards are really incrementally increasing. It's very slow in comparison to coffee, for example. And why is that? You know, there's just, that shouldn't really be the case, especially as 75% of those tea workers are women. And it is a hand-picked, very much a sort of labor-intensive process at the beginning, and it's not necessarily a labor-intensive process at the end. So really that value needs to sort of push its way down. And that's why when we choose our projects, we try to have as much impact on their lives without diverting it away or using layers between us and them, because I feel like there are already too many layers. So the less that we can have that diversion, the better.
Tell us about the Ruby Cup program in Kenya.
So we were made aware of the fact that women are still struggling for menstruation products, and this is prevalent in the tea industry and in the tea gardens. And it was a huge shock, really. And there's an organization called Afulu who works with Ruby Cup, and which came to visit us and actually told the board about it, and they were so shocked. And so it was a sort of no-brainer, right? We need to do something and we need to intervene, because this is 2024 and we can't have women not being able to deal with their periods out there in the heat all day. So we have focused our programs on how can we improve menstruation options, including these environmental options which come through the Ruby Cup.
Yeah.
And she's provided an amazing trainer which also talks about menstrual health and nutrition. So it's kind of like all encompassing. And one of the positive aspects of it is created a safe space for women to also come together and speak about other things which may arise, which is a really good example of doing things from the grassroots up, rather than sort of having that tick boxing exercise and telling people how it should be in the gardens.
Yeah, this this identification of and I mean talking about it because I mean women's menstruation is the most natural thing in the world. It happens every day, and nobody wants to talk about it. Don't know why, and that's not a any part of the world. I think that's sort of everywhere in the world, unfortunately, for whatever reason. But identifying that, as you said, that women, particularly on, sea farms, farming in general, didn't have access to, and still don't have access to, has, I think you're right, has been sort of a shock and a surprise for those of us in parts of the world where 2024, how can that possibly be, right? And the organization that you've mentioned, Ufulu, is they do amazing work. For those of you that are listening, I'm going to put together a list of organizations that work on women on these issues. And I stopped, I corrected myself for a reason, that work on these issues. If you want to be involved, if you want to donate to them, they are, very grateful for it. So we'll put together that list and put it out as well. But I don't know if you heard me say before, Zahra, one of the things that I think, Sharon and I are strongly campaigning for right now is to change the conversation from the language, not the conversation, the language, from women's issues to health and safety issues. Because, these, whether it's, menstruation, whether it's nutrition, gender violence, whatever it is, these are health and safety issues that are happening, and we need to treat them in the same way as we do physical injuries that are happening on the job. And if we do that, then it becomes everybody's issue as opposed to, oh, it's a women's issue. That's a separate topic. We'll get to that in a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just not separate in the tea gardens because the majority of the workers are women. They're the backbone of the industry.
Yeah.
And traditionally, obviously, they haven't had the voice.
Yeah.
So I totally agree. Taking the sort of women out of it makes it non-binary and actually makes it an inclusive issue that everybody needs to be involved in.
Yeah. And everybody has to be a part of fixing, right?
Yes. Absolutely, and I think it's an incredible thing that you're doing, bringing it to the conversation, and obviously yourself and Sharon, being women in tea, have really had this moment to shine a light on a lot of these issues that a lot of the women in the tea gardens are facing, but they haven't had a microphone, they haven't had anything to talk about it, and there's a cultural shame as well. So I really feel like this is the moment to sort of tip things in their favor. And so I just wanted to thank you for taking their cause as well, because it has been a male-dominated industry for a long time, and it's great that you're pushing the boundaries.
Well, I say this about tea in general, but I say this, I think, probably, and for anybody who knows me knows, sometimes we just need to be louder. And we need to stop being so polite about everything. That doesn't mean that we should be rude about it. The opposite of polite doesn't mean rude. But it's okay to be, assertive about these issues and to say, you know what, we need to start talking about them as opposed to, sort of trying to sweep it away because they're uncomfortable. Nobody likes to be uncomfortable. And I get it, but as women, we are uncomfortable all of the time, and and in so many ways, and it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to talk about it, and we should be.
Yeah.
Empowering women is and I've mentioned this earlier this morning. It's not only something that should be done because it's the right thing to do, but it's also it makes good business sense, right? If businesses can't do it because it's right, then at least do it because you recognize that it just makes proper business sense, right? So empowering women, it's a strategy to pull people out of poverty. Those are facts, not just within T, but in general. Educating women and having them more informed and in all aspects improve not only the choices that they make, but also in knowing, how to care for their own health and their own well-being, as well as for their families and their children. The lack of education for women in the world is still low, or high rather, the lack of education. Access to education is low rather. For every year that a boy spends in school, on average globally, a girl spends 0.8. So, we're getting better, but we're not there yet. And don't worry, everybody, this isn't I will talk about the good things, and we have made a lot of improvements as well. But these are the realities that women face. Women are most affected by climate change.
Absolutely.
4 out of 5 women that are displaced, 4 out of 5 people are actually women that are displaced by climate change. So all of these things, which, as you said earlier, if women are a big part of the industry, of making the industry run, then taking care of them only makes business sense, if nothing else, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. And I feel like this is a good segue to mention that we'll be working with a female scientist from Sri Lanka, and she's looking at climate resilient tea clones. So really kind of taking that leadership role. It's a combination of the University of Bristol, the University of Perendia in Sri Lanka, Kew Gardens, and she's really building on the research that those institutions have done and working with the Tea Research Centre in Sri Lanka. And she is a young, vibrant, passionate scientist that is looking at how we can create quality tea clones with this instability of water and changes of the climate. So it is really exciting, and hopefully we are able to sort of push her voice out as well for the good of the industry and share that science with everybody.
That's fantastic. You have just spearheaded that project?
So we've found the student, and she's starting in a few months. All the sort of parties are all signed up, and they're ready to go. They had their first meeting a couple of weeks ago in Sri Lanka, and our general manager, who is a woman, went out there to meet all the parties. She's our head of operations in Sri Lanka.
That is very exciting, and I look forward to hearing more about it, which means, we may get another email from you saying, Zahra, I'd like to invite you to, and bring her with.
Yeah, or we could get you to Sri Lanka and you can meet her in person.
I'm going in July.
Oh, so my father's going to be speaking at the tea convention, actually.
Oh, he is? Okay. I heard that he might be. I wasn't sure whether he was. So I will be there for the convention and speaking as well. So are you going to be there?
Unfortunately, no, I'm not going to be there, but my father is holding the torch. He's the MD, so he's much more wise about everything in the tea industry anyway. So I think it's a really exciting opportunity for him to share his knowledge with everyone.
Oh, fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. So before I move on to your Proust question, you are a mother.
Yes. That's also a reason why I'm not going in July, by the way, because it's just too complicated.
And that's fair, but that's my question, which was the perfect segue, which is that as women have, as do men, I know the men. I feel like I need to constantly say this today. I haven't forgotten about you, men. I know that you're there, and I know that you're caretakers, and I know that you're parents, and I know all of that. But facts are facts, and statistics are statistics. Women take on the biggest portion of caring for children, and having the job that you have as well as a family. Tell us about the balance.
Yes, I mean it is a tricky balance. I think we all go through it. I have a very supporting husband, so that helps. I've also got a supportive family network, and I think also, in a way, sort of lockdown really helped to kind of rebalance things as well. I think we as women don't shout about how hard it is, and lockdown really exposed how hard it was. So I think it's a good time to be a working woman. There are improvements that need to be made, and you know, a degree of flexibility, I think, as well, that needs to be appreciated. It doesn't mean that we are not going to get the job done, but that flexibility, I think, is important when it comes to women in work. And not to sort of bring it back to the tea workers again here, but I feel with the women in the tea gardens, they take on the lion's share of the work, really, and they are the breadwinners of the household. They do all the work at home as well. And I think sort of being at the better end of the scale, our responsibility of women in tea is to shine a light and celebrate them as women in tea as well, because we kind of understand the difficulties that they go through in ways that men maybe don't appreciate as much.
Well, it's a different challenge, right? And you can't know what you don't know, right? There are things that we live and experience as women in our everyday lives, in our work lives, whatever it is. It's a man can listen to and they can empathize with, and I hope that there are men today, taking this opportunity today to hear what we have to say, all the great, and there is great, but also the challenges. And having that support makes a big difference. And I think that, again, what you just said is important, which is, we are on one end of the scale and there are others on the spectrum, and there are others on another end, which have it much harder. Very, very different dynamics and different challenges. And as I've said to somebody earlier, that is a privilege, and with that privilege comes responsibility, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, Mr. Proust would like to ask you, if you could choose any talent in the whole wide world, what would it be?
First thing that came to my head is to speak every single language.
Oh, really?
I think it's because I'm so bad at languages, and also the idea that you can just speak to anyone, just arrive in any country and speak to anyone.
So my aunt always says, wouldn't it be lovely if everybody just spoke the same language? And I get where she's coming from. I get it. The ability, communication would open up to everybody. I get that. But for, when you travel, I think there's something beautiful about the fact that there are different languages. And I would agree with you. Having the ability to communicate to somebody in their own language is something special.
Yeah.
You need to get on to Duolingo. Are you on Duolingo yet?
It's so hard. So my father's Persian and my mother's Malay, and we just spoke English at home. So I feel like I could have been really good at languages, but for some reason the English just dominated.
That's okay. It's not too late to pick up one.
Yeah, I'll try. Okay. I'll test me on that. Maybe email me in a couple of months, and hopefully I've
fit it into the 3 extra minutes you have in your day that you don't know what to do with.
3? Oh.
Was I being optimistic with 3?
Yeah, I was going to say we were like 1.5, but I'll try with that
1.5 is 1.5.
Yeah.
Well, Zahra, it's been a delight as always to have you here. I look back on the COVID days, and they were difficult and they were horrible in so many ways. But I think that one of the things that it did is because we were all being connected online, it exposed us to people that we may not have normally, met in our everyday. And you're one of those people. So I am grateful for that. It's really been lovely to have you in my world, and an honor to really just share and hear about the amazing things that you do. That Ahmad does, yes, and I acknowledge Ahmad, but you are a big part of what is happening in a lot of these programs. So I raise my cup to you and I say Happy International Tea Day.
Thank you, Shabnam. Happy International Tea Day to you. And thank you from all of us for what you're doing in the industry as well.
Thank you, Zahra. All right. Enjoy your evening and good luck tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Okay, well, where are we at? We are at 11:30. I'd like to say I'm halfway through, but I'm not, and that's okay. We are powering through. We have, let me see, from around the world, we have Australia, Canada, France, India, Italy, Japan, Kenya, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Turkey, UK, United States, and Vietnam. I know we've got Argentina here because I see Pedro has said hello. Hi, Pedro. And then within the US, I've got loads of people saying hello from Virginia, Margie from Texas. Hello, hello. You're on a mobile device to accompany me as I travel today. Well, that's fun. Good. Well, pay attention to the roads, Margie. I don't want to be responsible for any accidents. So I'm going to just take a really, really quick pause. And with that, I'm actually going to share with you our thank yous to the industry. You know that we do a couple of videos every year, and this is our thank you to all of the women in tea.
Raising our cup to all the women in tea.
Let's raise a cup and celebrate all the great women in the tea industry. Cheers.
Raising my cup to all the women in tea.
Cheers! I'm raising my cup to all of the women in the tea industry.
Cheers to all the women in tea, without whom there wouldn't be much tea.
Thanks to you, I get to enjoy a hot cup of tea. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day.
Je lève ma tasse de thé à toutes les femmes de l'industrie.
Happy International Tea Day.
সবাইকে আন্তর্জাতিক চা দিবসের শুভেচ্ছা।
Here's to you, Shabnam, and all the amazing women in the tea industry. Happy International Tea Day.
Cheers. Happy International Tea Day.
From everybody at Mother Markets. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Happy International Tea Day.
Raising our cup to all of women in tea.
Hi, raising our tea, favorite tea brand, to all the women who work in the tea industry. Enjoy.
Celebrating all the amazing women in tea.
Happy International Tea Day.
Raise our Ceylon tea company, all of the women in the tea. Happy International Tea Day.
Raising our cup to all the women in tea.
We are working very hard towards the sustainability of the tea industry. Please support. Wish you all a very happy International Tea Day.
Raising our cup to all the women in tea.
From Kenya, cheers to women who farm tea, harvest tea, manufacture tea, and trade in tea. Cheers.
From bush to cup, we acknowledge the work of women in tea.
All the women in tea.
A happy International Tea Day to all of you.
Raising our cup to the woman in tea.
Happy International Tea Days from Hokusai Tea, Canada. Cheers to women's empowerment in tea industry.
Cheers to everyone in the tea industry.
From bush to cup, we acknowledge the work of women in tea.
Happy International Tea Day.
Here's to all the wonderful women in the tea industry around the world.
Raising our cup to all the women in tea.
I raise my cup to all the women in the tea industry. Happy International Tea Day.
To all the fabulous women working tirelessly in this industry, I say thank you and happy International Tea Day.
Okay, so from the UK, we are going to zip on over to the wonderful Malawi. And I say wonderful because I have been, well, I've had the great privilege of being to Malawi, and I have to say, I'm just going to add you in if I can say it to you. I have had the great privilege of being in Malawi several years ago. And I always say to everybody about Malawi, it's one of the happiest places I have ever been to.
It's called the warm heart of Africa.
It's honestly, it is not, that's not just a line. It really is. It's one of my lovely memories in my tree travels. So and I'm looking forward to coming back. So the plan is to actually in the new year be there. So
we'll be so happy to have you. But how are you? And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining me, Winifred. Please, you say your last name, because as I've said earlier, as somebody who's called Shabnam, I hate slaughtering names. So tell me how to properly pronounce
give it a go. Give it a go.
Mwafulirwa.
Yes, that is correct. Very well done. Yes.
Really? Okay.
Got it spot on.
Okay, well, it's a delight to have you with me. And it's a delight because, well, you're a fabulous woman, but also because you are a part of a very large organization, Camellia PLC, and specifically Eastern Produce. But you are coming to us from a completely different direction when it comes to women in tea in this industry. And because you're the finance director at Eastern Produce. Yes. And I was so delighted when Chris suggested or connected us for you to be on today, because women in finance is not usually, it doesn't usually roll off the tongue that way anywhere in the world, but to be director of finance for, hats off. So tell me about your journey.
Okay, so I've been in tea actually just under a year. So I'm still a very new person in tea. But
you know that once you're in, you never leave, right? Did anybody tell you that?
Not yet, but I'm enjoying it so far, so that's
good.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. So in terms of tea, I've been around with Eastern Produce for just under a year. Mm-hmm. But I've been agriculture all my life.
Okay.
Career has really been very much agriculture. Starting when I just got married, my husband used to work or still works for a sugar company.
Okay.
So now tea and sugar, which is nice. They go together.
Perfect combination. Yeah.
Yes. So I lived on a sugar estate for quite a while. And that's where I started to learn agriculture. That's where my passion for agriculture started. And then from there, I moved on to tobacco. And then I moved on to groundnuts and other seed crops before I found myself in tea. So I really love agriculture. I love doing what I do. I think that, especially for Malawi, it is the core of the economy.
Yes.
And being in the position that I'm in and growing in the career, I feel like I'm able to contribute to the development of the country because it's such a core industry for us. So tea is the second biggest exporter for Malawi. So it does bring in a lot of forex for us, and it does play, like I said, a very critical role. So it's really, for me, it's fascinating and it's fulfilling.
So tell me, having worked in different agricultural sectors, what is it that tea can learn from the other sectors? Because I think that, sometimes, sorry, far too early to be losing my voice. I think that, sometimes it's important for us to look outside to see what can we learn. So from your experience, what can we learn?
Well, I've only been here a short while. I think the learning can happen both ways.
Yes.
I think from a woman point of view, in my personal journey, I find that tea is better environment to work in.
Okay.
From a women inclusion and gender diversity, gender equality point of view, I did find that my previous previous roles were a little bit harsh in the boardrooms, and there were a lot of stereotypes I think were stronger there. It doesn't help that I'm a little bit small, so they expect that your finance director, whoever it is, will come in, will be a big guy, you know? And then they see little me and they're like, oh, okay, what just happened? Are we waiting for somebody to join the meeting? Sort of thing. But I do find that in tea, it is, and maybe it's the company that I work for, particularly because women are at the heart of EPM. We do a lot of things around women inclusiveness, inclusion, and empowerment. So maybe that's what it is. But I find that that is great about the tea industry. In terms of what we can learn from other industries, I think there's a lot that's happening. Just in terms of adaptability and keeping up with what's going on in the world. So I find that we're still very traditional in the way that we do things. Not that it's bad, but there's a lot. The world is moving very from the other industries. And I think that's what we are here for. When you sort of change jobs and you have the ability to make an impact, you can bring in those ideas, and there's people who are willing to listen to you and to implement. So I find that very, very helpful.
So you mentioned something just now about the inclusivity of Eastern produce, and Eastern produce was actually acknowledged at the 2017 North American Tea Conference during our sustainability awards for the diversity, inclusion, and women's welfare program that was put together. And the objective of the program was to fully integrate women into each level of the business operation. So I've always found, from my experience with Eastern Produce, is that it's a company that is willing and open and prepared to stop and listen, adapt, learn, and change. Right? Sort of a little bit like I was just talking about with Zahra. I think that the ability to put your own ego aside and say, I'm here to listen, is a big one. And my, as somebody looking in from the outside, Eastern Produce has always been a company that has done that, which is testament to the fact that women are integrated in different parts of, right? So tell me about that within Eastern Produce. And I understand you've been there for a year, but you've just said that it's easier, or than other industries that you worked in because of that inclusivity. What does that look like within the company? Okay, so I think we're doing various things, like you've said, that it's at different levels. You address different levels, and I think what's important to state is that we are a developing country, so the challenge is much bigger than in a developed country. So we start at the grassroots and say, okay, for the women who are in the tea plantations, what can we do for them? So basic things like wash. Can we drill a borehole for them? Can they have easy access to water so that they don't have to walk kilometers to fetch water, and therefore not allow them to come to work? So how do we make life easier for them? How do we make sure that they've got washrooms where they can access that very easily, just to make the work environment more conducive for them? I think that's important at that level. But then when we get into higher levels as well, we've got, for example, we've got a women leadership program. So we do have also a dedicated welfare and gender manager in our company, who basically is 100% rolling out these projects for us. So we've got a women leadership training program, where essentially what we do is we assess the needs and the capabilities, the competencies of the various women in our organization, and where we can develop them. So essentially we send them on scholarship to various universities. So we've got women who are doing
infrastructure engineering or mechanical engineering, what would have been labeled before as male-dominated industries. But we've got women doing those sort of courses and doing very well at that as well, which is very, very impressive. Then working with the community as well, because we're not isolated. So the community for us is very important. And we're working with the community to identify ladies who cannot afford school fees. So, for example, they've been taken into a university, but they cannot afford school fees. So we've got a whole program that identifies scholarships to be given to them as well, so that we're promoting the community. We are empowering the whole community, not just Eastern Produce as a company, but the ecosystem where we operate as well. So it's all the way from the bottom up, training and empowering the women, so that we have that gender inclusivity, we have the gender diversity, because I think that's so important. I was listening to you earlier on when you're talking about how women have a different skill set, the soft skills, you know, and you need that balance in an organization. It's actually a strategic advantage to have that, you know, in an organization. So I see that in our organization, and I think it's really something that we need to keep pushing. We're still not where we need to be as a country or as an organization, but I think these initiatives are so important that we have that support and commitment from above, and we're able to implement. So I think that is very, very important. And the other thing that we do is also just general civic education through theater. So we've got a consultant who comes in. They do plays for the community so that they understand gender. What is gender equality? It's not just about the women. It's about the women and the men moving forward together. Because naturally people will think, no, it's just promoting women, it's favoring women, but that's not what it is. So this is what we do with the community, just to make them aware of what we're trying to do, and so that we move together forward, male and female.
So, you know, you probably heard me say a moment ago that, you know, education is, you know, educating women, educating girls pulls families, not just the girls, it pulls families out of poverty. And these are statistical facts. You know, everybody can go look up the information and read the hundreds of reports by the United Nations, by the World Economic Forum, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you know, there's countless amounts of proof on this, that, you know, providing an education to women pulls not only, as I said, the woman, but entire families out of poverty, and it uplifts everybody. So, you know, if you're not going to do it because it makes, you know, because it's the right thing to do, then at least do it because it's good business sense. I mean, it just doesn't, it just completely makes sense that way, doesn't it? You know, one of the things that, and I don't know if you're familiar with this, maybe you are in your world of finance, was I was exposed, or I read a book many years ago, Banker to the Poor, Muhammad Yunus, who started the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh. So he was really the beginnings of microfinancing and micro-lending. And there have been a lot of studies that have been done on micro-lending and microfinancing. And here's a little tidbit of information for everybody, that there is a higher percentage statistically of women in that repay their loans on microfinancing than there are men. Women they are lower risk in microfinancing to lend to. They have there are fewer write-offs by the institutions for them. And at the moment, they make up 70% of microcredits worldwide. And one of the big reasons for that, they believe anyways, is that women take microloans, and we're talking about, you know, $200, $100, $300, up to $3,000. They take that for the betterment of their families.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, these needs that we have in different parts of the world, you know, is needs to be recognized and acknowledged and addressed in a real way. Are you optimistic about sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to comment on that and say that I do agree. And I think that the general feeling is that women do tend to reinvest back into their families more. Maybe it's just our nature as women that we're nurturers, so we do to invest back in the family. So yes, I do agree with that. That women are also tend to be more less risky when it comes to both. Yeah.
And what's interesting about this whole microfinance, I don't know, I don't want to call it an experiment because it sounds so fickle when I say experiment, is that there is still a $1.7 trillion finance gap for women to get loans from traditional institutions globally. So even though it's been proven that women are lower risks in the portfolio when it comes to microfinancing, traditional banks still find women high risk for whatever reason. Like there's this disconnect that's happened there.
There's a disconnect. I think one of the reasons is land rights, because your financing will normally be linked to an asset.
You're right.
And yes, so we on this side of the world, the women do not have access to the land as much as they will be very much involved in the productivity of the land, but the asset is not in their name. So they cannot go to a bank to get a loan because that requires collateral. So there is that disconnect, you're right, in that that's something that needs to change, and women need to start owning property against which they can take loans.
No, and I think that's a really good point. So, on the one hand is giving land rights, number one, but I think also on the other hand, traditional institutions learning that, traditional is good to an extent. Sometimes, you need to start to look outside. You need to start looking outside of what's traditional. If you're going to fix models, right? Doing things the way we've always done them isn't always going to work, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So tell me, are you optimistic about the future of women in tea or in Malawi or in the world of, I don't know, empowerment? Yes.
I am very optimistic. I must say I came into the tea industry at a time that's perhaps not the best because of the economy and all things that are happening at the moment, but that is the same everywhere in every industry. But I do feel like there's a lot that's happening. I feel like women are being recognized for the value that they bring to the table. And it's so important for us as women to push, to open doors for those that are coming behind us. So I saw you had a lot of mother-daughter on here, but I think it's not necessarily just in the same industry. I also have a mother who inspires me and inspired me, and I think it's up to us as women to show that we have value, to demonstrate that we have value. So I see the doors opening more and more. I see that barriers are being broken, and it's very positive to see women being promoted within the industry and also just in general.
I can tell you, so I've been in tea for 20 years now, and I can tell you that there are a lot more women in conferences, around tables, at conventions, at whatever event it is. There are a lot more women there today than there were 20 years ago. So I applaud the industry for that, because that takes foresight and platform.
Yes, and it's going to take time. It's not an instant fix. It will take time, but I think it looks very different. Today looks very different from 10 years ago, like you're saying.
And so it'll be different again.
We're moving in the right direction.
We are moving in the right direction, and I look forward to being even more different in another 10 years from now.
Yes.
So lovely, Winnie. Everybody must answer a question from Marcel Proust before they're allowed to leave my sofa.
Okay.
Marcel Proust would like to know from you, what do you value most in your friends?
Their support, definitely. I think their support. I think I've got very few friends, but they're quality friends. They're friends that I can always count on.
Yeah.
So they always show up for me no matter what. Like my best friend, she should literally drop everything for me. And I think that's something very special in a friend, definitely.
I couldn't agree with you more. So it has been an absolute honor and a pleasure to get to know you for the little bit that I've had with you. I raise my cup to you, Winnie. I really look forward to meeting you in person when I make it back to Malawi, which I hope will be sooner than later. Thank you for the work that you do and in being an inspiration to uplifting women, not just in tea, but in general. Cheers.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely and it's been a privilege. And I do look forward to seeing you in Malawi soon.
Soon, I promise. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to carry on because from Malawi, we are jetting on over back to the UK again. And I am really, really happy to have two fabulous women on my sofa in just a moment, both of them from Finlays. I'll let them tell you about Finlays and what Finlays all does. I will tell you that I'm being taken care of today by a lovely man who is kindly keeping me, because I know people usually ask, who are you drinking, are you eating? I have not eaten yet, but I am drinking, I'm well hydrated. And because he heard my voice going, I was just given some lemon hot water. So thank you for taking care of me. And as I said before, we all do what we do because we're being supported. So I welcome Helen Hume and is it Sian?
It's Sharon. Hi.
Sean. And I knew this before because it's I love the names that aren't what they appear to be, and most people tend to think that I have one of those names because they assume that there are all kinds of silent everythings in there, and it's not. So it's lovely to meet you, Sean, and it's lovely to see you again, Helen. Thank you for joining me.
Good to see you
How
too.
are you both?
Very well, thank you.
It's so nice to have you both here. And thank you for joining me. And I'm going to start by letting each of you, one of you, tell us about Finlays. But first, I'm going to tell everybody who you are. So Helen is the head of Leaf Tea at Finlays, and Sean is Director of Strategy and Insight. That's your role, those are your official titles, but I also know that you both work and are very passionate about gender empowerment and the projects that you do at Finlays. So let me start with, tell us about Finlays. I know who Finlays is, but not everybody does.
So shall I do that one? Go for it. So Finlays is a pretty old business. It began in 1750. So we have a bit of history behind us. And we began in tea, but today we are in tea, coffee, and extracts. And we have businesses around the world where we grow tea, buy and trade tea and coffee, pack it, produce extracts, and sell that to customers around the world. So we're a B2B business, not a branded business. And I think we can kind of number customers in pretty much most countries and most continents around the world overall. So I think that probably sums us up.
Great. And I think it was important for you to just tell everybody that, because there are a number of companies that are B2B within this industry that people that aren't within that world don't know about, and yet those companies are quite significant within the industry. So, and Finlays is definitely one of them. So, Helen, you, and I'm quoting you, you have said that the issue of gender empowerment is messy. And I couldn't agree with you more on that. Tell us what you mean.
So I suppose it's kind of taking up on what Winnie was saying before in terms of it being messy, where women and men can be perceived to be going into conflict because it's changing status quo and it's changing the situation. And I completely agree with Winnie about the end of what you were saying about the idea of together you raise up and improve the lives of all by empowering women overall. But I think that's quite a difficult concept if you're in the position of the person who might have to change or give up some of your traditional behaviour or behaviour that you haven't really examined or thought about before. So I think that's why it's messy.
And Sian, you're part of the Women in Business Network. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we're a kind of group of enthusiastic volunteers who started out in early 2020.
Yeah.
And just looked at
COVID.
Pardon?
COVID, another
COVID,
yeah.
Which actually was not a bad thing in how we set up, because obviously we're across a couple of different sites, we have women everywhere, and it really allowed us actually to build an online community before we had to worry about, logistics of being in person. So it actually wasn't a bad thing for us from getting, our network off the ground. But we've gone from being that kind of slightly scrappy group of volunteers, kind of really wanting to do something, to kind of understand and kind of measure the experience of women in the workplace, specifically at Finlays, to kind of really implementing kind of very practical solutions and strategies, and kind of looking for ways to kind of actively improve that experience.
So it's funny how, COVID, terrible. Nobody wants to praise COVID. So just full disclaimer, nobody needs to send me messages telling me how awful COVID was. I know, I lived it. But there were actually some really incredible things that came out of it, and that's this ability to actually connect. I mean, as I said before, SOFA Summit came out of COVID. It was this would have never existed had COVID not have happened, because we would have, just tried to celebrate International Tea Day as, one conventionally does. It forced us out of necessity to create something and connect on a different level. So Sian, I read about that. You talk about a TED Talk that really sort of illustrated for you this concept of unconscious bias that I really want to talk about. And when I saw what I haven't listened to the TED Talk, but I'm old enough that it was, there were a book of riddles that I grew up with, and one of the riddles in that book is this unconscious bias that you heard on this TED Talk. So for those of you listening, let me tell you about it. So the riddle is this: there's a father and a son that get into a car accident, and they're rushed to the hospital. The father unfortunately dies, and the boy is quickly rushed into the operating room. The surgeon walks into the room, looks at the patient, and says, "Oh my goodness, I cannot operate on this patient because he's my son. How can this be?" And I can tell you that I'm 51, and 40 years ago, when the first time I heard this, everybody sat scratching their heads going, how can it be? How's that possible? The father died, right? And that's unconscious bias. So talk to me about that, because I think this is such an important point when we're talking about this whole, women's empowerment issue.
Yeah, for me, it really helped illustrate how kind of deep-seated the issue is, and also it kind of removes a little bit of the kind of demonization of people within the issue. So, it is unconscious, and it's not about saying kind of unpick it, bad, punishing anyone for that. It's about acknowledging that you do that in a kind of quite a safe way, kind of thinking through this story, and then actually looking to kind of unpick the behavior afterwards. So it's not about kind of, dealing about it in a very kind of head-on aggressive way. It's really about kind of understanding, okay, actually, everyone has these, there's no one without unconscious bias, but how do we examine our own unconscious bias, and how do we kind of start to unpick some of that behavior and acknowledge it for ourselves?
And I think just to build on that, I think piece, which is key. So it's kind of being comfortable in teams to, if you haven't recognised it, be open to having it flagged, and then thinking about, what does that mean? How do I consider changing my behaviour as well?
And this having that conversation in a way that it's safe, it protects, it doesn't, as you say, demonize it, right? So that, as you said, Helen, it allows people to to actually have the conversation is really important, because nobody wants to be accused of having a bias or behaving in a certain way towards. It doesn't matter whether it's gender, race, age, whatever our biases are. Nobody wants to be accused of that. And understanding and acknowledging that, as you say, we all do it. We all have it. And it's ingrained in us. It's how we're raised. It's about what we're surrounded by, and words. And this is a conversation that is so difficult to have sometimes, to make people understand that words matter. So, right? So, we were I remember this was a conversation I had several months ago with Inti, and we were talking about, these, why do we need to call firemen firefighters now, and blah, blah. And I said, because words matter. Because if you ask somebody, you give somebody a piece of paper and a pen, and you ask them to draw a fireman, I guarantee you're going to end up with a man.
Yeah.
That is why changing the word, or, that's why it matters. And that's what unconscious bias is. So tell me about that conversation within Finlays, because you're obviously having the conversation. How is that sort of unraveled itself?
So I suppose there's kind of two angles at it. So from a kind of Finlays total business, the people, so we have a sustainability strategy. One pillar of that is around people. And within that pillar, there's an area around inclusivity and diversity and inclusion, and also women in leadership. And that's a very strong crossover in that area. So what we're looking at within those areas is, through all of our different business units, it's looking at, first, if I'm looking from the women in business perspective, how we can encourage and build the total percentage of women in the business. So you picked up on the unconscious bias piece. That's definitely one of the areas we've already begun kind of putting training out for all managers at all levels in some of the businesses. And the aim is to get that globally rolled out as well, and making sure that the training is appropriate within the business units, because it's definitely a theme that's global, but it will have to be applied locally. And similarly with inclusivity, we're kind of starting to unpick it from really basic things like, can we make sure that our job descriptions and our job ads and our words used there are not biased to men or women, or from the wider perspective, any other aspect, but that we are open and inclusive, so people are keen to try and apply, that they might be able to see themselves in that opportunity. And then taking that through, and this is still very much a work in process, looking at all the different aspects of our kind of HR cycle, so that we can ensure that they're as unbiased and inclusive as possible, and kind of building it that way, and making sure that we've got safe psychological space within management, so that people are raising things, they've got comfort and confidence that they're going to be listened to, and will kind of work out how to act on any concerns that they're raising.
And I mean, it sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Tell me, and it's a work in progress. I totally acknowledge and understand that. Tell me how has it been received?
So I'd say that probably a really good example is in Argentina, where from a women in business perspective, they've got our overall company target is, we're targeting 39% of women in leadership. We've got 31% at the moment as the end of last year. Our colleagues in Argentina have definitely got a longer journey to go through, but they've really embraced this. So our head of HR and our leadership team there have really got behind bringing women into increasing the numbers in the factories and really building up the women in the different levels, right from the factory all the way through to the senior management team. They've set up their kind of a women's group, like WIB, but slightly adjusted for how it will work there. They've had sessions, and this is another point I think Winnie or you made in the last section, where it's not just for the women, but the men as well. And there's definitely been some pockets of resistance, but there's also been a really overwhelming embracing of the benefits seen. And it's been really good to see, kind of they've got quality statistics and productivity statistics showing if you've got the balanced teams, they're delivering better. So I think that kind of evidence really helps support moving it through. But it's definitely, we're at the beginning steps of that journey. We're not all the way through.
Yeah, and it is a journey, and I think everybody, that's totally fair. But the very fact that you're on it makes a big difference, right? I think Shan, you've mentioned, or I'm quoting you again, that this is more than just a female issue, and I've talked about this a few times now today, and you're all going to hear me say a few more times before I log off at 6:30 tonight. But I implore everybody to go out. Myself and Sharon, we're on a mission. Sharon's on in a minute, so we're going to bang on about this as well, to change the language, because language matters, from women's issues to health and safety issues, especially on the ground and on the farms. We've got, I really, the more we talk about it and the more I've had conversations about this, the more passionate I am about it, because we have to have everybody within this conversation. And because otherwise we're talking to ourselves, right? And that's not going to work for a number of reasons. We can't change things on our own, but also, you want to create a conversation where everybody's involved. Empowering women doesn't mean stepping on men, and I think that is it's an important message to get across. It's sometimes it can be a bit of a fine line for men to also understand that this isn't about, as you've said, Helen, taking anything away from you. It's not about that. It's difficult, it's messy to have that conversation, but for it to not be a women's issue anymore, I think would go a long way in having some of these conversations.
Totally agree.
Yeah. When we started out the WIB network, it was very much kind of creating that safe space for women, and lots of the events most of the events really we did in the first 18 months were women only. And that was kind of, while we were still a very immature network, that was vital to creating that community and that safe space and setting the standards for how we all supported each other and kind of, set out to be that kind of inspirational network of women for each other. But as we've become a more mature network, we've actually looked at how we can better include, our wider colleague group. And, if we're doing desk yoga, or if we're looking at, boundary setting or whatever the topic might be, that's not, those aren't gendered activities or gender programs. So, we're cognizant of maintaining that safe space for women, allowing that to maintain, but also actually kind of having, WIB sponsored style activities for everyone so that they can see how the women's network is actually benefiting the wider colleague group. So that we're really intentionally trying to make that, very much part of our strategy, is kind of demonstrating the benefit of those networks for all colleagues.
That's interesting. You're going to hear Sharon and I in a moment talk about, and you may have seen this on LinkedIn, but we have launched the International Alliance for Women in Tea. And we made the big announcement on International Women's Day, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But one of the conversations that we had when we were putting this, when we put it out and we're getting feedback from people, great, want to be involved, etc., was, are men going to be involved in it? And it's one of these questions where at first you go, well, it's a women's organization, but then you have to stop yourself and say, of course, if men want to, actually, they need to be part of the conversation, and they need to be part of, of whether it's listening to, whether it's just, just step a moment back and just listen to us first. because, as I said earlier, men and women, we have we're different in a lot of ways, and men tend to want to be fixers, right? So as a woman, you say, this is wrong, and all we want somebody to do is listen versus, giving us a solution. It's important for them to be part of that conversation, right? So it's interesting that you've gone sort of on that same journey with the women, the business, the women in the tea business.
I mean, I think allyship is the key kind of concept in that, and it's something that we've kind of, as Sean said, focused on increasingly. And one of the things that's been really wonderful that I remember when we set up the Finlays Women in Business kind of network was a number of the men reaching out saying, how can I support you? How can I be your ally? And that was absolutely fantastic for them. And it's kind of like, yay, we're on the right.
Yes, yeah.
And that's it, right? There are so many fabulous men. There are so many fabulous men around us in this industry, et cetera, and that's a really good word, allies, right? That want to be allies, and what can I do to help? How can I support more than anything else, right? Can you tell me a little bit about the work that you're doing on the ground? Because you've got gardens as well, right?
Yeah.
So there's the business aspect of it, and then there's, this on the ground part.
Yeah. So, I mean, I suppose one of the biggest concerns that has kind of come up for us in the last year or so came when the BBC Panorama broadcast the allegations about sexual abuse from contractors in what was then our Kenyan gardens, James Finlay, Kenya, and that was horrifying. It was as a woman, as a colleague, it was a horrifying experience. I think especially so because we thought that we were doing a lot of things right. So if we look at kind of what we're doing on the ground there, or what we did over the last year, there was a very rapid action to safeguard the women in JFK at the time, and to get a third party, Partner Africa, to come in to help assess and kind of look at the root cause analysis of what happened and what we can do to remediate that. Browns have now taken over that business, and they've been really good partners working to take that plan on and to commit to continuing all of those activities. For Finlays, let's say the remaining Finlays teams, one of the big things that we've been doing is looking at how to make sure that those risks and those concerns are not unfolding in other parts of our business around the world. So there's another stream of that sustainability strategy is about the kind of human rights assessment and due diligence that we need to do. So again, that's something that's in progress at the moment, when again we've got support from third-party experts to really help guide us through that and make sure that we understand what those risks are and the nuances within the countries, so that we can kind of put in place key kind of plans and activities. Or hopefully, I'll put my hands, identify where we're getting some things right as well. But I think one of the points you made earlier, Shabnam, about talking about this as a kind of health and safety and kind of safety piece, I think that's a really strong approach, and I think that's a really good way of looking at it. From really basic things like what on the ground, one of the things we're looking at is, are the PPE equipment fit for all the women as well as the men? Because PPE is designed predominantly for men. So, what do we need to do to make sure that there's no risk and gaps in that kind of area? And that's, whether it's in the UK or Argentina or any of the other facts around the world, an example of kind of a specific on the ground activity overall.
Those are, and those are important. It sounds like little things, but they're not little things, because we're built differently. And I mentioned this, I think it was Tram from Vietnam this morning, who was talking about, we were talking about how younger generations it's harder to get them into agriculture in general. Tea is obviously a part of that. And then women on top of that is just an added challenge. And when you're talking about a job that is physically taxing, how do you? Well, you need to acknowledge the challenges, right? the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and thinking, oh, it's going to be different this time. Well, it's not, right? We need to make adjustments. And you know, there's opportunity for innovation. We talk about innovation in terms of products. Yes, that's important, but I think it's also, we need to innovate on that other end as well, right?
Yeah.
And what can we learn from other industries?
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. And I'm not sure that we are good enough yet at looking out and engaging with other industries to take that learning on. And I think that's definitely something we kind of should examine more carefully.
Yeah, I think we all do as an industry, right? I think there's so many topics, whether it's you know, integrated pest management, whether it's, you know, agricultural sustainability and regenerative agriculture, and you know, all of these words that and real issues that we need to deal with. We're not the only ones dealing with them, and we sometimes forget that we are not the only ones dealing with them. There's a whole world that, you know, everybody's dealing with the same thing, especially if it's an agricultural product, right? Everybody's dealing with climate change. You know, what are you doing? What, you know, and sometimes looking outside of our own bubble, as I call it, this echo chamber that we've sort of put ourselves into is important, right? So, and Helen, you've talked about how, you know, gender empowerment is about opportunities and about equal control, and I think that that's a really important and key message. Are these, you know, the work that you two and the others within your organization that are doing this, where's this coming from? Because you're being supported from somewhere in order to carry these things out, right? So tell me a little bit about that.
So within the so James Woodrow, who is our MD, I'd say he and the exec and the wider global exec, the support is coming from them. Our parent company, Swire, 100% behind this as well. So just to give an example of that, from the women in business perspective, every year and probably every quarter actually end up kind of sitting in that exec room, telling them what we're up to and asking for support, and always getting the support, whether it's time from them to come to some of our events or to help give the message to free the women up to come to the event so that they've got time. That's coming from them all the way through. I mean, the person I'm not saying out, and I probably should have shouted her name first, was Tammy, who is our HR director. She was the kind of probably brainchild and inspiration at the beginning of all of this. But I've got to give credit. It's not like you're in a room of disinterested parties. Everybody in that room, whether the men or the women, are saying, we see the business sense in this. We see the just, for want of a better way of putting it, the moral rightness of having reflected in our business as best we can, and we've got to still work together, the societies that we live in and the societies that we sell into. So
we're in an incredibly fortunate situation in that lack of support has never been an issue in the business. You know, from senior team and that kind of top-down encouragement, but also the kind of, you know, from the women around us and the networks, they've always been super vocal advocates, super vocal participants. So we've always had that kind of dual level of support. Women in the business want this to happen, want to attend the events and get the benefit. Men in the business, you know, are incredibly supportive and want to help us run things or free up time or move meetings if we want to have an event, anything like that. And that kind of combined with that kind of cultural leadership and kind of direction being set, you know, right from the top, it's been a kind of full 360 from everyone around us, that we've been really, really fortunate to kind of ride all of those waves of support.
I think that you know, as we see more women in leadership positions, like Tammy, your HR angel, that, you know, as I've said repeatedly now, with privilege comes responsibility, and I think that women are taking that responsibility seriously. And I don't know, I feel personally, anybody who knows me will always know that I say I'm the eternal optimist in most situations, and I kind of feel like we're at this moment we're in this moment in time where women in leadership are using that privilege to support and uplift more women, and that's being aided by a plethora of men also in leadership that are allies and helping support. And there's such optimism, I think, for, you know, going from reducing, I don't know, poverty and child labor and education and all of these things by these 0.1% that we've kind of been clawing up to bigger jumps. And that to me is a nice place to be.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that feeling and that kind of commitment is definitely there. I don't want in any way to underestimate the size of the challenge still.
No.
And you know, and the very significant challenges that we do have around in the industry. But I agree. I think the most motivated and most positive that we've been at, that I've seen in my industry. Yeah. No, I would 100% agree with you on that. And I'll tell you what was the stat that I just pulled out yesterday. 1 second. So I think it's the number of girls in the world right now, and that's what's phenomenal, I think, in some of these changes that's happening. So hang on, I'm not going to find it now. So according to UNICEF, there are currently 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18. Wow. Right? So we're looking at the largest generation of female leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers. 2 out of 3 girls, in the world are currently enrolled in secondary school. Girls born today live longer than if they were born just 20 years ago. That's fantastic. I mean, these are good things. And to your point, you know, I certainly don't want to minimize, because believe me, I've got an equal card on all the problems that we have. So, you know, we don't want to minimize the problems, but there's an optimism there that it just feels like an energy in being able to address this. Yeah. And it's going to be messy. It's definitely going to be messy, but I think the willingness to collaborate on both sides, men and women alike, and I think the point that you made about the responsibility of the women who are moving into those leadership positions or in those already, those are 2 of the kind of key points to fuel the future success.
Yeah. I do think as well that sense of messiness, you know, obviously lots of issues will perpetuate, but that sense of messiness is diminishing as we're seeing the change in the industry and everyone's acknowledging that it's a good thing. So, you know, some of the biggest advocates are men in the business who've been at companies where their board and their senior team are all 50-50, you know, kind of gender balance, and they've seen it work and seen how phenomenally it can, you know, drive the business. And, you know, those are some of the people who are most vocal in their support, because they know it's, you know, then that messiness isn't there for them because they've seen it work and they know it's a good thing, and they know it doesn't kind of diminish anyone's power. It only kind of, you know, creates that better working experience for everyone. So, you know, that kind of outlook of, as we're seeing it take place and everyone kind of being brought along by the journey. Well, I mean, as you said earlier, if you're seeing, you know, increased productivity, as I've said before, if a company isn't going to do it because it's the right thing, do it because it makes business sense. I mean, I don't care why you do it, just do it, right? Yeah, so, absolutely. But I think it is both. I think I agree with you. I agree. So my lovely Helen and lovely Sian, I say thank you. That's how quickly the time sort of zips by. But as you know, nobody leaves the sofa without answering a question by Marcel Proust. So I'm going to start with you, Sian, which is, what or who is the greatest love of your life? Ooh, that's a very, very good question. What or who?
Yeah. Could be a what?
Pardon?
It could be a what?
What could be a what? That's a very difficult one. I would have to say, can I say a place?
Yes.
Okay. I would have to say the very small town in southwest Wales where my family live, and that's where we go to escape and Cell phones don't work at all. There's no signal anywhere in the village. There are no real shops. There's only an ice cream shop and a cafe, which is run by my cousin. There are like 10 people in the whole town. And that place is the greatest love of my life. There's somewhere to escape to, away from the kind of entire outside world, really.
I may have to join you next time, although that would be taking the outside world with you, which is the whole point. I love that. Helen, same question.
As Sharon was answering that, I'm thinking, gosh, I'm sure I meant to say tea at this point in time.
And that's what I did. I intentionally didn't, because I thought it would seem distant.
No. And that's why I'm also not. That's really a what or a who. I'm kind of inspired by your place piece, actually. So I think it's not quite as idyllic as you've got. My parents' house, which I was brought up in, my dad's garden is beautiful, and it's I think it's possibly his pride and joy above his children. But being there, especially in springtime, when all of the cherry trees are out, all the apple blossoms are out, everything is just kind of bursting, that is probably the place of love and happiness above all others.
I love that. And I'm going to be bold enough to say that the answer for both of you was actually your family.
Yes, if you were to drill down, really.
Right, because it's the place, I understand that, but if you would have removed I grew up there and it's where I go with if you would it still be the place? I don't think so.
No, you're right. Probably the association.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm going to be bold enough and say, I don't think it was the place. I think the greatest love of your lives are both your families.
Yeah.
So I raise my cup to you both. Thank you. Thank you. Finley's cups. I love it. As it should be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for uplifting women. Thank you for women's empowerment. Thank you for women in business. I think it's a fantastic organization. We're going to have to connect and talk about International Alliance for Women in Tea, because I think that, collaboration is Sharon and my middle names. That's what we do. So please, let's connect on that. So thank you. Truly thank you for everything that you do, and happy International Tea Day.
Thank you very much. Happy International Tea Day.
Thank you so much for having us.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. Just gonna bring her on. Hi. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Take yourself off mute.
That's because it was a surprise. You came quickly.
I know. I just came crashing in. Just join me. Hi.
Nice to see you. Happy International Tea Day, my lovely.
Happy International Tea Day to you. How have you been celebrating the day? Tell me.
I've spent most of my day on regional BBC radio programs talking about everything from who drinks the most tea. So I've gone down Welling Island because I told them that they're the champion tea drinkers per capita. To do I dunk my biscuits or not? So it's been very highbrow. I managed to squeeze in some tea power and talk about flavonoids in tea, but you have to talk about the important things like dunking as well.
That is hilarious. So I know that you've sort of been coming in and out of some of the conversations.
I've actually been here from the start. You've been on my left-hand side, so I've heard pretty much most of it so far. And so I think we're giving a talk on health and safety now, aren't we?
Yes. And you've obviously heard me talking incessantly about that. I figure, repetition is, if nothing else, if for no other reason, people will just start automatically saying it and not realizing why, because they've heard it so many times. But let's you and I start by telling everybody about what we've done.
Absolutely.
So for those of you listening, Sharon and I, together with Nayantara Palchadori, who unfortunately could not join us today, Nayantara is the chairperson of Tea Research Institute, Choklai in India. We have formed the International Alliance of Women in Tea. And to be absolutely clear to everybody, this is not the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. This is not UKTIA. This is not the Sri Lanka Tea Research Institute. This is us as individual human beings. Shabnam, Sharon, and Nayantara have formed this International Alliance for Women in Tea. So tell everybody, why did we do this?
Well, it's so funny. We're such spirit sisters because my first line of my notes said, make sure you point out that this is something very personal to us and outside of our day jobs. So great minds think alike. But yeah, the International Alliance for Women in Tea, or womenoftea.org, is dedicated, we've decided, is dedicated to fostering an inclusive and empowered global community of women within the tea industry. And our mission is simple. We just want to unite, inspire, and advance women at every level and every part of the tea supply chain. And it's also about creating a sustainable and equitable future for all. So that's kind of the basics of it. But we really want to help create a world where women can flourish and contribute and lead with confidence.
So why did we start this?
I think you and I have been lucky enough to go on many travels, and also we travel within our own countries, and we get to see developments that are going on within the industry in our own countries. But we could see, my granny was a staunch Catholic, and she used to say a lot of things that terrified me, one of which was the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And it used to terrify me as a child. But it really does ring true. There's a lot of good intentions and there's a lot of talking, but when we put our heads together, said we wanted to produce something that would actually create actions and would create change. So that is where we're starting from. And this has really got to be about making a difference. So that's where we started from. I think you'd agree.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with you. I'm gonna show everybody quickly sort of the video, our launch video. We decided to kick it off on International Women's Day because, well, it was poetically, it made sense. Let me show the video and then we can talk about, sort of where we came from. So, yeah, I mean, I would totally, I would echo what you just said in terms of where it came from. I think that, as I've said a few times to a few of my guests, I think that, with privilege comes responsibility, and we are privileged, right? We're privileged to live in a part of the world where we have been given opportunities, we've been given education, we've been, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then through hard work, we have, we're in positions where, we love this industry and have been working in the industry. And it was a question of how do we give back, right? What can we do to give back? And I think the biggest thing that you just said, which I hope everybody sort of hears, is our objective is to actually do things, right? So for anybody who knows us, that sitting around and just talking about stuff that's not really our jam. We both have 1,000 other things that we can do besides just sitting around and talking, even though I think that there is a camaraderie that we want to build as well, and mentorship that's going to be important within this, right? For those of you listening, I know that when we put this out on social media, on International Women's Day, we were all wonderfully approached by so many different people, all walks, all areas, all around the world, men and women, and how can we help, how can we be involved, etc. And we haven't forgotten, it's not that, we sort of get inundated with our full-time jobs, but we've also been trying to figure out and identify, and we've gotten there, in what is it that we want to do, right? And so let's talk about that. We talked about mentorship, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to pick up, you used a word camaraderie. And this morning I dialed into the FAO's International Tea Day event, which was supposed to be about celebrating women in the tea industry. I think, like many of these things, in some areas it fell short. However, one thing that a representative of the International Women's Coffee Alliance said, which really struck me, is that when they were setting up their alliance, they realized that women workers felt isolated, they felt lonely. And she said there was a lack of references to women in commercial references. So women were almost, invisible. And through their alliance, they really wanted to create a sense of belonging to a global network of women. And I think that is one of the key places that we can start. And as you said, we were approached by so many people from all over the world that network has sort of already been instigated, which is fantastic. Yeah. We just need to formalize that so we can create a safe space where women can come together, they can share knowledge, they can share best practice, they can test out ideas, and they can raise their concerns. So I do think that is a fundamental piece of what we want to do, alongside education programs, training programs, and even things like behavioral training, really guide people. And this is where we can share our experience about how to set managerial goals and how to prioritize tasks and manage time and stay motivated. These are all really fundamental things.
Yeah. And one of the things that we sort of landed on when the three of us were chatting last time was we talked about mentorship, right? And learning from each other and camaraderie and things like that. And one of the things that we landed on, which I think was really, really important, is that mentorship goes in every direction, right? So a lot of programs out there, mentorship programs, it's one person being the mentor and the other person being a mentee. And it almost, Oscar agrees. It creates, he's been very patient so far. It creates sort of a hierarchy, right? A mentor and a mentee relationship. And we talked about the fact that we actually all learn from each other. So we want to create mentorships which are not mentor-mentee, it's mentor-mentor, right? The mentor is the mentee and the mentee is the mentor in both directions, right?
Could not agree more. I've been a mentor several times, and it's hugely valuable experience. And as I shared with you, I've always learned a lot myself in those conversations with the person labeled as the mentee. And quite often these have been young women coming up through certain industries that I've had experience in, but they've got fresh ideas, they've got fresh perspectives on things. And that is when I have learned to look at things in a different way. And I think we all need to be capable of that if we're going to move situations forward.
Yeah. Well, it's that pausing and listening, right? I mean, being prepared to listen and learn. And even though you may, on paper, have more experience in an area, it doesn't mean that you have the best ideas in it. And as you just said, that fresh perspective, that just somebody who's looking at it in a different way, in a new way, in a way that isn't jaded or influenced, right? I just talked about unconscious bias with Helen and Sean, right? That may not have that same influence that, you learn, and we all learn in every single aspect, right?
Oh, 100%. And I think you've mentioned it a couple of times today, the importance of listening to others. I think it was Zahra who said actually that they were listening to people that worked in their supply chain to really instigate the appropriate programs and really focus their work on what needed to be done. So we all have to be prepared to get those ears open, don't we?
Yeah. And learn from each other, and also be prepared to say, you know what, maybe we're wrong. Right? So,
just be capable of change, I think. I think that's, you can admit you're wrong, but be ready to change. Really.
Exactly. So, I when I was putting together, a SOFA summit and celebrating the women in tea, obviously International Tea Day is about celebration. It's about the positive. But I also needed to find this balance of, there are difficult subjects that we sometimes need to talk about, and it's not just in women. I mean, when my topic was sustainability, we had to talk about the some of the things that are difficult, or as Helen says, messy, within those subjects as well. And sometimes I think as women, whether it's this industry or anything, we dance around and we try to soften the conversation, because we don't want people to be or feel uncomfortable, right? And sometimes we can't do that. Sometimes we can't. So I struggled, I have to say, in when I was putting together sort of my thoughts on what I wanted to come out of this. Obviously, there's the obvious part of it. It's the celebrating of women and giving a platform and a showcase for the amazing things that women are doing within this industry. But how can you do this without addressing the issues, right? I think it would have been disingenuous, right? So I'm gonna list some of those issues.
And I've got some on my list as well, so I'm sure we'll add to it.
So, and this is globally. This isn't just a tea industry thing. So that is a full caveat, because these issues, as I just said, I think it was to Helen and Sean earlier. These aren't, whether it's environmental, whether it's regen, agriculture, whatever, IPM, et cetera, or gender, these aren't women, these aren't tea issues, these are global issues. So globally, still today, 12 million girls are forced to marry before the age of 18. We applaud that 24% of parliamentary seats are held by women globally, but we're still only halfway to parity. The global gender pay gap, 23%. For every extra year that a girl would stay in school, she could actually increase her income by 10 to 20%. Women and girls are 2 times more likely to suffer malnutrition. And as I said earlier, women are also hardest hit by climate change. So 4 out of 5 people that are displaced by climate change are actually women. And what will change this is it's not even two, I think it's the same thing. And that's a seat at the table, access, a voice, right? I think Melinda Gates is quoted as saying that a woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. So giving women a voice, I think, is I know it's simplifying things, but sometimes the answer is simple.
Yeah, I mean, I want to come back to health and safety, because I've got some sobering figures around as well. But just to some of the points that you raised there, I think one of the things that has been highlighted, and we've talked about trying to cover in the Alliance, is financial literacy. Yeah. And that's recognized as a key way that women can have a stronger voice and a stronger control over their own life, their own destiny. Yeah. Because without that literacy, that really reduces women's power to actively participate in the economy. It reduces even their economic power within their own households. Quite often they don't even have power there. And it can hamper knowledge transfer to the next generation. So you're just perpetuating these issues across the generations and worsening the social disparities. So one of, I'm telling you, but we've agreed one of the key things that we want to do is to start a financial literacy program under the Alliance, because we think that is a practical action that will really, really make a huge difference in women's lives, and give them that ability to have a voice. You know, it really gives women leadership abilities and can really empower them in their workplaces, their families, and their communities.
Yeah. I don't know if you caught earlier when I was talking with Winnie from Eastern Produce, I talked about Muhammad Yunus. If those of you that are listening, if you don't know about microfinancing, and I don't sit and read, you know, economic books for fun. Truly, I don't. But I cannot recommend this book enough. It's called The Banker to the Poor. And Muhammad Yunus, I think he actually wrote the book. He started what's called the Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, and he was sort of at the forefront of microfinancing. And this whole idea of financial literacy is very much connected with that, right? Because education and giving access to finance to women isn't just about, as I've mentioned earlier, isn't just about getting them out of poverty. Women raise families out of poverty. Women don't, you know, when a woman puts together a business to make a living off of, they don't do it for just themselves. They're doing it for, whether it's their own family that they have, you know, family as in they've, you know, their children, or it's the family that they grew up in, parents and siblings, etc. And, you know, statistically, as I said, the percentage, the disparity between the number of women and men that actually pay back, the risk factor is so much smaller in women for those reasons. And I think that, you know, these are things that we need to take a look at in terms of, you know, financial literacy and education and empowerment and giving that voice, right? I think Zahra, what did I said earlier, she had talked about when she was starting out her career, and this sort of stuck with me, I was thinking about the voiceless, people who didn't even know they have any rights. And that sort of stuck with me, or struck me when I wrote that down, because it applies, I think, very much to some of the things that I think we're hoping to achieve with IAWT, right?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, we will not be able to do this, the three of us, you, me, and Nayantara. And this is absolutely going to be built on partnerships and our I mean, we have good networks and growing, but we need the help of international organizations to absolutely deliver the things, the real actions that you and I would like to see delivered, and the real change. But that thing about being voiceless, I mean, we, as you said, we are very privileged. We have a lot of platforms that we can speak on. We have a lot of ability to get our voice and our message out there. And I really want to see our alliance giving that platform to others who may not have the same access that we do.
And if we don't have it, we create our own, like a sofa summit. It's my party, and I'm going to talk about what I want to.
Have people met us?
So, but I think that you know, what I was just talking about with Helen and Sean, this collaboration is really important, and you're absolutely right. This is not something that we're doing on our own, so it's not about that at all. It's about, you know, I think also for us making the connections that need to be made. Like, for example, Ufulu, with, you know, their that work with Ruby Cup program and women's menstruation, and, you know, making those connections. I don't think our ambition with this alliance is that we're going to be out handing out Ruby Cups. That's not it. But it's about making the connections, and also I think that something that you and we share in being big believers is connecting with outside of just tea, right? As I said earlier, these are not just tea issues, right? These are everywhere issues. So where can we identify?
And where can we learn from what other people have done and other organizations have done? I mean, we looked at the Alliance for Coffee, and they're several years down the line. I think we can learn a lot from what they have achieved. They've delivered a financial literacy program in their industry. can we just, copy and paste, so to speak, has worked well for them? Because this is about not sort of claiming that you've reinvented the wheel. This is about making a difference as we keep repeating. It really struck me this morning when the lady from Coffee was saying about people being lonely and isolated. And, we're often, of course, this is about bringing people up that work at all parts of our supply chain. But even you and I talked about in our roles, it can be very, very lonely. And, we've both been in this role since 2018. And I can speak personally, if I did not have you as a friend and a colleague, it would not have been as much of an enjoyable ride as it has. And I would not have got through some of the difficult times without being able to talk to yourself.
Yeah, and I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say it publicly as well. 100% feel the same way, and I think that sort of this, I imagine this women in business network that Finlays has created is sort of the part of that objective, right? Is to create a place where women don't feel so isolated. And it's not to suggest that men don't feel isolated in their jobs either, but you know what? I think that one of the advantages that we have as women, and I said this earlier, is that there is a side of us that instinctually, because we are built differently, is nurturing and wants to find. We want to find communities. We want to nest. We want to find people that are going to help us and nurture us, etc. And you and I have been very fortunate that we started our jobs at exactly the same time, and we were serendipitously introduced at the very beginning of our journey, and we've been that to each other. And you know what? Maybe that's where the alliance came out of. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's wanting to create that for other people, right?
Absolutely. But I think we should probably move to this health and safety piece, because I have also got some sobering facts written down here. I just read the World Bank's Women Business and Law Study, which is in its 10th year. And it opens with, ask yourself this: would you consider livable a planet where your own safety was threatened every day? One where the basic right to the security of your person would likely be violated at least once during your life. This is the grim reality for an estimated 736 million women, almost 1 in 3, who have been subjected to gender-based violence at least once in their life. And that figure doesn't even include cases of sexual harassment. And they quote that in the European Union, 1 in 10 women have experienced cyber harassment since the age of 15. So, we talk about facing those sobering facts. But what is, I would say, a positive in that, it's a sort of negative positive, but clearly they've heard our message, because for the first time this year, they've now included a matrix, a measurement around safety for women. Now, that measurement scores the lowest out of all the measurements that they look at. So they look at pensions, livelihoods, they look at workplaces, entrepreneurship. Safety is the lowest, but at least now we have a benchmark and we have somewhere to work from. And they talk about that being a transformative leap, because these types of reports are read by policymakers, they're read by makers. And I would, also echo what you said. This is not about tea industry. This is about what is happening in the world. But we can do our small piece, I think, in our industry to try and make change. And I've been really encouraged by the way the women on the call today have really been very open. Helen was just on before me, Helen and Sharon, being really open about the challenges that they've faced in their supply chain and really tackling those head on. No, absolutely. They've been able to do that because they've had support, right? And I guess having that matrix and it's sort of being acknowledged is the beginning. I mean, I guess, yes, we roll our eyes if it's the lowest scoring one, but if it didn't exist at all before and wasn't being measured, then that's already 10 steps behind. So at least we've moved forward, right? So there's to your point and the document that you just read, it was guaranteed the right of girls and young women to participate in political and public life
is actually guaranteed under human rights law, right? And the line, which I think is important, is that it's in there for one single reason and one reason only, which is what I said earlier. If you don't do it because it's the right thing to do, then do it at least because it makes good business sense. And the one reason that it's there applies to both, which is for societies to thrive, their voices are vital. We can't, you cannot function healthily, yes, I make up words, in the world when 50%, more than 50% of your population isn't thriving.
Absolutely. That's where this report ends. They say it's a journey towards creating a livable planet, a planet where women not only survive, they flourish. And you were talking about getting teary earlier. I was getting teary when I read this, and I was thinking if we can do our small piece to help that happen. But the whole point behind our conversation about renaming this, rebadging this health and safety issues is so that people get out of the weeds, because everybody has to do health and safety assessment. So we need a way that this is just something basic that happens, something that just is part of routine business, not something that is only tackled when issues are unearthed.
Yeah, I know. And I don't know how long it'll take to get there, but I think that, you know, sometimes when there's a problem in front of us that is so big, it's, you know, you sort of look at it and go, I don't even know where to start. And you know, people have heard me say this before. How do you eat an elephant? You eat it one bite at a time, right? You cannot tackle everything at once. It needs to be one bite at a time. And the fact that it's big and overwhelming is not the reason to not do anything. And I think that one of the things we've both been quite encouraged by is, you know, the number of men and women in all positions who, you know, want to be allies, want to be a part of and sort of figure out how to support, right?
I felt it in your video earlier, actually, when everyone was cheersing with their tea. I felt there's such a wonderful feeling of support and recognition that there has to be change, but there's things to be celebrated as well. And so I felt teary at the end of that. So you're not alone. I'm sure I'll be using my tissues by the end of the day.
Oh, the tears are still coming. Don't worry about it. Hang on. Hold your horses and gather the tissues, rather. So on the positive.
Yes.
On the positive, because there are positives. As I just said to Helen and Sean, there are currently 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18. Largest generation of female leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers. And I think that's, you know, sort of indicative not just of today, but piles and piles of other women that I would have loved to have part of the SOFA Summit. But as I said, even I have a limit. I would have had to be on here for days. And that's a good thing. That's a positive, right? 2 out of 3 girls are currently enrolled in secondary school. Education is the #1 way to pull women and families out of poverty. Girls born today will actually live longer than if they were born just 20 years ago. Illiteracy amongst girls has been halved between 2015 and 2018. Since 1995, women in government have doubled. So we're not there yet, but we're getting there. In the past 10 years, 131 countries enacted regulatory reforms of gender equality. Global maternal mortality fell by 38% between 2000 and 2017. And child marriages declined, which is all positive.
Exactly. Right? And we're on here having these conversations today. So I think there's so much to be positive about.
Yeah.
And we've heard today from Winnie, we've heard from Zahra, we've heard from Helen and Sean, and we're going to hear from more. there's some really, really good examples of change out there in the industry that's acting as role models for others. Examples where companies are committing to gender equality. They're providing women who work with them with training programs, all these things that we want to see happening. They're sharing skills, they're sharing knowledge, so those women can have better careers, but also better lives. If those women have better lives, their families have better lives, and everybody raises up, right? And of course, all those things like flexible working, childcare support, and equitable pay are the things that just need to be part of that health and safety package that we keep talking about. But I think we do need to be positive. You see a lot of examples in your North American sustainability awards every year. And, I think sometimes people can say, oh, poo-poo those things, or they're individual. No, we need to celebrate those. Those are really great examples of the things that can be done. And let's get other people to do that in their neck of the woods as well. So I think you're absolutely right. We do need to celebrate the global changes that are happening, and then the changes that are being put in place in our industry as well, and not be ashamed to show that. Yeah, and I think I totally agree with you, and I think that sometimes when we talk about the positives, it can sometimes be misconstrued as, oh well, you're trying to gloss over the negatives. No, I gave you. I believe me, I've got a negative card here and I've got a positive, and one doesn't negate the other. When it doesn't mean that just because we've done this doesn't exist anymore. But it also doesn't mean that because this exists, none of this has any value either. And that's really key, as you say, with the sustainability awards, right? These are programs and these are initiatives that are happening, real initiatives that are happening on the ground in various, issues and different regions by different companies. It doesn't mean that we're done. It doesn't mean, okay, bravo, pat on the back, let's just move on to the next topic. It means here's some things that these are steps. As you said, maybe somebody else can learn from it. And what more can we do, right? It's this journey. I'm kind of getting annoyed with that word at this point, but it's a journey, right? Let's call it an adventure then, because all of the women that you have spoken to today, Helen just said it previous to me. She said, by no means do we think we've ticked all the boxes and we've done everything yet. They are on a journey, and they are looking at across their whole business to say, where do we need to make change? And I think we should celebrate that as well, because people are sitting up and they are looking to make a difference. And I absolutely agree with you. We're not in any way trying to gloss over the problems. We're not. Those are the motivations for you and I and Nyantora to set up the alliance, because we recognise that there are things that still need to change. But let's celebrate the steps that people have taken.
So you came to tea from potato.
I did.
Dr. Spud. And I'm asking specifically because, we talk very much about, you and I've talked about this, and this echo chamber that we live in the world, and not just in tea. I think a lot of industries do it, right? And don't always look outside enough of what can we learn, and also other industries. I mean, maybe there are things that we're doing that they could learn from. So tell me from your experience in potato, it's another agricultural crop. It's, what's been your experience, positive, negative, whatever, with, the women in industry between these two agricultural products?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, the potato supply chain, and I only worked in Britain. And I rolled up my sleeves and I got in the fields with the farmers, and quite often I was the only woman in the field with the farmers. So I had to, you will know, I've got a really loud whistle if I needed to attract attention. I'm good at whistling.
I've heard it.
So, I developed that while working in the potato industry, because here was this woman coming along telling these male farmers how to improve their potato production, which, by the end of the 5 years, they learned to love me. And what they learned actually is that, my heart was in it, and that same as it is with tea, that everything we do is guided by trying to improve the industry. So I think you have to very much demonstrate that you are prepared to get your hands dirty and get your welly on in that type of industry. And you and I have been onto tea estates and done the same. There are a lot of parallels with the challenges that any crop production industry is facing. They're facing decreased consumption of potatoes. They're competing with rice and pasta, just as we compete for share of throat. So that's very similar. They need integrated pest management and regenerative agriculture as we do. They have challenges with water, climate change, and extreme weather events. There's so much to learn on that practical, technical growing side from other industries. And I think we could all be better, not just potatoes and tea, but all the industries could be a lot better at sharing information, because, I'm always fearing that there's a solution to some of our crop pest problems out there that is being used in another crop that we haven't discovered yet. And, I think, again, we talked about it for the Alliance, but also in this area of our work, it's those partnerships that are absolutely critical. I just made a link to the Agritech Centre in the UK, which I thought only had a domestic remit, but it turns out they have a global remit. And I said, great, let me come and talk to you about all the challenges we've got into, because they are looking across the piece at different crop production models, and hopefully they will be able to join the dots for us in some areas. So I'm really interested to see where that goes. But I do keep track on the potato industry, and there are more and more women getting involved actually farming and growing potatoes, which is great to see, and leading the regenerative agriculture piece. So shifts are happening across the piece, really. And I think potatoes, probably like tea, is a very generational crop. So the farm gets down to the next one in the family, and if that happens to be a girl, then you get more and more female farmers, which is fantastic. But I still like to eat potatoes. It's my choice of carb when I go out to dinner. I'm still loyal, and I must say I'm always amazed when we go to tea events and they serve us coffee, because if I held an event for potato farmers and I served them rice or pasta, I can tell you I would be in big trouble. So let's see more tea and more decent tea served at tea events.
I hope everybody heard that. I agree with you 100%. We've been talking a lot about women in the industry on the production side, and totally normal and understandable, because, well, I can't remember who, but we're sort of on this spectrum of we're the more privileged, and I said that earlier as well, right? And as a woman, I have challenges, you have challenges, but I also acknowledge the fact that I was given access to an education. I have the ability to own a home and my land, and I don't need the permission of a man to do X, Y, and Z, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are spectrums here, right? But and I've also talked about for as an industry, it's sometimes it just makes business sense to pay attention to these things. So and here's some numbers for the industry to pay attention to, and that's the reality that women are the biggest part of our current market, right? Women, there are more female demographically. If you take a look at on trends and stuff, you do research reports, as do we at THAC. There are more women that drink tea than men for whatever reason, but it is, and even if it's not drinking, they are the ones that are usually doing the purchasing for their homes. So they are actually making the food and beverage decisions for their homes. So they're not only our current market, they're our future market as well, right? And we need to understand them and address them if we want to grow our market, right? So in Canada, 50.8% identify as women. 85.5% of the labor force are women. That's a huge amount, 85.5. But then if you take a look at what they care about, these are the things that as an industry we need to, also reflect on and figure out how do we address. So women skew higher than men in topics surrounding health and wellness. tea. They're more aware of and concerned about issues of sustainability. So all of the things that we talk about, right? The majority of women are applying at least 3 sustainability practices when they go shopping. So things like taking reusable bags or, refillable bottles, or they're looking for packaging that, can be recycled, etc. So, we're such a big part in whether it's workforce, whether it's, consumers, decision makers, voiceless, whatever it is, we're so predominant in so many different areas that there are a lot of reasons for this industry to be paying attention to women. And
100%, and not only women, that younger generation, the next generation of consumers, and that's why this campaign that we've been running for International Tea Day, #TeaPower, can actually be interpreted in a lot of different ways. I've seen our hashtag used on lots of different posts today, a lot of them relating to women being able to use tea as a way to support their families, starting up businesses just serving tea all around the world. And I'm really excited about where we see #TeaPower go. But just if we look at our own markets, that whole health and wellness piece and repositioning tea within the health and fitness arena, because I don't know about in your country, but here it's massive in terms of people buying kit to wear to the gym to look good, what they're taking, what supplements they're taking. Tea needs to be a huge part of that conversation about pre and post hydration. We know tea is just as hydrating as water, but I think you mentioned it in one of the talks earlier on about fortified water being the next or the big new product. Well, tea is fortified water. It's absolutely it's literally that. It's full of goodness, and we've been talking about that for the last sort of 3 or 4, well, all the time, but focus the last 2 or 3 weeks running up to International Tea Day, and I feel like the whole industry needs to get on board with that. But using #TeaPower to have a wider meaning, I think the potential is huge, and particularly to talk to that audience that you've just described.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I sort of touched on TeaPower, or the campaign. Tell everybody about it.
So #TeaPower is fully based on scientific research, before I get criticized by anyone. So all the messages that we have developed have come from scientific publications that have been peer reviewed, and some of those are meta-analyses of meta-analyses, so they're absolutely robust science, but simple key messages about tea being just as hydrating as water, but also that tea is packed full. It's higher than what people would call a superfruit, so something like blueberries. Tea has a much higher amount of these particular flavonoids called flavontriols, and you only need 2 to 4 cups of tea a day to meet your daily requirement of these superpowers, these fantastic bioactives that have been linked to reducing cardiovascular disease. They are anti-inflammatory, they can lower blood pressure, they can prevent muscle loss. I mean, all of this packed into your cup of tea. And actually, it struck me today, because I was talking on the radio about flavontriols, and I was thinking, that's not the only thing that's in tea. There's so many fantastic components to tea that we can focus on going forward. Tea is a cup of goodness. And sometimes I think we perhaps get a bit, focused, blindsided looking at tea and health. I think tea and health is a fantastic message, but I also think we did a campaign, Tea Best Drink of the Day, positioning tea in different moments throughout your day, having tea with your dinner, taking it with you on the go in your flask, having pre and post gym. So I think we need some of those lifestyle elements as well.
100%.
But TeaPower can be used for that too.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I was at Sian in Montreal last week, and did a session on rethinking tea, and where I came from on that is very much along the lines of what you're talking about right now, which is how can we communicate and how can we talk beyond the words and the messages that we have been putting out. And that doesn't mean, to be clear, it doesn't mean that we can't do both things at the same time. I think that we are perfectly capable of walking and chewing gum all at the same time. But my point being that, you know, if we want to grow this industry, if we want to grow this tea industry, we can't do that by sitting in a room with other tea people talking about how great tea is, and you should drink tea because it supports the livelihood of X. These are all right. It's not wrong, you know, or that, you know, it's good for you because it's got flavonoids and et cetera, whatever those things are. We're talking to the converted, right? I'm not trying to, you're already a tea drinker. Thank you. I don't need to convert you. Same with me. And if as an adult, and this is, you can look up the statistics on it, habits are formed at young ages. And if as an adult, you are not already drinking tea, the likelihood of you switching to it are so small that we're throwing money at, out the door, hoping that something's going to come back to us. So I think that we need to start looking at talking to people in a language that they're going to identify with, right? Because people do try new things, and, you know, how maybe it's, you know, I did mocktails and I did tea and cheese pairings, and, you know, there's so many different combinations like this, but, you know, to talk to people, not tea drinkers, in a way that's going to appeal to them and bring them over into including tea into their life versus, oh, I'm not a tea drinker. Well, I'm not asking you to, you know, convert and never ever touch any other beverage, but it's about integrating, right? So
yeah, and it's looking at all the different formats that tea can come in. You know, if younger people want to drink cold drinks, then we need to deliver tea as a cold drink, or at least give that option. Certainly, I mean, what I find encouraging whenever we do surveys, and, you know, we always have that 18 to 29 year group. Yeah. They tell us they like the taste, they find tea comforting. They often drink it at home more than out on the go because they think that they can make themselves the best cup of tea. But I don't think we should forget that people do like tea. But let's just show the full range of what tea is capable of.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my dear friend, Mr. Marcel Proust would like to know.
Tell me.
What's your idea of perfect happiness?
Oh my goodness. Well, as my partner Ian is at work, I can say it's going for a walk with my lovely dog Gracie. Yeah, first thing in the morning when the birds are singing, I go very, very early, nobody's around. That is definitely one of the happy parts of my day.
That's nice. That's really nice. All right, my lovely. Thank you.
Thank you for being a fantastic friend and a wonderful colleague, and holding this brilliant event and flagging, and, you know, really giving us all a platform to talk about tea, which we love, and our shared experience as women. Happy International Tea Day.
Thank you to you for being my friend, for being there. Excuse us, the rest of you, while we have a moment here. But this is the beauty of our relationship, and I think that this is the beauty, and I'm going to say this, I'm sorry, and I don't know why I'm apologizing for this. That's A, the woman in me, and B, the Canadian in me. But I think that this is one of the things that women do really, really well, is when we bond, and it's our relationship has been a really, really special one, not just within tea, because as I've said before, our members and everybody benefits from that, but I have personally benefited from it, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I celebrate you as a phenomenal woman, full stop, period, in tea or otherwise.
Back at you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao. Bye. Okay, Louise is here. Hello, my lovely Louise. Little girls get tea sets to play with. Let's continue to play and enjoy. I love that. Another phenomenal woman in tea, retired, but as I say, nobody ever, ever, ever leaves tea. I am very pleased and happy to introduce my next another phenomenal woman who has done a lot in tea, and that is the lovely Angela Price.
Hi,
Hello.
Shabnam. Hi, nice to see you.
It's so nice to see you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm really good. Thank you for joining me.
You're welcome. How many hours in are you now?
Oh, I don't count.
It flies by.
It actually does. It's 1:34. I have not hit a wall yet. I started at 8 o'clock this morning.
Very good.
You guys can do the math. We're closer to the end than we are to the beginning. But I'm so energized by all of the fabulous women that I've been able to speak to, and you are definitely one of them. So, Angela, tell everybody about your journey in tea, because you have done a lot. You've been master blender. You're a tea expert extraordinaire, but you've worked in a lot of different areas within the industry and a number of big brand companies. You've done stuff on your own. So, tell us about your journey.
Yeah, so I started my journey in tea 24 years ago, so some years back. And, you're right, I started with one of the big companies. I was with Twinings for 14 years. So I started as a trainee buyer and blender and taster. So quite a niche part of the industry, I would say, that side of things. So 14 years of which I was with Twinings, so looking after many of the different regions that Twinings buy from, but predominantly China, so buying a lot of the Chinese, Vietnamese, Indonesian teas, and then also moved into packaging, so looked after the European packaging procurement team, so buying all of the materials, so tea paper. Who knew tea paper came from banana plants? But there you go. So tea paper, tins, cartons, etc., and did that for a few years before, after 14 years, I kind of branched out into my own business and ran a consultancy business for about 9-10 years in various different guises. So working across different parts of the industry, which was fascinating, from startup brands to companies like or government organizations such as the UN, that kind of thing, and then luxury retailer Fortnum & Masons, and I'm currently with Whittard of Chelsea, so here in the UK. So yeah, across I suppose my background really is supply chain, so sourcing from tea estates and the supply chain facing, but in the last couple of years I've also moved into the kind of retail facing side of tea, so different things, but you're right in terms of I've covered quite a broad area, I guess, in those 24 years.
You have indeed, and some high level positions, which I think is something that needs to be celebrated, because we're talking today and have been talking about how, yes, I've been in tea for 20 years, and there are more women that I see today around the tables, at conferences, conventions, dinners, et cetera, than there used to be. And I guess, have you seen that same journey? Have you seen, what has your experience been?
Yeah, I think when I joined the trade, I think I was probably only the second female buyer ever at Twinings, so it was quite so and when I joined within the buying, I think particularly in tea buying, that was quite a male, it was traditionally quite a male place. There were 3 women in the tea buying industry then, but you're right, that's definitely changed, and you can kind of see that at the tea trade dinner this year. CEO of Lipton Tea and Infusion, a female. I think on the buying, blending, tasting side, traditionally it was quite male, and still is a lot of men working in that side of things. I think it's really interesting when you travel the world of tea and go out to different regions, how gender differs, and how gender differs in different parts of tea. So whether it's from a tea estate level, That's really interesting, because going out to parts of East Africa, I was really surprised. Everywhere I'd been to in tea, from India, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, anywhere in tea I'd been prior to East Africa, the pluckers working in the fields were female. And then going to Kenya, it completely switched, which was quite interesting to me. And that was surprising, and it still is. It's something I mull over, and just thinking forward to this conversation. That's interesting, and I don't know quite why that evolved. I think different parts of Asia, women are much more present in the trading of tea. So big trading companies are often headed up by women. I don't know why. I think so. So culturally, the role of women in tea, I think, is different depending on origin.
I think that, and you're absolutely right. And I was struck by that as well the first time. I mean, when I was in Malawi, as I had mentioned earlier, when I was speaking with Winnie, when I saw that, it's the men that are in the fields, and everywhere else it's the exact opposite. And, for those of you in the East African tea trade, please let us know why. Why did that happen? Because I don't know. I don't know what the answer there is either. I don't know if it's because it's a physical, but then why didn't that translate the same way in other tea producing countries? I don't know.
And I think it's interesting, because I think the role of a tea estate then as an employer, often if the women are employed in a field-based role, then the men often are working in the engineering or within the factories. So I think there's that kind of dual income piece which you get from many parts of the world that tea is grown in. But and so I think East Africa is quite unique in that sense, in that the role of men and women is different.
So Gemma's commented about English-speaking education and land ownership affect demographics with a question mark. I was going to say that I think, because you mentioned in Asia that more women are trading. I think that's a language thing. I think that women tend to take, in Asia at least, multiple languages and tend to be English speaking, or at least have English as a second language. I think. I don't know. There's a study for somebody to figure out. Are you optimistic about how the role of women has sort of evolved within this industry, and moving forward and growing?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot to be optimistic about with regards to the outlook for tea. And I think thinking about the role that women can play in tea, I would nail down to maybe 3 areas. One is consumption of tea. So I think the consumption of tea is really important to the future of tea, and also for the supporting the price of tea, and also good tea. So how women can influence that is really powerful, because I dialed in to the FAO forum earlier on the International Tea Day event, so I picked up on a few things there. But a statement that somebody said, which I really liked, was tea can bridge the gap across generations. And I think the idea of sharing tea and I think that role of being a host, so the social aspect of bringing people together, women naturally tend to do from a home perspective. So whether that's with visitors, families, children, I think there's a role for women to play there in consumption of tea and continuing the kind of sharing of tea. I think there's also, I think key to that is also consumption of tea in tea producing regions.
Okay.
So I think that's a massive opportunity. And you look at places like East Africa. Okay, India and China are the exceptions, but I think India, if you look back to the early 20th century, in the early 1900s, India exported most of what it grew in terms of tea. And then you look at where India is today, and India drinks most of what it produces. And so I think that's a really powerful example. And I think places like East Africa that are not drinking a lot of tea currently, I think the opportunity there for consumption to increase is big. And I think so women can play a part in that. And, there's some great examples of women-owned businesses doing good work in that space. I think there's so much more that could be done. And I think value addition in origin, so not necessarily just women-owned businesses, but regardless women or male-owned, I think opportunity in origin for retail brands is, that's an open space. It's an opportunity.
Yeah. On the consumption, I mean, I totally, as I was just saying with Sharon, if I look at the demographically and sort of statistically how women are skewing in the Canadian market, which tends to be, US probably skew the same, and I would say UK and most of Europe probably as well. Women are the majority of our consumers. That it's just the reality, right? Demographically, they are. Number two, they're the ones who are making the decisions on what's purchased to come into the home, food and beverage. And they are also skewing higher in their concern for health and wellness and sustainability and the environment, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of opportunity, as you say, in women being part of that growth in consumption, which, we talk about in this industry, the need to raise the value of tea, right? How we need more money in this industry. There's no, newsflash to everybody who's listening. There's no magic, hidden pot of money that any part of the supply chain has squirreled away. There isn't. When a consumer is able to purchase in retail a tea bag for 2 cents, where is sustainability in that? Like, where is how can we talk about that? So growing the category is a big part of that, and women are definitely key. I think it's interesting that you say in in producing countries as well, because it's something that I have said at FAO meetings, at the IGG meetings before. We sit in these meetings and we talk about producing countries and consuming countries, except that we're all consumers. So can we stop differentiating? Do you know what I mean? We need to,
I think sometimes within the industry we can get caught up, and it's always the size of the prize, really. So I guess the big markets that are consuming a lot of tea, it's so easy to focus there, and if consumption's declining, it feels negative, and you can like get caught up in the numbers around, consumption's going down because this region's drinking less. But actually to kind of I think to look at it with fresh eyes maybe, and to think about places that are not drinking tea currently, and what could we do there. So I was really, I always use that Indian example because I think that's so powerful, because India is one of the biggest tea drinkers in the world today. And look what, so I think I'm really keen that you kind of look at the industry with new eyes. I think that's why in my profession, I've moved, like you say, into different areas. I think we can learn a lot from other industries. So I look after tea and coffee at the moment. I've been in the coffee industry for about 5 years now. And I just got back. I was in Colombia for a week recently, just 2 weeks ago. And so first visit to a coffee producing region, second biggest producer in the world, or one of the top three. So after Brazil, Vietnam, and then Colombia. So one of the big producers. I think that there's a lot to be learned from coffee. I was quite I suppose surprised in some ways, and also thought, the coffee industry in Colombia, the industry is doing a lot at a varietal level. So developing new varietals, and giving advice to farmers. So it's quite well organized at an industry level. There seems to be I would say.
Is that a Colombia thing or a coffee thing, or an industry coffee thing?
I think it's a Colombian thing. So different parts of the world that are not. So Guatemala, for example, their spend that's going back into the industry on coffee is less than a place like Colombia. Brazil is equally up there in terms of investing more into the industry. But I think when you look at the numbers, and it's fresh in my mind, so I'm using coffee as an example, but you look at somewhere like Brazil that's investing money back into the industry, into varietal development. World Coffee Research are doing some great work in that space. Output and productivity is going up, but you compare that to a region which is not investing back into the crop development or research, and output is going down. So I think that's not a surprise. I mean, you can only get out what you put in, but I think there's some learnings there for tea, and I think particularly when you think about climate change and how as an industry we address that, it's got to be you would hope that there's money going into varietal development and in a joined up way. Really
and that investment in on coffee, and I think it's important because, as I've said a number of times now, we need to look outside of tea and learn. What can we bring back and to do better on. So the investment that's happening, is that happening on a government level that's being reinvested into? Yeah.
So it's a government. I'm not sure that it's solely government owned, but it's not a private company as such. It's an industry level. So it was interesting. There was some real learnings from there, and I think I think there's a lot to be optimistic about in tea. I think when you look at the demographic, I think particularly with the UK lens, I was just looking at some of the retail stats on tea and check what's changed in the last few years in terms of consumption, and the fastest growing demographic in the UK market for tea consumption is under 25-year-olds, which is amazing. And okay, from a low base, but when you look, the older generations drinking less tea, black tea is in decline. But I think that's so optimistic to think about, Gen Z coming into tea, and I feel really enthused by that, and I think that's really good. And you see that, I think, in the US market particularly. I was in the US just 3 weeks ago, so a week before Colombia, and in New York for the week. I think tea, it was great to see so many tea bars, matcha bars. Tea was very present and in a really fun way.
I think that what's happening is, it's people outside of tea that are sort of coming in, and if that makes sense, right? So the innovation is coming from, I don't know, tech worlds or people that were in other industries that see this as a healthy beverage, as I've talked about sober curious being, the big trend everywhere right now, reduced alcohol, less alcohol, whatever that is, and looking for other products that they can, fill in the gaps with. And tea just ticks all of those boxes, doesn't it?
That's right. I think it's health and wellness, it's convenience. I think the whole visual delight, tea lends itself so well to that. Bubble tea's a great example, isn't it? That there's it's opened the door for a whole new generation, and I think that's really exciting.
I think visual delight is. I think it's an important one, especially. If as you've identified, you've got a younger generation under 25 that are growing in tea consumption. This is a generation that, doesn't understand the words before social media. Forget about before the internet. Like they're way, like that's not even, that doesn't even exist as a concept to them. But they don't know a world before social media, and social media is about the visual, right? Don't tell me, show me. It's about the pictures. It's about and tea lends itself really quite beautifully to that.
And I think also thinking about that generation. I mean, I was reading something recently about Generation Z and kind of how you define, how generations are defined, and something that jumped out at me in terms of that demographic is around the attitude to kind of sharing and the want to kind of almost show what you've got and then share it, and wanting to share with friends, and I think tea naturally does all of that.
Yeah.
So it's good. I think it's a natural fit.
It's great optimism, right? Because it's that's the next group of tea drinkers, right? It's about the next generation, and as you say, if it's growing, and it is growing because we're seeing the same thing. I think the other thing that's really important within that generation is the variety that they drink, right? They want different types of teas, right? They're not only drinking your Earl Greys and your English breakfast. They're drinking those as well, but they're doing, the flavored teas. They're doing chais. They're doing, green teas. They're doing. It's about variety and experimenting and flavors.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's interesting, and it's I think it is being driven in part exactly by social media, as Instagram. It's that visual side of things which is driving some of it.
Yeah. So I know that you did a lot of work with, in the area of sustainability, because you have been on SOFA Summit before, and we talked a lot about the work that you were doing in sustainability. I think at the time you were doing a project with the United Nations, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So tell me, and I've talked about this sort of with a few other people. The subject of sustainability is obviously environmental, and that's the one that a lot of focus is placed on, rightfully so. But there's also social sustainability, and this whole gender conversation is a big part of that. How have you seen that conversation evolve in your work on sustainability, or has it?
How has it evolved is a difficult one to answer. I would say it's very present, and it's very, there's a lot of, I see the industry as being quite fragmented when it comes to trying to address some of this, and I don't know what I don't think there's an easy answer, because the industry, tea employs a huge number of people, like millions of people worldwide, as we know. And I think there's a lot of great work that happens in tea, and has happened in tea for many, many decades, centuries. Yeah. There's some great stuff that tea has done and delivered, and I think it's complex.
It's messy, as Helen says. It's messy.
And I think, without there's no easy, I can't see, everybody, we're collectively in this together, and I think we all want a positive future for tea, and that means whatever side of the industry you're in, if we've got to work together to improve, whether that's social, whether that's environmental, whether that's retail pricing, whether that's cost of production and pricing at a farm level. So, how has it evolved? I think it evolves sometime. It seems to have evolved in part. It's consumer driven. So there's consumer pressures that change things and change habits, change industries, and you see that with the likes of Rainforest Alliance in bananas or chocolate, in the same way that you do in tea and coffee. So it's partly consumer driven, but it's also there's responsibility from tea garden owners and brands. And government, it's when you think it's a shared responsibility, and I don't think there's one. It doesn't sit just with one area.
No, it can't. No, I would absolutely agree with that. It can't.
But I don't think, how has it evolved? I think I think the collaborative approach. I think going way back, when I joined the industry, there was no real sustainability. Nowadays, we have the likes of Ethical Tea Partnership, Rainforest Alliance, Fair Trade. There are many sort of organisations doing great work in tea. back in 1999, there wasn't such variety or even number of organizations that were out there. So that's changed. The conversations are happening. I think what has changed is the ability for direct trade. And so that's new. And I think the ability for producers to, you see that, you see a handful, many more collaborative approaches from a producer level that are now, the ability to export directly into market is new. And I think that's, you see that a lot with the US. I think trade into the US, because the US is quite a fast growing market from a retail perspective for tea. And I think, the Nepalese tea industry, the tea growers in Nepal, they've done a great job of marketing themselves as a region and increasing trade from that region. So I think that has evolved.
Yeah. Well, 340 million people. The population of the United States. Yeah, it's a big market. Yeah. It's messy. I think we can all absolutely agree on that, in whatever area it is, whether it's environmental, whether it's social, whether it's economic, etc. And I think that there are a lot of actors that need to be, as you say, involved in it. I think that my optimism comes from my experience has been, at least, that there's so much still left to do, for sure. But I feel that there is a desire from within the industry to do the things that need to be done. You know what I mean? You're right, like certification bodies like Rainforest Alliance and everything have been a part of that. But Ethical Tea Partnership, to me, is a great example of an industry's willingness and desire to want to do better, right? Because the Ethical Tea Partnership is not an NGO. It's an organization that was established and is funded by the actual industry. So that's my optimism always on the future of this industry.
Yeah, and I think it's a great example of brands coming together in a non-competitive space. So, you can be sat alongside many other brands and many big, all of the biggest retailers in markets like the UK. I was at a meeting a few weeks ago and directly opposite one of the big buyers for one of the supermarkets in the UK. So I think there's a shared, people standing together to try and deliver change and help to. Yeah. I think the future of the industry is a shared responsibility. I think it's there's real change happening. We see that from climate change. I saw some stats a few years back on the impact of climate change in places like East Africa, or you look at Assam as a region, it's all at sea level, and it will have a big impact in places like that. So
yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, climate change is going to affect the global south far greater than anybody else, and those are just the realities that we need to face and address. All right, Miss Angela. Mr. Marcel Proust would like to know, what is your greatest achievement?
Oh, there's so many things to say. I don't know what I would say. There's two things. I'd say my children. Yeah. My children, and also there's a tea one in there. So I've got two children, a boy and a girl. They're I would say they're my biggest achievement. And then second to that would be blending tea for Queen Elizabeth.
Oh, goodness.
That's up there.
That's a good one. Are you allowed to tell us what you blended for her?
Oh, I'm not really.
Okay. We'll walk to.
I hear that next year at the tea tray dinner, we'll have a chat.
All right, we'll have that chat. And you don't need to confirm or deny, but I've heard that Keemun was her tea of choice in terms of being in a blend. But you don't need to confirm or deny, and we can chat about it another time.
Nice to see you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the chance to come along, and thanks for running this event. It's great. It's brilliant.
Well, thank you, Angela. I raise my cup to you, a phenomenal woman, and all the wonderful things that you are doing, have done, and I know are going to continue doing in this world of tea. and just being a great, powerful woman in tea. So happy International Tea Day to you. Thank
Back
you.
to you. Same to you. Thanks, Shabnam.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so since we're on the topic of sustainability, where I'm going to show you actually one of our videos that we did a couple of years ago on sustainability, and I think it's So when we made that that video, our objective, besides talking about sustainability and everything, was really about this entire supply chain. And I think that that's one of the the key things. I say key things. I've got so many key things that I think are important within the tea industry. But I always find that within the industry itself, and just to pick up on what Angela was just talking about in terms of everybody's responsibility, is that we do have an entire supply chain, and I wish and hope for everybody that you take a moment to learn about somebody else within the supply chain. Because within this industry, we sometimes spend a lot of time pointing the finger in other directions in terms of thinking that, this particular portion of the supply chain is the most hard done by, and it's somebody else who's actually doing much better. But if you actually understood the entire supply chain and understood the role that everybody played within it, I think that it would go a long way in understanding the challenges that every single portion of the chain has. We are not our own competitors, all right? We are not our competitors. We should be working together as an industry on so many issues. So with that, I am going to bring on my next guest. And I mentioned earlier that COVID is so difficult in so many ways. But it was also positive because we were all online. It allowed us an opportunity to meet people that we may not have normally have met before. And my next guest happens to be one of those people. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Katlin Gassot from THAC Campania, who I met at the very beginning of COVID. I think the online session that you were on, Katlin, was the very first one that I attended virtually. And the moment I heard you speak, I said I need to find this person. I need to talk to her. I need to know who this woman is. So welcome, Katlin. How are you?
Oh, thank you, Shabnam. So nice. I'm so happy that you invited me onto your virtual sofa. And yes, I felt the pandemic was really hard on all of us, but I'm so happy it made me meet you.
So Katlin and I have, for whatever, you know, I just said this when I was talking with Sharon as well. I think that as women, we were able to bond sometimes on personal levels for whatever reason, and maybe we're more open to it. I don't know. And I felt a bond to you beyond tea. I don't know why. Maybe we were best friends in a previous life. I have no idea.
I'm sure we might have been cousins.
Maybe we were sisters.
Yeah.
But I think that you know, for us, and you know, we've had that, and then on top of that, we didn't actually meet until a month ago.
Yes.
In person.
Yes, that was even better. But yes, I'm happy that we had the chance to meet online and to find out that we share the passion for tea, because it's not a job, right? It's a passion.
It's not a job. It is not a job.
You do 9 to 5. It's something that keeps on turning in your head, no matter what the time, no matter what the day.
Totally agree with you. So let me, for the rest of you listening, Katlin Gassat is the head of business development at THAC Campagna. And the core philosophy of THAC Campagna is love for nature, fair to people. And it's a fascinating concept, and I've heard it. Some of you may have heard about this at THAC Campagna and what they do, but a lot of you have not, whether you're online now or going to be listening to this later. I want you to take a moment, Katlin, and tell everybody. I know that you give this spiel a lot, so go ahead and tell everybody about THAC Campagna and what is it, where did it start, how did it start, and what makes it different.
Yes, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, because I never get tired of telling our story, because I really think, even though I'm biased, it should serve as an inspiration to others, because that is why we were founded. We were founded by a professor of economics who wanted to show his students that you can do business in a different manner, in a manner that's more fair to all parties concerned and more eco-friendly. And that was back in 1985. So everybody thought this cannot work. This is a crazy idea. And even some of his students were very reluctant to believe and to see this opportunity of witnessing how a company is started and how it prospers. Because he had been around in Asia, and he saw that tea is inexpensive in the countries where it's grown, but quite expensive in Germany. So he did some research, and he saw it's not because of the long distances, it's not because of high freight rates, even though they are pretty high right now, and insurance. It's because the way that tea is dealt. A regular tea shop might have up to 200 different varieties of tea and selling them in small packages, 50 grams maximum. So he said, I do it completely different. I only concentrate on the best tea in the world. That was according to what he had read, Darjeeling. Plus, I will sell it in large packages, in 1 kg packages, because you can store tea so well at home. There is no need to go to the shop every month to buy a new portion of tea, because he also learned that tea is only harvested at certain times of the year. So he said, that's perfect. Then I just asked my customers to purchase their yearly supply. Then they can have the big bag of tea in their cupboard, and I don't need to have a shop myself. I can save cost. I don't need small packages. I save further cost, and plus it's more eco-friendly. And that's what I will do. And everybody thought this will not work, because you cannot teach consumers to change their behavior. Plus, it is against what marketing rule books will tell you, that your tea has always to be there, because our tea wasn't. When the first flush was sold out, you had to wait for the next harvest to happen. And even though in 1985 that was really, yes, quite a crazy idea, we survived. I mean, we turn 40 next year, and we even managed to become the largest Darjeeling importer in the world, according to the Tea Board India, when it comes to value and loose tea. So this shows you can change to a certain extent the usual way. You can start something new. You can go about and have an innovation, not because this is a new thing you invented, but because the combination was new. Tea in large packages and dealt in a very transparent manner, that was something new, because we also disclose our price calculation. So about 50% of the retail price goes into the buying of the tea. And then we are very peculiar about quality control. We were the first ones, I think, to analyze for pesticide residues and even disclose the results on the package. So our customers, yes, can use our website, type in the small lot number they find on their package, and then they can see, oh, this tea comes from that garden and it was harvested during that period, and the name of the ship was so and so. So we are very open and transparent, and I think that is our USP. And we grew from word of mouth communication because people liked our tea, they found the price per value convincing, and they told their friends and colleagues and family about it.
It's a really unique concept, and when I tell people about it, it's one thing, and then when I actually go onto your website with them and show them and say, no, you can actually see what ship, the name of the ship that this tea was on to get from point A to point B, conceptually people understand it when you talk about it, but when you actually see it, and I encourage you all to go onto their website and take a look at it, it's the true, in the truest sense of the word, transparent, and a really unique model, and applause and congratulations, hoot up, that 40 years is testament to the success that it actually works. But let me ask you, how did you get into this? How did you get involved with Tea Company?
Oh, I was still a student when the founder of our company came to our university to talk about his startup and his business idea. And I bought my first kg of tea together with a friend. And at first I thought, wow, I will never finish that much of tea. Little did I know that it's no problem to finish 3 kgs in a year if you are a regular user.
Yeah.
And when I completed my PhD, I was quite sure that I didn't want to stay in academia. I wanted to go out into the real world and work in a company, but I never could envision myself in a large corporation where I would be a tiny wheel in a tiny chamber, not knowing how everything goes together. And I was always leafing through the job offers that were in those times still in newspapers. and then I saw, oh, Tea Campaign is hiring someone who is willing to want to work in a different kind of company. And I said, wow, that's exactly what I want to do. And with me came 600 other people who had the same idea, because in those days,
wow,
it was still that you had a lot of people applying for jobs and not so much job opportunities. It has quite changed now.
Yeah.
And I was the lucky one, and that was 21 years ago. And
wow.
I still feel that's that was a gift that I can work here. For me, it's a big gift, because that is really where I feel passionate about my work, and I could not imagine working anywhere else.
So you mentioned that Tea Company is the largest purchaser of Darjeeling tea in the world by value, and you personally you visit Darjeeling on a regular basis, and I know that you're very much connected to the land and the people. And as you know, my focus today, my celebration for International Tea Day was to celebrate the women in tea. So talk to us about the women in tea in Darjeeling.
Yes, I mean, they are the majority. They are the backbone of Darjeeling. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have our cup of tea. And that is why I was so happy that there's a focus on women, because I feel they really deserve it. I mean, in general, in the tea industry in Germany, be it Germany or India, I find, at least when I joined, usually it was males in the business. But now I see more women are coming up, not to the same extent, but there has been a little change. I mean, there are some at least part owners of tea gardens, and there are now at least one, I know, a female tea garden manager. And this is still quite unique, but something is happening, and I find that very encouraging to see that also women have the opportunity to raise beyond being a plucker.
Yeah.
Even though I feel you should, cannot thank them enough if they stay on to pluck our tea, because they have so much knowledge, and this is something where I see also a change, that at least those companies who have a proactive approach and who are not bemoaning just the changes, but also accept the challenges. They say they are the ones closest to the bush. So they will be the first ones to know if something is not as it should be it a pest attack or whatever. So they want to have the information from them. So it's not just somebody on the top telling you have to do this and that, but no, it's both way communication, and also it's very important to know what they have to say, because I was reading, and I really believe it when I'm in Darjeeling and I see how they are walking around in the gardens. They have a bonding with the tea bush. They look after them like they are children. And this is something that you must see as a gift, because they will want to look well after the children, like we all do. And then of course you also need to listen to them, because otherwise it cannot work. So
I think that's a really important point, right? It's and something that everybody should think about. If the people that are actually touching your leaves, touching the plants, the ones that are, in a day-to-day, they're this far away from the product on a day-to-day basis, there's nobody who's going to know better what it's, as you say, there's a problem, etc. And if they're not part of the conversation, then in either finding solutions or understanding what issues are, then how do you improve and how do you grow out of that? Have you seen? I mean, you've been with tea companies, you say, for more than 20 years. Have you seen a shift in that in your time that you have been going back to Darjeeling?
I mean, what I have seen is that there are less and less young faces in the tea gardens.
Yeah.
That is definitely another big challenge, apart from climate change and whatever, because especially in Darjeeling, literacy rate is quite high. And I see that a lot of tea pluckers take tremendous pride in sending their kids to good schools.
Yeah.
And having a good education usually means they don't see opportunities for themselves in the tea gardens, and they venture out. And I think that is a big problem, because who will be there to pluck the tea if those ladies retire? Because you can probably, with the help of mechanization, you can do a little bit of plucking, but if you want this top quality tea, I don't see how it can be done shear plucking. You
not
need,
in Darjeeling.
you
I
need,
mean,
no, not in Darjeeling, and there you need the expertise of a person, of a human being, and I also don't see men coming into this game. I mean, I saw now some men actually plucking leaves because there first was a drought, so there was nothing to pluck. Then we had a lot of rain, and then the flush started really in abundance. So everybody was asked to please join, and there were also some men plucking tea, but this is not a very common sight. And even if they would start, I don't know if there would be enough, because also the young boys venture out of the tea regions and seek jobs elsewhere.
Yeah, which is interesting because as Angela and I were just talking about, in East Africa, the pluckers are men; they're not women, right? Which is interesting, and sort of this paradox within the tea industry. So, we've talked about this a couple of times today. First this morning with Tam from Vietnam, and a few other people, that the faces in the gardens are aging out, right? And it's not just tea; it's farming in general. So, what can we do as an industry to engage young people back into it? Because as you say, if people don't see opportunity, they're going to seek opportunity elsewhere. And if people aren't seeing, if they're seeing dead ends, if they're not seeing room for growth and et cetera, within organizations, companies, tea gardens, whatever it is, then yeah, they're going to seek it elsewhere. So we're sort of doing ourselves a disservice by not integrating, I think.
Yes. I think when now the workforce becomes less, that might also mean that you have more tasks to look after. So maybe that could be more job enrichment, and maybe if you are also knowledgeable about, I don't know, soil nutrients, and you understand the whole cycle, then I think you can really become an expert. And then it's also something for people with a better education, where they can find a space in a tea garden. Because when I'm there, I'm always overwhelmed by how much you have to think and plan and organize. And this is where I feel we still need to educate the consumers. And the other day I was talking to a colleague, and she was asking me, how many hours of work go into a cup of tea? And I thought, wow, we never really calculated that. We know how much money goes into it because you pay for this, for that along the supply chain. But it would be also interesting to find out how many hours of work go in there, to break that down. Because just by running a tea garden, you have to know where to uproot, what kind of clone you want to plant there, when to pluck, what to do with pest attacks, because especially in an organic garden, and we only have organic tea, I know it was very difficult in the beginning because there was no one there to tell you what to do if there is a pest attack of a certain type. And what they did is they were looking at the life cycle of certain insects to find out when they are when they are not in a state where they can fly, and then they handpicked those insects from the leaves. And of course that was also done along with the knowledge that the pluckers had, and how they paid close attention to what was happening, and reporting it.
And I wrote down a phrase that you just used, and I think it's a really important one. That's job enrichment, and I think that's that enriching your job in order to make it more desirable. I think that's a key part of this conversation, right?
Yes, and I think that's needed not only in tea, in general in agriculture, because I'm so happy, and in my morning ritual, I always thank the farmers and peasants around the world that they do their job so that I have something to eat. And I feel we all need to be much more thankful and grateful for the hard job other people are doing.
Yeah.
And instead of looking down upon them and saying, oh, this is just a manual job, that's not worth it. No, it should be the opposite. And if I had a tea garden, I would want everyone to wear a shirt proud to pluck the best tea in the world, because they should take also pride in what they are doing. They should not allow anyone to belittle them.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. So and I use this word, and I think Zahra used it when I was talking with Zahra from Ahmad Tea, this concept of, the philosophy of the company, Ahmad Tea, being part of the DNA of the company. And I know that with Tea Campagna, this love for nature, fair to people, this fairness, transparency, better conditions, etc., it's the DNA of the company. And I would imagine that everybody who works in it sort of works with you at Tea Campagna sort of feeds into that DNA as well. Which brings me to another fact about you that not everybody knows, which is that you are a yoga instructor.
Yes, that's true.
And what I find really interesting is that you have married up the love here of tea and your work, or the work that's taken you to Darjeeling in India, and really loving and appreciating. And I know I've seen when you talk about India. And you have found another passion, yoga, and it's not just yoga as in, your trendy yoga studio around the corner. You work with the Himalaya Yoga and Ayurvedic Center.
Yeah, that's true. How did you find out?
Oh, I do a lot of research. I prepare for today. I don't just click go and show up. But I found that fascinating, because you've taken these two loves and you've sort of, you found a really lovely marriage for it, and you've been doing that for a long time, no?
Yes. I mean, I can't, and you know what's nice? My yoga instructor, my teacher, he's not from Darjeeling, but whenever I bring some Darjeeling tea, he says, oh, it's from my home. He's from Nepal. So just across the valley, so to say, but he doesn't really differentiate, because be it tea from Nepal or Darjeeling, he loves it, and it's from his home region, so to say.
I think that's one of the things that, and maybe I don't know. I think it's you live this, and you personally live this entire ethos, right? Whether it's through the Himalayan Yoga, an Ayurvedic Center, whether it's Tea Campagna, whether it's your time that you spend, it's all sort of, it's this perfect dance that works all together. It's not separate from each other. I don't see it that way, at least looking from the outside. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think it were loose ends, and somehow they met. and I think, yes, traveling to India taught me personally so much that I feel very enriched. And it's not just about tea, it's also about the mindset. It's how you look at life, really.
Yeah. Well, my dear Katrin, Marcel Proust would like to know, on that note.
Oh, I hope something I can answer.
Of course you can answer. The question is the question is, Marcel Proust would like to know, what is your greatest fear?
Oh, fear. My fear is that I could give too much room to fear, actually, because I learned that we are driven either by fear or by love. And I would always prefer to be driven by love instead of fear. So I hope fear will never have a big part in my life. I know it's necessary to survive. If we were fearless, we would end up in risky situations. I don't want this to happen. But my fear would only be that I allow fear to become too big.
That's an excellent answer. I love that.
Thank you.
So I raise my cup to you, to a phenomenal woman who I've been very, very lucky to get to know by chance. But, you know, if you've been listening to me today, you know that I don't believe in chance. I think that the universe does things as it wants it to happen. And I'm grateful to have met you and have you in my life. So happy International Tea Day to you, phenomenal woman.
Thank you so much, dear Shabnam. Happy International Tea Day to you. And looking forward to meeting again online and offline.
Offline. You have a lovely evening.
Thank you. And you a lovely day. And it's so great that you started this initiative with the Sofa Summit. So interesting. I could only watch a few interviews, but I definitely will look it up once it's online. Saved for eternity.
Saved for eternity. Not a good thing. No, it is a good thing. It's actually a very good thing. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay.
Thank you for being
Thank you.
You
Okay.
take care.
Bye.
Bye. So on that, before I bring on my next guest, talking about, you know, thanking and reflecting, and, you know, this was actually our very first International Tea Day video, and that was Tea, Humanity in a Cup. Enjoy. So that is a reminder of, you know, taking a moment, as Kathleen said, taking a moment every single day when you make your cup of tea, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, whatever that is, and remembering the hands that made your cup of tea, the hands that are responsible for your cup of tea, whether it be in the field or the entire supply chain that gets you up there. So I am so happy to introduce my next guest to you. My next guest is the wonderful Nancy Levine. So we have left Kathleen in Germany, and we have now traveled across the far ocean and landed in North America, specifically my home country, Canada. Nancy is the general manager of Lipton Teas and Infusions here in Canada. And I'm very, very proud to say that she is one of my board members at the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. Hello, Nancy. How are you?
Hello, Shabnam. I'm good, and you? I'm so happy to see you today.
I'm so happy to see you. I'm good. I'm at 6 hours and 37 minutes, according to my little clock here on the side. So going, and just being inspired by all these wonderful women. And thank you for joining me.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here with you.
So, Nancy, you've been with Unilever for a lot of years, 13, 14, 15?
23.
15, 16, 17, 18.
Yeah.
23 years. Okay, that's a long time.
Over 20.
Over 20. And Unilever, as everybody may or may not know, was the owner of Lipton brand and other tea brands, and has now separated out, and now it's Lipton Teas and Infusions. But within Unilever, you worked on a bunch of different products, right? So you haven't always been with tea.
Nope.
So tell us about your journey on how you got to tea.
Yes, I'll do that fast because 23 years, I could talk for a long moment. I joined Unilever a bit after university. I did other job before, but it was where I spent most of my career. I worked on all the Unilever brands and category, from personal care to home care, ice cream, mayonnaise, tea, name it. I worked in multiple departments as well, in sales, category management. I worked in marketing. I did a lot of things, and I worked with almost every customers also in Canada. So it was very diversified as an experience. I met a lot of people. I learned a lot of things. And when Unilever decided to let go of the tea business, there was an opportunity for Lipton Teas and Infusion. They were looking for a general manager for the country. And I spoke with Unilever because it was still going very well with them. And I said, it's a very, very exciting opportunity. I love it here at Unilever, but I would like to give it a try to continue to learn new things and evolve also as a person and as a business person. And it worked out. And I started with Lipton Teas and Infusion about 2 years ago. In fact, it's 2 years. It was in May 2022. There was absolutely nothing in Canada. The company was not even existing. We belong to a private equity. So I started with that to found a company in Canada and then hire a team. And then in April 2023, we fully separated from Unilever. It was a difficult first couple of months of separation. We went through a lot of difficult things, particularly from system perspective, which I'm an IT expert. But it's very important. You know it pretty fast when it's not working. And but we went over all of this, and now things are going well. We have amazing brands. Lipton Teas and Infusion is a leading company, the #1 company for tea in the world. And we've been doing amazing things globally, locally, that I'm very proud of. So I'm very happy to be part of this team and of everything we've been accomplishing for the past 2 years and everything that's to come as well.
That's so much more to come, absolutely. So what I find really interesting, reflecting and looking, at Lipton, because as you say, it's a major, major tea player. Your CEO is a woman. You, the head of Canada, are a woman. The head of the United States is a woman.
Yes.
And I'm sure you can tell me that there's probably dozens more that I could probably list. But I think that it's a great example of women's empowerment and empowering women in leadership roles, and that's really key, right? In a company that is so important to this industry as a whole. So tell me, what does that mean to you? Because I always see, this privilege comes with responsibility. So what responsibility do you feel? And maybe you don't. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, yes, I do feel responsibility. But just to come back on what you said, you're right. I am at the head of Canada, and Raquel, my boss of North America, and Natalie Rose is our CEO globally. So all women. Our North American leadership team is gender balance, which we're very proud of. And as well as 45% of the Kenyan employees, because we do get a lot of our tea from Kenya, women. And the head of our tea estate in Kenya is a woman as well. And we're very proud of
all of this, and it's really making a difference. And yes, it comes with a responsibility, but I would say there is something also in general when you have women in leadership position. It's bringing a lot to everyone, not only for the woman, and that gets the responsibility of leading, but it's bringing a lot to the entire company, but also to the entire communities, because women, they bring different quality to the table, and they bring things that are good for the planet socially, from from an environmental perspective as well. We're bringing something different. So yes, we do feel the responsibility, but I would just say the way we're thinking is a bit different, and naturally we're bringing that balance that is very important, and bringing forward issues or opportunities, if we look at it differently, to do better. And it's a responsibility, and our company is taking it very seriously, because it's bringing more fairness, and it's bringing more equity, not only from a gender perspective, but when you're empowered, when you get a good salary, what you do with it. So what women do with their income is different than what men do with their income, and they reinvest a lot in their family and in society and in the development and in education and things like this. So this is good for everyone, but it's also good in the leadership they're bringing in the industry, in the social and working condition for the employees. We know it in Canada. Each time I talk to my American colleagues, it's so different. But in Canada, women do get paid leave when they go on maternity for way longer than in US. But it's all evolving. And this is because there is women in leadership position that are bringing the discussion to the table and are taking actions. It's not only about talking about it. It's great to talk about it, but we need to make things happen as well. And I would say women are action-oriented, and they make things happen, and they make things happen for the good. And yes, I would say this is what women do bring to the table.
I think those are important points, right? I think that when I touched on this with other people today as well, right? It's this idea or concept of, as a woman, I can identify with and understand what the need of another woman is, right? Because I am one, and I know the challenges that I face, and I can empathize or fully, understand the challenges that another woman has, and if you are fortunate enough to work in an environment where, as a woman, you are in a leadership position, then that puts you in a position to provide help and support. Support is probably the better word, for other women to grow and to provide better environments for them, right?
Yes, totally. And this is true when you think about it in the way we just talked about. But if we want to also think about it in a business perspective, some people are still wondering why a woman in leadership position and how much money is it going to bring back? It is because 75% of the purchase decision are made by women, and it's women that do buy tea when they go wherever to buy it, at the grocery store or wherever it is. So it's important in your marketing, in your innovation, in your research and development, that you think about that consumer that will drink your product at the end, and that we do understand what they're looking for. So we do develop what is important and meaningful, and what those consumers will want to put their money in. And so from a business perspective, it's also bringing this. And there are so many statistics as well as to the retention level for the employee, and the turnover, and many statistics that we can talk about. But that it's also bringing good business, on top of bringing all the good that we just talked about, society and sustainability, and making the world a better place and more equal, and more safe as well, for women in their work environment. But it's also bringing business. So if some people are not sure about everything else, at least they can think about it from a business perspective. And women are bringing a lot from a business perspective as well.
Yeah, and 100% right. I mean, I've said this a few times today. If you're not going to do it because it's the right thing to do, then do it because it makes good business sense. Okay, if that's the reason you're going to do it, then do it for that reason alone. I had Helen and Sian from Finlays on earlier, and they were talking about the women in business group that they've got and integrating women into different parts of the business, et cetera. And they've shown that the productivity level's actually gone up.
Yes.
Right? The productivity goes up, or as you said a moment ago, and I talked about this, about microfinancing globally. Women use their money differently. They do. It's just a fact. Whether it's not a criticism of men. It's just a fact. Women are nurturers, which means that they put that money into caring for families, feeding children. You mentioned safety. I think it's about not only safety for women, but safety for children as well.
Yes.
And that's a big part of this. I don't know if you've heard Sharon and I talk about, our big push, and I'm asking this of everybody, and I say this to you as well as the head of Lipton Canada, is that we need to change the language that we use from gender issues to health and safety issues. So we should stop talking about, nutrition and maternity and gender violence and all of that as women's issues. Within businesses, we need to talk about it in terms of health and safety.
Yes.
No different than, I hurt my back or whatever it is, right?
Because it applies to everyone. It's not to be pro woman or pro man. It's to be pro human. And it's just women have a tendency maybe to think about it a bit more, put it a bit more on the agenda, but it's just balancing things out. It's balancing. It's just balancing things out.
Yeah. Well, and as you say, also, we're the biggest consumers. Those are just the realities from a business sense as well, right? Empower women, and they will buy your product. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but were you involved with a project called Empowering Women to Reach Financial Independence?
I was. I don't know if it's this one. I was involved in multiple different kind of things around women throughout my years at Unilever. I did a couple of conferences. I did participate in multiple groups. So I don't know if it's that one in particular, but I was always involved. Because I'm a woman, because I have a daughter, because I was raised this way as well. My mom always told me you have to be financially autonomous and to be able to make your own decision.
Yeah.
Financial autonomy is very important, and it's key in decision making. Sometimes you would not make some decision because you do not feel you're secure enough financially to make certain decision, and it could put your security at risk sometime.
Yeah.
And maybe make you decide things that are not necessarily the best for you or your family. So it's deep. I've been raised like this in the family by my mom with my two sisters. And now I'm in that environment as well, and at Unilever as well. In that environment, it was really about diversity. It's diversity. It's not only about gender, but diversity in general, because the world is diverse. So why would business not be diverse?
Yeah.
Business
No, absolutely.
as the world is, because it's with the world that we're dealing.
Well, we were saying earlier that, when more than 50% of the world population is women, right? And they're not safe, and they're not empowered, and they don't have opportunities. We can't talk about a global world that is thriving when 50% of your population doesn't have that, right? And not to paint a bad picture, as I've said before, I listed all of the problems that we have, but also positives, because there have been huge improvements and opportunities, and the fact that you are in the position that you are, and all of the women that I'm talking to today are there is testament to growth and improvement.
Yes, and if we want our industry to continue to be sustainable, to survive all the changes, we need to make those decisions. And I'm sure a lot of people that you're interviewing today, because they are in our industry, they saw the investment that was made by Lipton Teas and Infusion, and a decision from Natalie, our CEO, to invest in the Tea Academy in Kenya. In Kenya, 60% of the workers of working in the Kenyan tea industry are women. So it's above 50, it's 60. And that Tea Academy is going to, it's for bachelor, master, PhD, and it's bringing 3,000 people a year to give them education that they will have for the rest of their life, and it's paid for, so it's free for them, and it's good for the country. It's good for people, it's good for the country, it's good for our industry. There's only good for all in this, and this is the kind of decision a woman makes. And that Natalie made, and that we can be proud of, because it's a lot of progress. It's education for farmers, and it's education on sustainability, on innovation, on how to grow their tea in a better manner, so we can have it for a longer time. We can have tea forever, and not say there will be an end to tea because of environmental issues, or because there is not enough revenue also for those farmers, and they cannot live from it. When we think about it, we talked about this often, like the average teacup at 2 cents. How can you live out of that? How can you make the entire supply chain live through this? And everyone loves tea. I'm sure no one wants to stop drinking tea. They want to continue, but it's not by continuing this way that it will happen. We need to bring value for all, value for everyone.
I wonder sometimes what it would take to make that shift, right? Because, for those of us that are within the industry, we understand, we get it. As I've said earlier, there's no secret pot of money that somebody has stashed away within the industry that, that isn't being shared. The one of the biggest problems within this industry is what you just said, the fact that me sitting in Toronto, Canada, as far away from where this tea was produced as possible, can drink my cup of tea for less than 2 cents. The milk that I put in here costs more than the actual tea. And I'm going to add this, and that included a bag, a string, a tag, an overwrap, a box, marketing, labeling, on and I haven't even gotten to the actual tea itself. So, like, what would it take for consumers to get that, for retailers to get that more than anything else? And, like, what it would take taking tea off the shelf to make people understand, okay, no tea, that's it, done. I don't know.
Yeah, we need to bring value to, when I was saying value for all, it's value for the consumer as well. So
absolutely.
So to continue with the inflation we live, if we want to continue to be at that 2 cents a cup, that means your tea will just get cheaper and cheaper. I'm not even sure if we will be able to name it tea at the end.
Yeah. Well, there won't be any tea left in there.
It will just be like, I don't know, a leaf of I don't know what that will be turned into a powder mixed with something else, and it will not really be tea. There's a certain level also of quality over quantity that consumer will accept, and And yes, I think it takes time. It's difficult for retailer to accept this and think that, oh, consumer will be willing to pay for quality. But at a certain point, if anyone wants to stick to that price per cup, the consumer, the retailer, whoever it is, the manufacturer, it means that the quality will go down. There is no other way to sustain this by taking out quality. And consumer will not want to drink anything. And I think consumer are able to understand, even though they don't make the calculation, but they understand how much they're paying for their coffee, how much they're paying for their tea, how much they're paying for their juices or soft drink or whatever it is that they decide to drink. And they can make a decision out of that as well. And they can decide, I'm not going to drink juice. It's not good for me. There's too much sugar and I want to drink something healthier, but very tasty. And tea is a superb alternative to that kind of drink. It's healthy. It's good for you. It's a good moment mentally as well.
Yes.
You feel good when you drink tea, not only physically, but mentally. And consumer are willing to pay for that. And with the inflation, what we do see is maybe they were willing before to pay $6 for their tea in a tea shop, not to name a banner. But then they will drink it home. So there is a lot of room between 2 cents and $6 for a cup. We just need to give them the reasons to pay, and this is through the quality. And the Gen Z, the Generation Z, they're more aware about that. They're more aware about what companies are doing or how the companies are bringing the product to their home.
Yes.
They're more aware, and they will not want to buy something that is not good for they will live in that planet that we keep on talking about.
Yes.
We want, they will. So they care even more. And they are putting way more attention to that kind of things and to the quality and to also the social quality and everything. It's not only about the planet, it's also about the people. They don't want to buy clothes that, like, there was a couple of years ago a lot of press around clothing. And they were kind of, I'm going to buy this this sweater because it's made by children or people are exploited when they produce this. So it's getting into food and into beverage as well. You don't want to drink something that people were in miserable condition to prepare for them when they drink it in their comfortable home. So it will be more and more demanded. I'm still positive that even though it's very difficult, maybe right now, to get the retailer and the consumer to accept to pay a bit more for something of quality, at a certain point, they will not want to lower the quality too much, and they will not want to exploit anything, neither the planet or the people, to get something in their hand that they like.
I agree with you. I'm the eternal optimist as well, and my hope is for this generation that, as you say, is not just pushing; they are demanding. They will not accept anything less. They want to know where their product comes from. They want to know how it's made. They want to know that nobody and nothing environment was damaged, nothing was hurt in its process to get to them as a product. And if it was, they don't want to have anything to do with it. So, if that's the driver, then hallelujah, and let that be the driver. I do think, I agree with you that I think that people are willing to pay when it comes to value, when there is a perception of value, whatever value it is, whether that's value because I'm taking care of my people, the environment, my product, whatever. I think value means a lot of things, and right, it's not just one thing. Because at the end of the day, you're right. I mean, I buy a certain beverage from a certain place, and I pay for a cup to go $8. Every time I pay it, I'm like, you are crazy, and yet I do it because I have placed a value on that, whatever that means, and which means that I'm not the only one. There are other people doing it as well.
That's cool. There's always a lineup.
Exactly. So there is a willingness, and connecting that is important.
Yes.
So there, we just need to harness it.
Yes, and the consumer, if they can replicate in their home something like this for half the price. Half the price is still like, let's say $3. It's not 2 cents.
Not 2 cents.
It's not 2 cents times 2 neither. It's not 4 cents.
Nancy, if we can get up to $1, I'd be happy.
You have to read that value. The value is also in the taste, in the experience.
So many things.
In the good for you. It's healthy. We have talked a lot about all the benefit that tea brings to health. So you benefit from all of that. There's not a lot of beverage that are so enjoyable and so great tasting that you have that are good for you as well. This is good for you as well. And and it comes obviously with a price. But we need to talk more and more and more about it. Obviously there's a need for a lot of marketing and PR and tasting and getting the product into the consumer's hand.
Yeah.
So for that new generation as well to like it, maybe they won't like the orange pekoe tea their parents really like. They would go maybe for something different, like a green matcha tea or something a bit more fancy, like London fog or chai latte. So they go for other things.
Yeah.
And they are willing to pay for it. And that is making the industry evolve as well, because we have to come up with those innovation as well that they're looking for. Absolutely. And make it appetizing to them and willing to pay the price for it.
Yeah. Well, my lovely Nancy, you must answer a question by Marcel Proust before I allow you to leave my sofa.
Okay.
Marcel Proust would like to know from you, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be?
Oh my God, just one. I think I would probably want to be a bit more patient, I would say. It has goods and bad sides of not always be patient. I'm into action, so this is good. I'm always looking forward to the next thing. And I think it's helping to progress at a faster pace, but it's not always a good thing. So this is why sometimes in the afternoon, I have a cup of tea, and I'm like, okay, relax, and be patient. Things will come in time. And I would like to be a bit more patient. Yes.
That's a good one. Patience is definitely a good one. I agree with you. I think that's a bit of a double-edged sword, because sometimes, you said before that women tend to be of action. I think that the impatience in women sometimes is that, right? But there is a balance to be had in,
Yeah, be a bit more zen. Breathe. Yeah.
breathe. So I'm going to raise my cup to you, Nancy.
Yes, me too.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you for being a strong, phenomenal woman in tea in general, but not just tea, in business, because you have done fantastic things in your career within, Unilever of well over 2 decades. And being a part of that and being that and passing that on to the next generation, your daughter, is phenomenal in itself. Happy International Tea Day.
Happy International Tea Day, Shabnam. Thank you for inviting me. It was lovely to have that discussion with you.
Thank you, Nancy. You have a good afternoon.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All righty. So from Quebec, I'm going to go down to the United States to another phenomenal woman who I've known for, a lot of years. And I'm happy to call my friend. Hello, Miss Rona.
Hello, Miss Shabnam. Happy International Tea Day to the great women of tea.
Happy well, that's sweet. Happy International Tea Day to you. You are not new to SOFA Summit. You have been here before, and you've been here representing the amazing company that you work with, ETON,
Thank you.
which in and of itself does fantastic and phenomenal things within the industry and for the tea product itself. But I'm going to start, and anybody who doesn't know ETON, get your head out of the sand. It shouldn't need, there are certain companies I shouldn't have to introduce you to. But if you don't know Miss Rona, you should know Miss Rona, because Rona is the Executive Vice President, Corporate Relations and Public Relations at ETON. I got to tell you, Rona, as far as I'm concerned, you are ETON.
Well, you're awfully sweet to say. I'm actually now the tea ambassador for ETON in a big way, an advisor. So it's been very exciting to see the growth that we've had since I've joined the company. It's and you have, of course, been part of that, and so I appreciate all your support up in Canada as well.
We try to do our part. So tell everybody, how long have you been with ETON? How did you end up with ETON?
So I would have to say I've been with ETON maybe 23 years. Goodness, it goes by so quickly. And even prior before that, I was in some way or the other in tea, and sort of in the food and hospitality business. So tea has always sort of been part of my professional career, but in a big way, I joined ETON. And when ETON decided to come to cultivate, an authentic green tea culture in the United States, it was sort of a no-brainer for me, because I've always been so passionate about what we do in Japan. My mother being Japanese, and we spent every summer in Japan visiting my grandmother. And, I thought about her today, being that it is Women's Day. When I'd spend time in Japan at my family's home, nothing started without my grandmother saying, "Mama, ocha o dozo." Sort of like nothing started until we sat down, and she would steep a kyusu, a Japanese teapot of green tea, and then conversation would start. And I really remember those moments, and I think I was inspired by that one. And of course, the traditional Japanese tea ceremony, which I was always in awe of. And so, that was always sort of my appreciation. It was sort of inherent in my culture. And then, of course, ETON pioneered the first ready-to-drink green tea, oyocha. And so that was my go-to beverage because it was clean. It was just pure. I was never somebody who enjoyed sugary sodas at all. So when ETON was decided to come to North America and introduce, I remember early on, it would be, what, no sugar? And then now, like, oh, thank God there's
no sugar.
I've seen the market evolve, and it's been really welcoming to see the appreciation, the expansion of, people who really appreciate the purity of the clean tasting green tea with very simple ingredients, just Japanese tea leaves and purified water and natural vitamin C. So you can read the label without worrying about, what's in the bottle. And of course, we have really also focused a lot on expanding for our sustainability. So we're offering our expansion into cans as well. So that's been a big initiative for us to be a little bit more eco and sustainable and all this. But and you, of course, know that we also have sort of a recycling tea leaf program. In fact, in my hand is a pen that is made out of recycled tea leaves. And so we have a lot of products that using the teas that we do to brew our beverages, making kind of an eco resin, and from there we make houseware goods, benches made out of tea leaves, and so forth. So
upcycling.
Yes, upcycling, exactly. So that's been very exciting to be part of ETON during this whole journey. And the fact that I'm a woman, and of course, we are originated from Japan and established in 1966, and that I've been part of the company here has been pretty, I think says a lot in terms of, where we've had opportunities as women.
So I want to touch on that because I think I've mentioned to you before that I've always been quite convinced that I was Japanese in a previous life. I was quite convinced that I probably still am. I've always had this deep love of Japan from a young age. I don't know why, and a connection to, or felt a connection to, and always wanted to live in Japan. Always. Never did. Have visited. There's a but coming, and the but is this not paradox, but this paradox that I feel, because I know that the role of women in Japan, not just in Japan, in a lot of places, but Japan is definitely one of them, is challenging.
Yes.
Very traditional, and it's so for you to be the face of Itoen, a woman, I think says a lot about Itoen as a company, as a Japanese company. Am
Yes.
I wrong in that assessment?
No, and I would have to agree with you, because honestly, it was never a question. I never felt that there was, how would you say, it was just the fact that, I had a passion for what we were doing. I never felt it was because I was a woman or a male, or I had that competitive aspect. So I have been so grateful. And as you know, with the world, that I was sort of honored years ago as one of the first women in the tea industry. And the fact that, I was given that honor, and then the number of women in tea, as we know in our circle, and I have a lot of friends in tea as well, and women, different companies, there's such a great support system and respect and appreciation and camaraderie, which I really, really value. But yes, I'm so grateful. And I think it does say a lot about, our company, and that I am the ambassador here for Itoen, and that gives me a lot of great honor. And then when I see somebody like you over in Canada doing the same thing globally, that really makes me proud, and to have that interconnection.
I think that I was talking with Sharon about this earlier, and actually a few other people, that I believe that men and women should have the same rights, same opportunities, same et cetera, full stop, goes without saying. But there's also there's a difference between the way that we operate, the way, we're different as human beings. As women, there's something different that we bring to the table, which I think needs to be exploited in a good way a little bit more. And one of them is our desire to connect with other women.
Yes.
And, to find a place where we can support, as you say, and share and uplift as much as we can, because we can identify, we very much empathize and understand things that sometimes go unsaid.
Well, I think what you just said, empathetic, I do feel, one of the characteristics, I think there's a lot of empathy with women. I think they're natural communicators, as well as listeners. And, there is that sense of nurturing and compassion. So there's sort of that quality, and I would have to say emotional intelligence. And, I don't want to say, because I do feel, men as well have that, but I do think women in general tend to be a little bit more of, communicators, and a little bit more, how would you say, connective in many ways in community.
Nurturers.
So I want to also, when I was thinking of Itoen, of course, when we were started, our Itoen logo, which is sort of a clover, was actually designed by our founder's wife. It was
really?
Yes. And, I look back, because it really for her represented growth. And so she was behind that, which today is our recognizable logo.
Yeah.
And it's the woman, the founder's wife who really wanted to be supportive, because the company, of course, started with just, a few people with the Joe family. And so here we are. So yes, there was a woman who thought it was, it represented green life. So very much what we're doing today, bringing, healthy products and nature in a cup, as I like to say.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, if you don't know Itoen, really, you need to get your head out of the sand. But I don't think, I know Itoen, I've known Itoen for a long time, but I don't think anybody fully understands or grasps the size of Itoen until you go to Japan. You need to go to Japan to really understand how massive you are as a company, not just within tea, but other areas as well. So have you seen in your years with the company, have you seen a shift or a change in, the representation of women within your company? Because as I said, Yeah,
I do feel that there's a lot more initiatives put in place. I think there's a lot of action plans. When I look at, even in terms of the, we have a tea tasting program, and it's led by the women, which is great. They're the ones, training and testing and developing the program. Yes, I think women are playing, a bigger role. Yes, I think it's no secret, Japan definitely is a little bit more, how would you say, behind in many ways. However, there are, efforts and initiatives. I think in terms of childcare, for example, in Japan, they do a really great job. And I do think that, for example, even on the board, we're bringing women in. So yes, they may be a little behind in many, compared to some of the other cultures. But for Itoen, I know there's a lot of ESG and, initiatives to really bring more women involved. But I'd have to say in the workforce there, we have, I know in North America, a lot of great power women, and we celebrate them, men as well. But,
I have to, sorry, I'm going to stop you right there, because this is something that I've been doing all day, and you're doing it now. And we
don't want hurt feelings. Let's put it.
We don't want hurt feelings, and I don't know why. We're spending one single day celebrating women.
Yeah. Hey, I'm all about that. Believe me, I really think.
I know we feel the need to constantly stop and say, no.
That's so funny.
We don't mean anything bad about you men. This isn't about,
Yeah. Well, I like when I envision the women in tea, and I always think they kind of bring a refinement, and there's a sense of grace and elegance, and I know particularly with the Japanese tea ceremony, which I know you have witnessed numerous times. The beauty and the grace, and it's awe-inspiring. So, and it was funny, there was when I first started, Itoen was a sort of a training, and one of the gentlemen shared with me that there was a cultivating machine. It was sort of a handheld. So at the tea plantations, it would be a handheld, like, the husband and wife, and on both sides. And I'll never forget, he talked about when the wife would be the husband and wife, and they would be working the machine. When a couple had been together some time, they were more in sync in their breathing, and it really made a better tea. And I always remember that, and how, he was kind of saying, well, with the wife there, and she really brought sort of they were in rhythm in their breathing when they would operate this sort of handheld machine. And I remember that, how important women play a part. Goodness, we wouldn't have the world without women, right? For sustainability. So.
Be a little difficult, but I'm sure science might try to figure it out at some point. I don't know.
Yes. And I think, most recently we actually, I think, Shabnam, you had even contacted me, because we just partnered with Shohei Ohtani, who's his pitcher, which is big news, and because he's a huge fan of Oyocha, so we have partnered with him as our global ambassador. And ironically, his wife, he was just recently married, is a top athlete professional basketball player.
Oh,
so in his own right, of course, he's this professional baseball recognized worldwide, and yet his partner in life now is a top professional basketball player.
Good
so
for her.
Good for her. And we're seeing in the sports world women, that are getting really recognized. And I know there's a lot of trying to ensure that there's going to be equal pay. And that's a very big topic, I think, for, women in the workforce, not just in tea.
Yeah.
So yes, it's very exciting. In fact, I actually just have to show you. Here we are. There's the Oyocha that was
fantastic.
New York
So now-
Times with Shohei.
That's it. So now you need to sign her on as well.
Well, that's what's great. I thought it's just not about him. I mean, she's.
Of course it's not.
Yes.
Of course it's not. You need to give her a platform now as well.
So very exciting. But yes, we're very pleased that I think Itowen, there's a greater appreciation for sort of our expertise in green tea. We are vertically integrated, and we have been recognized for our tea farming practices and sort of sustainability. So that obviously really involves the women in tea as well. So it's been a wonderful journey, and we really look forward to a much more exciting future, I think, just in what we do. And also, as you said, the kind of camaraderie that we all have. I know that just all of us today getting together on this fabulous sofa summit that you started, which
fake
I look forward to every year. It's just so great to be able that we're all pulling together and to be able to talk about something as simple and complex as tea.
I was I took my mother this year to the UK tea trade dinner with me, and she said, I'll never stop to be amazed by the number of people that are involved in making this beverage, right? And this is her just looking around the room. I'm like, this is just the tip of the iceberg, lady. There's so much more. How's your mom? Speaking of
Well,
mom.
I'm happy to share that she will be 101 in 2 months, and she obviously enjoys her tea. Thank you. And she is doing very well. So thank you for asking. And, I'd have to say, because of her, and as I said, gathering with my Japanese grandmother and my mother-in-law. So, yes, I like to think that, we talk that green tea, well, tea in general for health and wellness really contributes to a long life, and as George Takei had said, and prosper in life. And I like to think that the green tea is going to keep me at 101 and hopefully beyond.
Oh gosh, Miss Rona, you haven't changed a hair at all since as long as I've known you. And
awfully sweet to say that.
It's been a few years. But I honestly, I've had a few people on today who've been mother-daughter combinations of, company owners, etc. And, one of the threads that have sort of, continued on, and I've got Cindy Bigelow on next, who's going to be sort of definitely, that conversation will go there as well. This support from family and mothers and grandmothers and strong women in our lives that I think make us into the women that we are today. I think
very much so. It's that interconnection and the sense of sensitivity and again, I just think overall that sense of nurturing, which I think is inherent. And so yes, and I look forward to that, and that needs to continue, as you said.
I don't think we could stop it even if we wanted to, Rona. I think that as women, there's a life force that sort of pulls us together.
Yes.
And it's kind of like magnets where you can try to pull it apart, but it's not easy.
I am with you.
So, madam,
yes,
you know how this works. You must answer a question from Marcel Proust.
Oh, okay.
And Marcel Proust would like to know from you today, what is your greatest extravagance?
My greatest extravagance? Goodness. Oh my gosh. That's a big question.
They're all big questions.
You know, I would have to say really is I so appreciate connecting with people and to be able to connect with people and to get inspired by people. I mean, that to me is extravagance. When you're able to sort of get energy from people and be inspired and, you know, appreciate everyone's different journey of life and who they are. And I really, really love that about the world. I mean, I'm not somebody, I do appreciate moments of solitude, but to pull energy from people and to learn about people and to be inspired by people, that to me is just such a luxury.
I love that. Everybody's been so thoughtful with their answers today, even though they had no idea what my questions were going to be. Really, that's a good one.
Thank you. And I'm happy to be connecting with you, even though you're up in Canada.
You know, we're only an hour flight from each other.
That's very true. Yes, that is true.
We need to do better.
Absolutely.
Miss Rona, I raise my cup to you, phenomenal woman. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to raise my oyocha if you don't mind.
I don't. I actually have your oyocha in my fridge right now.
Thank you very much. And in the spirit of Mr. Otani and his wife, yes, kampai.
Kampai, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for being a strong woman in tea, and happy International Tea Day to you.
Well, thank you, Shabnam, and I really thank you because what you have done for the industry is just amazing. And every year it seems to grow. And for you to have even brought all of us together I toast you for that.
Thank you. Couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Ciao. Bye-bye. Okay. So let's just keep this rolling, because from one phenomenal woman, I'm going to go to the next phenomenal woman. And if I need to introduce her, then again, get your heads out of the sand, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is the wonderful Miss Cindy Bigelow of Bigelow Tea. Hello.
I'm so admiring you. I was just talking to my team. How many hours in a row have you been doing this today?
7 hours, 31 minutes, and 18 seconds. Not counting.
Oh my God. I mean, people say I have a lot of energy. You put me to shame. You put me to shame. That's quick. And how about your voice? Like, is your throat, everything okay? I know. I'm
good. I'm good. And I have to say, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I have had previous years, and this is year 5, by the way. I've had previous years where I've suddenly hit a wall, and I need to do I'll be right back. And then if you could see me, you could see that I'm like jumping around in my living room here trying to get energy. I've not needed that this year at all, because I am so inspired by all of the fabulous women I've had with me today. It's been wonderful.
You're one in a kind. That's all I can say, because these are great women. There's no question.
They are great women.
But still, you're a human anyway. Wow. And you have to get up for every single one of them. So, okay. I don't know if we should do some jumping jacks to start. No. We're okay. No. Whatever.
No. We are going to get into, because I've got so much to talk to you about, Cindy. So we can't talk about it. Okay, let me backtrack. So I just mentioned to Rona that I've had a number of women on who have gone into business with the businesses that their mothers have created. I've had women who are in business with their mothers at the moment or have taken over businesses. And you are one in a long line of phenomenal women that have made up Bigelow Tea. So from your grandmother, Ruth Campbell Bigelow, to your mother, Eunice Bigelow, to your late sister, Lori Bigelow, and now with you, Miss Cindy Bigelow. And I want to know, how has that, and I know that your father has played a big part in who you are, but we're celebrating women and that right now. So I want to know how that has played a role in you and who you are.
Well, I have to start, of course, talking about my dad, because I know this is about women,
Okay.
but he really was my role model, my mentor.
I know.
I got so much from him. It was amazing. But that doesn't take anything away from my grandmother, my mother, my sister, and hopefully myself as well. But obviously, I've been very blessed, because if you think about it, my father, who really was the driver for so many years, he had his mother who started the business, his wife, who was an absolute partner. My sister and I were in the business. And what I love to say about it is that he didn't see any glass ceilings. He didn't see women as anything different than who was very, very capable of running a business. So I was raised by an individual that just, of course, thought women were equal. And to be honest, he thought they were really pretty phenomenal at business. So I had grown up in an atmosphere of no limitations, because that's just how it was in our family. Women were very, very, very engaged, and everyone played a different role. Like my grandmother, obviously, and started the business, and the tenacity that she had to build it out of nothing, to get knocked down over and over. For a woman to start a business back then was almost impossible and unheard of.
Yeah.
And, all the great stories that I got to read about how difficult it was for her, but she just kept going. And then how she did pass the baton to my father to watch what he had to do. My mother, her critical role by my father's side, helping him at very important crossroads when he was making decisions that, thank God she was there. She was an incredible resource for the organization. If my father was perhaps kind of moving in a direction that we were like, oh, let's not go there, you could really talk to her. She was an incredible, sensible woman, really logical, and really was able to help keep us on track. My sister and all the skills that she brought. I mean, her, she was brilliant at design. They say probably one of the best blenders in the world in terms of being able to really create these recipes that many of them are the foundation of who we are. And then for myself and bring, I think you've heard it before, me, just a very nurturing experience to the leadership role here. I think that's what we tend to do anyway. There's a lot of what I would say mothering in what I do every day as a CEO. So it's not that men aren't fabulous at leading and as CEOs and as top leaders, but I do think as a woman, watching how my family operated and watching how, that sort of family experience and nurturing is critical to me. I think it really helped form the leader that I am today, for sure.
So when I was, putting my notes together for today, one of the things that I was not struggled with, but went back and forth on when on my notes for you, was something that you've said, which is that I operate as a business leader who just happens to be female, and I love that. I really do, and it's one of these things that I think that I struggle with sometimes. I'd love to be in a world where we wouldn't need to have, International Tea Day celebrating just women, right? Why should we need that? Why do we need an International Women's Day? Why do we need the day of the child, of the girl? Why do we need these things? But the reality is that we do need these things because there are real issues that women face. And for those of us privileged in this side of the world with families and education and rights and ability to own land and property and homes and not need the permission of a man to make decisions about herself, her life. I love to be in a place where we don't have to differentiate or even call out the fact that you are a female CEO. It shouldn't matter that you're female. You're a CEO, full stop, period. But being a woman does inform who you are as a CEO as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's a great point, and I so support that. I just shared with you how blessed I was. My father didn't see any difference between leadership, male and female. He only had 2 daughters anyway, so that wasn't an option. It wasn't like I was contending with a brother to who was going to run the company. But it does matter that I'm a female CEO, and as I've gotten older, I appreciate it more because as I get out there and I have exposures to other lectures or events or whatever it is, so many women will come to me and really say, thank you for letting us know that, there are women CEOs. This is how a woman CEO operates. This is what's important. I sort of, I guess I lay out like a blueprint for them to say, yeah, I can do that. I want to do that. And I just did a commencement speech to a wonderful college, Albertus Magnus, on Sunday. Mm-hmm. And when they announced that this is a woman-owned business, the place really erupted. I was 50-50 male, female, but the females and some of the men as well really got excited about the fact that it's a woman-owned, women-led business. So even though for me, as you said, I'm a leader who happens to be a female, who loves being a female, for the record, but I have to remember that people need to see more of me's out there in different shapes and sizes and colors, but more me's, so that they know that there is room and there is space and there's something to aspire toward. And that is something that they can, try to achieve for sure. It's not
exactly
a lot of walls. There are a lot of walls. I don't like to admit it. I'm so used to seeing them and getting through them that it's different for me. And I try to coach women about getting through those walls, because of course they're there, but it's not about them being there. They're there. It's how you get through them. Right. That's what's important.
Yeah. And, I think, as you just said, the very reaction that even in 2024, you're talking to a group of, young 20-year-olds, right? Commencement speech, presumably.
For the most part, they were. Yep. Some were older too.
So, they were born in this century, which to me is in post 2000, which to me is just wrong. But hey, anyways, that's a conversation for another day. They were born in the 40s and the 30s and the 50s and the 60s. That even for them, that they erupt into applause says a lot about the world that we still live in. And to see somebody like yourself who, I use the word, I had Karine and Pomerleau and Dion from Transurb on earlier. And Johanne started her business in 1992 and, talks about how the difficulties that she had. And her daughter, who is now running the company, when I asked her what her challenges are, said none. And that's a fabulous place to be, right? Because they've created a company. She said, thank you, Mom. But, they've created a company where there are challenges, of course, but A, they push through it. And B, they've created an environment, which I think you have as well at Bigelow Tea, where, as you say, your father didn't see, it wasn't girl or male or female. It was just, you're there on the merits of who you are, and to create an environment where I can talk about you in your position without differentiating or pointing out your gender. That's progress. Yeah. Right? Yep. That's phenomenal progress.
It's interesting. My father was, a very thoughtful man, as you know, and he went to an all boys high school. Mm-hmm. And he said one of the biggest issues for him being at an all boys high school is he didn't learn early on how to interact in a natural setting with women. And it was one of his biggest regrets, is he said, because it took him years to try to figure that out, because he just didn't have his formative years where he was in a class with women, walking in the hallways with women. It was a very, very single sexed life that he grew up with for 4 years. And it was something he really didn't like. He really was unhappy. It works for a lot of other people. I'm not saying anything about anyone who wants to go to a single sex school, but for him, the biggest regrets is that he didn't learn how to work with women early enough. Interesting, right?
That is really interesting, because I've said this a couple of times today. I believe that the universe gives you what you need, and it brings it to you what you need at that moment. And so I think that's really interesting, knowing that he married a phenomenally strong woman and ended up with 2 phenomenally strong daughters. Do you know what I mean? That he didn't have it there, but it was almost overcompensated for later in his life. Right?
Yeah. Very, very interesting. But yeah, it was obviously a different time than it is today.
Yeah.
So. And you are right. There are still those barriers and those walls, and you know, that's why you have to have really bringing that attention to the female CEO or the women in business, or, you know, just bringing the attention to trying to create equity that we would like to be everywhere. And it is in a few places for sure. Definitely, I would like to say it's inside Bigelow. But it needs to be has to be a deliberate conversation, which is what you do.
It absolutely has to be, and we need to be willing to have it, not afraid to have it. I think is probably the best way of putting it, right? I was talking with Helen and Sian from Finlays Tea earlier, and we were talking about, you know, that this whole conversation is, you know, women's empowerment, et cetera. It's a messy conversation because sometimes there's a perception that somebody needs to give up power in order to share power. And that's not what this is about at all. It's about equity. It's not about giving up anything. And, you know, unconscious biases and language that we use and things like that. But it's, I'm optimistic. I think I've said this to you before. I'm an eternal optimist. I'm going to tell you, you know, a UNICEF statistic that I've shared with everybody earlier, and that's that there are currently 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18 in the world.
Okay. And they're going to take the world by storm.
They're going to take the world by storm. You know, we're talking about, you know, the next leaders, the next influence makers, the change makers, the, you know, business owners, as well as world leaders. And I say yay to that. Yeah. Because I read up on, you know, what people say as much as I can, and you're everywhere, Cindy. So, you know, I have a lot of things that you've said. So tell us about your daughter telling you, one, Mom, I'm afraid of everything.
Oh, such a sweet story. My daughter was probably 10 or 11, and we were by an ocean, Long Island Sound, the Atlantic, on the other side of Long Island there. And she didn't want to go into the waves. And she'd grown up kind of going into those waves. She says, I don't want to go in the waves anymore. I said, why don't you want to go in the waves? She goes, because I'm afraid. And I said, oh, it's okay. You know, she goes, no, Mom, I'm afraid of everything. And of course, I didn't skip a beat. I said, Megan, everyone in some capacity or another is afraid of everything. I said, never identify yourself as that, in the sense that honor your fear, recognize it's probably way more common, and just let's go after it one at a time. So, you know, let's hold hands, let's walk in maybe backwards a little bit, let's just go up to our ankles, and that'll be enough today. But you have to understand, fear is part of life. Yeah. It's how you deal with fear, and not criticizing yourself for it, but just recognizing it, and then asking yourself, what can you do to get past it? Now, she's like a little dolphin. She's always swimming in everything. She's the first one that dives in and whatever. But I think more people have to talk about fears, and that it's not uncommon, and you shouldn't. I think you need to be more comfortable to talk about it. We talked about messy conversations, uncomfortable conversations. Being afraid of something, that's just what it is. Yeah. It's part of life. So I really tried to teach her early on, and she's been great ever since. We really talked a lot about that from a young age on. And now, you know, she says, when I'm afraid of something, I'm the first one in. That's how I address my fear. I said, you go, girl, because that's exactly what I do. You know, if I'm looking out and I'm about to go in the water and I'm sure I'm going to get eaten by a shark, there is no question the shark is waiting for just me.
Just her.
And I'm like the first one in the water, because I'm going to prove myself I'm not going to get eaten by the shark. And then I run out a few minutes later and I go, yes, I wasn't eaten. So yeah, fear is part of life. And it was a very heartbreaking moment for me, but I look at who she is today, and I look at how she addresses her fears, and she's got them. Like, we get on a plane, she can have a real anxiety attack. I mean, anxiety, fear is part of life, and we should not try to pretend like all of us are perfect and we don't have anything like that, right? But I think talking about it, acknowledging it, saying how you got through it. Yay, you got through it, right? That was a good flight. You were fine. You know, people have anxiety attacks on planes. So yeah, fear's a big thing. I think it should be a bigger conversation.
And it's not a weakness, right?
No.
There's strength in actually saying I'm afraid and working your way through it. Katrin Gassot, her Proust question earlier that I gave her was, what is your greatest fear? And her answer reminded me of what you just said, this conversation with your daughter, because her answer was her greatest fear is to allow fear to take over her life. Right. Because we're driven by fear and love. Those are the life forces that push us through. And we need some semblance of fear, obviously, in life. Otherwise, you know, we do all kinds of stupid stuff. But you know, not allowing that to paralyze us, as you taught your daughter that day, is really about pushing.
Just one small step, and if that's enough, come back to it another day. But I do agree with what you said, because it's like conversation to me. If you have one subject that you can't talk about, okay. Then you have another subject you can't talk about. Okay. And then you have another and another and another. I'm pretty sure pretty soon you have no kind of conversation, because everything is taboo. It's the same thing with your fears. If you let one fear win and you never even try to address it or even talk about it, then you have another one and another one. So for me, it's about never having a conversation you can't have, and never having a fear you can't at least acknowledge. I didn't say you need to beat every fear. No. I didn't say you're going to win every conversation, but you have to be able to talk about the fact that maybe it's a difficult conversation and you don't want to go too far down that pathway, but at least there's conversation about it, and conversation about your fear. This is a fear I have. I've been trying to do a little bit with it. You know, but it's something that's pretty significant in my life. Like, you just got to be able to talk about it, address it one step at a time, and don't let one block and then another block and then another block, because I do think it will start to win in the end.
Well, there's no growth that happens, right? Whether it's fears that stop us, or whether it's messy conversations, or, you know, being uncomfortable. It's in discomfort that we actually have growth, right? Being too comfortable is not a good thing. And I know that everybody, you know, most people are, you know, don't love change. I think it's the one thing that everybody tries to avoid, or a lot of people try to avoid. But it's in that growth happens. It's in that, you know, I feel really, really uncomfortable with my situation, my conversation, my whatever, that I'm going to grow as a person and expand my world, right?
Yeah, but I also don't even look at it as much as growth as just forgiving yourself, right? It isn't about always, you know, necessarily I'm going to grow and be bigger and better. But it's just about saying that, you know what, I'm not perfect. I'm comfortable with the fact that I'm not perfect.
That's fair.
And I'm comfortable having conversations about the fact that I'm not perfect. And maybe by me sharing the fact that I'm not perfect, you'll share the fact that you're not perfect, and you can feel better about yourself too. Right? I think there's a real, and maybe especially on women's part, you need to be perfect. Everything needs to be perfect. And that's nice. It's a nice goal, and you can try to do it certain ways, whatever that looks like. But you gotta just acknowledge you're not perfect too, and you know what? That's okay. That's okay.
I think that's a really, really important point, because, you know, when we make ourselves vulnerable, we allow space for other people to be vulnerable around us as well, right? This striving for perfection and, you know, I am Superwoman. It's not good for anybody. It really, I don't think it's a good thing for everybody. I think, you know, there are moments where that's important, but, you know, exposing ourselves and just, you know, saying, here you go, this is who I am, and I see you.
Well, it was very sweet during the commencement speech. So when I talk about my dad, and I'm getting really upset because I'm having a hard time pulling myself back together, and I'm in front of basically almost 2,000 people, and I'm just having a hard time there.
Yeah.
And the audience starts screaming, "You go, girl, you got this. You're going to be okay." And I start laughing that the audience is cheering me on.
Yes.
To keep going. And then I, pulling from their strength. And then, the people behind me are handing me tissues and they're blowing away in the wind. And it was just a catastrophe. But it was a riot in the sense that, it was just really being who you are, right? Being who you are, which, you know what? Sorry, I fell apart. I'm okay now. I'm pulling myself back together.
And you didn't need to apologize for it because all of these people that you've never met in your life identified with it, which is why they embraced you and lifted you, right?
Oh, it was so sweet. Oh my God. I laughed so hard. That definitely stopped me from crying because I started laughing. I was like, okay, guys, I got this. It was really adorable. So yeah, you know what? We're all vulnerable. I think you live a life of, I think, much more true color if you allow yourself the ability to feel as much. I mean, everyone has different levels of feeling. You're not, some people are just not out there, emoting, blah, blah, blah. And that's not who they are. It's fine. But whatever range that you can have, I think to allow people to know who you really are, as comfortable as you are with that, I think that's important. And that is something I think that takes muscle and memory and hard work to get to that place where you're comfortable, like sharing who you are to whatever extent is comfortable for you. I would say what I do, that's not fair. That's not for the next person.
Sure.
And it was interesting. I watched, all these kids cross over and get their diplomas yesterday. It was very touching for me, very, very inspirational because I know many of their journeys was a tough one to get there. And, some people are cheering and they're doing their little thing and they're rah-rahing and they got these hats and this great stuff. And others are walking across in such a gentle way and shaking the president's hand and beaming in their own way, their sense of pride, but they were emoting as much as they could in the perfect way for them, I said, look at that person. They are so proud right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's got different ranges. I think you and I have a little more color on the on the color wheel.
There's something that you said that I found I loved. Lots of things that I've read about you that I love, but this struck with me, and I think it was in an interview or at a conference or something that you spoke at, and you said that you look for people that lift the room.
Yep.
That care about the project, team, and the community, and this is the key part of this, over self. And I've said this to a couple of people, conceptually throughout the day that, I think that it's really important life lessons, and it takes, some people never reach that point in life, but life lessons to understand that you're part of something greater than yourself. And I think that once you fully understand, I don't mean hear the words, I mean really understand that you are part of something greater than yourself. That self is important, but you're part of something greater than that. I think that that's where you start to find purpose. And, that idea of lifting a room, and for people that can see things outside of themselves, I think that's a powerful thing to bring to your team.
I will tell you, the people that really are the most successful here are the people that lift the room, community first. And that's okay. There's all different types of people, and there's a place for everyone. I don't just say that to be, isn't that nice to think? No. There's a different place for different types of people. And I think here, the ones that really come and love to make this place better and make their environment better and, give everything they got and pivot when something good, a better idea comes in the room. It doesn't have to just be their idea, are the ones that really shine. And, to me, they're the ones that people really want to work with. They're the ones that build the trust with people. They get people to open up. They get people want to contribute because you set that stage, right? That person set the stage of, hey, we're all in. This is about the community. Oh, I can do that, So they're also excellent role models when they do that. So I'm a big fan of lifting the room and trying to get people to think about it more. How do you wake up every day and kind of recognize how much power you have to make a difference? And it's all in here. You have that power, but you have to you have to recognize it first. You have to talk about it, and then you got to use it. You got to say, this is who I am. I want to make, not just in business.
No.
You want to make the world everywhere you go. I always say, my poor kids are so sick of hearing from me. When you're in the grocery store and you're about to, whatever, ring out, and that individual isn't looking at you, I don't care. Say hello again. How you doing? Hey, thanks so much. Give it a couple shots. Eventually they're going to look up and go, wow, this person actually might care about me. They might smile back. They feel good. They feel better. We've made them feel better. The world is a better place. You can do that. It's free. It's free to make the world a better place. I don't get it, but you got to think about it, and you got to want to get outside yourself and say, everywhere I go, I want to just bring a bit of joy, bit of light, and you get it back 100-fold. You really do. You get it back 100-fold, but you got to start, and you have to be comfortable smiling someone who might not smile back. You might be comfortable. You got to be comfortable, like really giving your all when that other person isn't going to really reciprocate. That's not why you do it, though. You're doing it because you know that's the right thing that you want to do. You want to give out first. You want to make everything around you better, and usually 99% of the time, it has an unbelievable receptivity, and it's very infectious.
It is infectious, and I think it's so well received because it's not done enough, right? We all have the power, as you say, to do it, and it doesn't take much. It really doesn't. I mean, what do we all want? We're all connected by one fundamental thing, and that's to be seen, right? I want to be seen. Everybody wants to be seen. I see you, I feel you, I recognize you. You are enough, right? And a simple hello, how are you, does that. That's all it takes.
Yeah. And it's free. That's what I love to say. It's so free to smile and just to be kind, but you have to be comfortable with that. A lot of people maybe they're wrapped up in their own world, and I get it, but then it starts to self-perpetuate, right? I'm wrapped in my own world. I got a lot going on. I'm really unhappy. Got a lot of pressure. I could talk about my world, right? I've got this issue, that issue. This customer's asking for that. That could be a detrimental for the impact. This individual. But if I live my life like that, it's like a gerbil wheel. Okay. It's going to start doing this versus if I'm going to go into a place where I'm going to just bring that positive attitude and make this space a little bit warmer, kinder, it comes back, and then it starts feeding you, and then the gerbil wheel starts moving in that direction, right? So it really is self-perpetuating, but it takes work because you've got to start that wheel going. You got to start that flywheel going, and it's a heavy lift sometimes for people, but I promise you, if you can do it, the rewards are 3 times what you gave out.
Always. Always, always. All right, Miss Cindy, you know that you're not leaving without answering a Marcel Proust question, right?
Ready.
You ready? Okay. So, what or who is the greatest love of your life?
Wow. Well, you realize there's people that can listen to this. This could get me in big trouble.
Which is why I gave you the option of what?
No. Well, one of the answers, obviously, my children, which is so true. But I would have to say, given my father just passed away and all the gifts that he's given me, I would have to say my father. The good news is when my father was alive, he knew how much I loved him. And I treated him like gold, and he treated me like gold my whole life. We really had something very, very, very special. So when he passed, I didn't have to say, I wish I did this. I wish I did that. I wish I said that. I didn't have to do any of that. But I've had a year to reflect on my 63 years that I had with him. And there's just nothing I don't look back with pride and smiles and doesn't fill me with such joy. So I would have to say my dad.
I love that. You and I have briefly talked about this before. I think that you are incredibly fortunate, and it was not accidental. And I hope that anybody listening to this hears this. You left nothing unsaid with your father, and that is a great gift. And it is within all of our powers to do that. It was by design. It wasn't by accident. I take that with me. With my mother every single day, and love her dearly and spend as much time as I can with her. She may or may not be watching. I doubt it, but hey.
Well, she might have been watching the first 4 hours, but the last.
No, she wasn't. No, I'm going to tell you right now, she wasn't. All she knows is that she can't call me today. That's all she knows. She can't call me. She sent me a couple of texts, I know, and I'm like, just please,
not today, Mom. Not today.
Yeah, but later. Because I talk to her at least 4 times a day. Minimum. 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 And I'm telling you, my husband will sometimes say, what is it that you're talking about? Nothing. How are you? What you doing? What'd you have for dinner?
Well, I'm assuming you guys have similar personalities.
My mother and I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's something special. That's really sweet. That's really sweet that you have that with her. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. I'm really happy.
I was raised by a phenomenal woman. So, and I think that, it takes, I think phenomenal women and powerful women have powerful women behind them for the most part. I really do. I think that's sort of our common thread.
Yeah.
Miss Cindy, I'm going to raise my cup to you. I'm going to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've said this to you before. You always come from a place of yes, and for that I'm grateful. I thank you for being such a fabulous role model in the world of tea, full stop, period. And the fact that you are a woman doing that is the icing on the cake.
Thank you. Listen, you pull us all together, just like the last one once said. Rona with her 101-year, is 101 or 102-year-old mother in 2 months? 101. Yes, go Rona. Oh, your mom. So, but anyway, you pull us together and you keep the conversation going, and we're all happy to be part of it. So cheers and hashtag tea proudly.
Oh, hashtag tea proudly, hashtag tea power. So, thank you. Have a lovely evening. You're going to go off screen in a minute, but don't go away because you're going to appreciate this. Bye.
It's Mr. Worldwide with the one and only Dolly Parton. And this is dedicated to all my powerful women working 9 to 5, 2, 3 jobs just to survive. All my powerful women, no man at home, raising all the kids alone. All my powerful women, y'all deserve a throne. Keep your head up and stay strong. All my powerful women, no matter what, never give up. I remember working hard with my mom. You name it, she did it. You name it, she sold it. You name it, she cleaned it. You name it, she owed it. She had to provide. We had to survive. So you name it, she stole it. Our whole life was layaway. Pay, but the bills never went away. Put your hands to the sky. This goes out to the women working hard 9 to 5.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Barely getting by. It's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. For service and devotion, you would think that I would deserve a fair promotion. I want to move ahead. The boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes the man is out to get me. Ooh, here's to your mama and here's to mine.
Thank you, Dolly.
Mama worked hard her entire life. She had 12 kids at 35. Working 24/7, 365. Working 5 to 9 and 9 to 5. They let you dream just to watch them shatter. You're just a step on the boss man's ladder. You got dreams you never take away.
Never take away.
You're all in the same boat with a lot of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in. Time's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5. Equal rights. Now, some of us are pit bulls too. We appreciate the things you do. Thanks again for shining a light on the women that work from 9 to 5.
It's my pleasure. Dolly.
There we go. All righty. So that was for my powerful women. That was, hang on.
You played it for everyone. That was ridiculous.
Right?
We were like dancing back here. Were we not dancing? We were totally dancing. 9 to 5.
That's for my powerful women. Thank you.
I want to play that somewhere. You got to give that to us. We'll push it out
Cool.
everywhere.
Good. Bye, Cindy.
Bye, sweetheart. That was.
All righty. So I'm going to pop on my next powerful woman. Hello, Miss Cunningham.
What an amazing way to sit here and wait for my turn to rock out to Dolly Parton. Thank you for that.
I'll tell you that my whole family knows. It's become my anthem right now. I mean, it's an old song, but it's such an energized version of this song, and to call it "Powerful Women" is, I'm like, it's playing today at some point. Forgive any copyright laws that I just broke, but sue me. Sue me. Hello, Kim Cunningham. How are you?
Hello, Shabnam Weber. I'm awesome. How are you after a long day on your sofa?
I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
really, really good. Yeah. I'm so good.
I did leave the sofa in behind me. I was going to sit on it, but thought, it might be easier here.
So it's funny you say that. The first year, this is year 5 of this. The first year that we started this, my plan in my head was that I was actually going to sit on the sofa, and my sofa is right over there. But at that time, for whatever crazy, Wi-Fi reason, my Wi-Fi worked brilliantly here, and over there it didn't want to work.
Yeah, right.
And this became the spot, and that's the end of that. So there you go. So Ms. Cunningham, for those of you that don't know Kim, Kim is Chief Commercial Officer at Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee. I think it's coffee and tea, but I'm going to say tea and coffee.
No, you got it. Tea always comes first for us.
But before all of that, I think that one of the things, and as I've said, I've sort of, do my notes and everything here, and I did not realize that you currently, Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee, currently has pretty much an entire team of women executives.
Yes.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Danielle Barron is your president and CEO. Trish Ball is your chief human resources officer. You are chief commercial officer. Jennifer Park is chief operating officer. And Heather Saranpan is chief legal officer and corporate secretary.
Yes.
Bravo.
Isn't it amazing? I mean, we will miss Fred very much as our outgoing CEO, but we did hit a new level of awesomeness with Danielle coming in.
That's fantastic. How long have you been with Mother Parker's? Tell us your journey, your story.
Mother Parker's 7.5, 8 years, so it's right in there. 7.5, I'm going to call it. Won't get too specific, but joined Mother Parker's after. Listen, I've been well caffeinated for those that know me. I've been well caffeinated for almost 25 years. I've been in the tea and coffee industry, so it's really been quite a lovely journey. And being at Mother Parker's for me, really feels like a great culminating experience on the journey, because it's the breadth and depth of the products we make, the customers we work with, the brands that we get to collaborate with, is really just a next level experience for anybody who's passionate about tea or coffee. And I did, Shabnam, try to get out of the tea and coffee business for exactly what I call a pint of beer, because I went and worked in beer for a couple of years. And I just really miss the human connection of knowing that the work I was doing every day was changing somebody else's life and impacting somebody else's life across the globe, because tea and coffee are that gift, right? Where you can really tell those stories of those people.
Okay, so that's really interesting, because, I've talked about this before, we live in our own little echo chamber, and we think that we have all the problems in the world, and oh my God, tea, and what are we going to do? And the world's falling apart. We've got our issues for sure. But this connectivity that we have within the industry, I think we don't celebrate enough. So you actually experienced it when you left and came back. So tell me, why what is different about it with tea and coffee? And I'm going to just say tea. Let's forget about coffee.
Yeah. I always say both. I'm well trained. I think just that ability for the finished product. I did bring some show and tell, but I didn't bring loose tea. But that ability to really have the beginning of the product in your hands as a raw material, to say, this grew here or came from there. And then to see that all the way through the supply chain, because supply chains in tea are not easy. To see that all the way through the supply chain into how it's manufactured, then you get to work on the consumer insights and the marketing of it, set your product strategies, and then sit at home and drink a cup of tea knowing where it started is quite an incredible thing. And it always makes for easy party conversation, right? You can be such a fascinating individual to tell people that tea actually, grew on a tea plantation. I don't think people realize that all the time. Right? They're like, oh, I never thought about that.
Yeah. I know. But I think that's also, you're absolutely right. But I also think that has a lot to do with the fact of, of how disconnected most consumers are from the supply chain, from their food supply chain in particular, well, all supply chains, but their food supply chain in particular. I think that COVID was one of those great lessons for consumers in getting a better understanding of supply chains. They didn't even understand the word, but we're so disconnected from where our food and drink comes from, right? Meat doesn't grow in a styrofoam container with a little plastic wrap. It just doesn't happen. Tea doesn't grow in a tea bag and from a box. That it just doesn't happen that way, right? And connecting people is really great. I was saying to somebody earlier, they had just been, Winnie, that's who was, she's head of finance at Eastern Produce, and she's only been in tea for a year. And I said to her that I wasn't sure if anybody had told her yet, but once you're in, you can't get out.
Yeah.
We're kind of like the mafia.
So true. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, you miss it. There's a lot of different products that people have had the opportunity to work on, but being able to have that emotional connection to the products you work on and the categories you work on, I think just make for not only a happier work day, but a more fulfilling life. So So you're stuck with me. I'm probably not going anywhere.
What was that?
You're stuck with me. I'm probably not going anywhere.
I am delighted that you're not going anywhere, because I should add to everybody listening, I'm very honored to have Kim on, a director on the board of the Tea and Herbal Association of Canada. And we've got some fabulous women on the board, and I love that always, because as I've said repeatedly today, there's something different, not better, different, that women bring to conversations, whether that be at a board level, whether that be in a business environment, etc. So I'm curious, based on what I just said, I'm curious, and maybe it's too early to tell, because I know that Danielle Barron has just recently started. Curious to see how that this women executive that you've got may or may not change things within the company. What do you think? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this happen on volunteer boards and at other companies as well. But I think that women are not afraid to say what needs to be said. And we get judged for so many things as women that we're like, okay, forget it. I don't care if you judge me for what comes out of my mouth, because you might be judging the clothes I decided to wear today. There's some great facts on women judging women. But I think we're never afraid to have those straight shooter conversations, just to kind of get to the point, make a decision and move on, which is really helpful for boards or in the office. I think ultimately it becomes I'm not saying men are frustrating, but hey, we both have husbands. We know men are frustrating. I also have 2 sons. I think it just makes for a more productive workplace.
Mine lives in a different country, Kim.
That's right. I have to try that trick. Yeah.
Just saying, you might want to try it. I'm totally teasing. He's upstairs and I love him dearly. He's taking good care of me today by providing snacks and whatever.
Excellent.
I know that Mother Parker is involved in a lot of sustainability work, and I've talked about this with a few this concept of sustainability and the work on sustainability that different companies do. And there's so much within the industry that's being done, which I think that, we're all very, very proud of. We talk a lot, though, on the subject of sustainability, on the environmental sustainability and, the ecological, which is important, climate change, regenerative agriculture, etc. But there are 3 parts for anybody listening and wants, sort of a crash course on sustainability. It's environmental, it's economic, and social. And to me, economic and social are so much intertwined with this conversation of women and the role of women as well. It's not only, but it's a big part of. And I know that you do tea and coffee, and Mother Parkers is, so please talk to me about both tea and coffee, because this is about, what can we learn as well. Are there projects that you've seen within coffee when it comes to the social aspects of sustainability that tea can learn from, or vice versa?
Yeah. So at Mother Parkers, on the tea side of things, we've maintained a long-standing and strong commitment to the ethical tea partnership. Mm-hmm. And I'm so glad that we're not talking about the environment, under the ethical tea partnership. They put it under the economic pillar and the equity pillar. So to your point, can you earn a living wage working in tea? What does that model look like? And then if I tie that back to women, there's equity there as well. Mm-hmm. What's interesting between tea and coffee is tea and coffee basically employ the same number of women at farm level in the field. It's the same ratios, but you have more women in the management of tea at origin than you do in coffee. See? Yay.
Really?
I don't know why that is, but now I'm going to figure that one out. Yeah. It could be. Yeah, again, I can't even speculate why that is. We have just wrapped up a project more on the coffee side of things, but as a corporation with Care Canada, the government of Canada, and ourselves. Yep. And that has really focused on how do you ensure that the community has access to safe water, because coffee processing is very hard on natural water streams. So that there's safe water, so that the women who are cooking for their families or feeding or bathing their babies have access to safe water, that the off run of coffee processing isn't putting that at risk. So there's quite a bit that we do, not only as a female executive, but both of our heads of sustainability are female. So we're always trying to find opportunities where we can advance women in the industry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen progress in this area? Because you've obviously been working in tea and coffee for a number of years. How have you seen it evolve? How have you seen it progress?
Yeah, I'm speculating a bit here, but the women in management stat on tea farms blew me away. I can't remember what that stat would have been years ago, but that blew me away, particularly because of the origins that tea is in. Yeah. And in some ways, I would have thought that coffee was in more advanced origins, but there might just be population differences there. I've certainly seen a huge shift on the commercial side of things. When you've been this caffeinated for this long, there were many, many meetings where I was the only woman at the table.
Yes.
So it is fun now to not have a man at the table. It's been a real 180.
It's interesting, and I've said this a few times as well. I mean, I've been in tea now for 20 years, a lot of years, enough years that I can't say I'm 25 anymore. But there are a lot more women everywhere. There are more women at around the board table. There are more women in conferences, conventions. Whatever the scenario is, there are more women owners, there are more women business leaders, there are more women in roles of leadership, which, as I've said a few times today as well, is so important, because when that happens, women lift women,
mm-hmm.
I think.
Mm-hmm. And when you say that about women in the business and women owners, I think too, there's a lot of tea and coffee family farms and plantations are handed down generation to generation. And there seems less of a fear now to have the daughter take over the family business. So I see a lot of that at conventions, trade shows, industry events across the board.
Yeah. Are you seeing in coffee the same way that, we obviously see in tea, and I think it's an agricultural thing, that the face on the fields they're sort of aging out, like they're getting older and older and older, and who's going to replace them, number one, in general, and then on top of that, how do you also get women, engaged in industries that, yes, getting better in integrating women, but still predominantly male dominated.
Yeah, and it comes down to the economics of it, right? So for the kids, of these generational family plantations or businesses, is it easier for them to go get a job in another industry because of globalization that maybe call centers are famous for this, right? Mm-hmm. So is it more financially viable for them to go get a job at the call center rather than keep the family plantation going? And a lot of times the answer is yes. Yeah. So how do you make the business of tea and coffee more economically attractive to the next generation? And how do you help them with the financing and the investments and everything that goes along with that? Yeah.
And I think even, a level below that, we're talking about owning and operating, but even on, on a worker level, whether it's tea pluckers or just people working on tea farms, how do we get to a place, and I'm using the word that somebody else used earlier, of job enrichment, mm-hmm. right? Empowering people that are, the closest to your product and enriching their job beyond, I'm just plucking tea, if you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
So that there is a desire for the next generation to want to stay within that industry, whether, whatever that is.
Yeah. And it's kind of the reverse of what you and I see, right? We love being in tea because we know from plantation to cup. So, I'm sitting here wondering if the women who are working in the fields knew more about the end product and how do we get our stories back to them? Does that drive more meaning for them?
That's a really interesting point, right? Because we always talk, I have a book of notes that I'm taking here, and this is usually how the next SOFA Summit sort of formulates and germinates. But how do we get these stories? We always talk about stories going from field to the consumer. Mm-hmm. We've never talked about it going the other way around. And, so Sharon and Sharon Hall, UKTIA, myself, and Nayantara Pelchaduri, who works she's the chairperson of the Tea Research Institute in India. Independent of our associations and our full-time jobs, as personal people, we have just formed the International Alliance of Women in Tea. Mm. And one of the things that, we've talked about and want to, or will be doing, is mentorship. And which makes me think of what you just said, stories back, but mentorship where it's not a mentor and a mentee, because that always suggests a level of hierarchy and that there's only, lessons are being learned only in one direction, but mentor, mentee, mentee, mentor, right?
Mm-hmm,
where both are mentoring each other because we can learn from each other. There's so much to learn. So how do we get our stories back and really make that connection? I think that's a really interesting point. How do we do that, Kim?
Well, you're seeing that come out in the everyday workplace environment with reverse generational mentoring, right? Yeah. The only reason I knew how to use Google Docs was because we happen to have a co-op in the business who was able to teach me that. Yes. So how could we take some of these principles perhaps and apply them to what you're describing?
I think that's really interesting. Okay, there's a project here somewhere, and
I didn't volunteer, but I do have a linkage.
Tell me.
Okay, so I brought you some show and tell.
Tell me.
So, are you familiar with the previous tradition? Probably just because of my English heritage, for bridal showers, you would give the bride a teacup.
Okay.
You familiar with this?
No.
No. Okay. So my grandmother's bridal shower. Everybody brought her all these beautiful teacups. This is just one. I have an entire collection. But as I was coming on today, in our old house, we used to have some of these on display until my kids broke one of them, which I was very sad about. As I was coming on today, I went to this box that says, "Don't open this box," which is very funny. And I got one of these beautiful little teacups.
Okay.
I'll show you, but I think it ties back to generation, emotional connection in tea, right? These were gifts pre-wedding. So they're all super sweet. I'll take a photo of all of them for you.
Yeah.
And then I have another one. Now this it's from the 70s. Okay. My mother got married in the early 1970s. That's why the colors are so lovely.
love it.
But I did just overhear you on with Cindy as well. When my mother passed away, you have to make choices about what you're going to keep. You can't keep everything. You have to sort of choose of those physical objects, which ones mean the most to you. So I kept my mother's teapot, which only ever housed 2 bags of red rose. It has to be 2 bags of red rose. Wasn't proper tea for my grandmother's teacup if there weren't 2 bags of red rose.
Not 1, not 3, 2.
2. And I think that's so funny because I never drink red rose now. I'm all about the herbals or the greens or something different. And then to take it back one step further, Shabnam, my father-in-law, so my husband's dad, asked me when he was moving out what was the one thing that I wanted. And so I chose his mother's silver tea set. So I just thought when I was popping on, like the emotional connection, the heritage, the richness in tea, and then how it's evolved to today. Such a good story, right?
Yeah. So okay, so that's it. So when I do a talk and the group is fairly small, it's not 100 people. I will generally, before I even start, I will ask everybody in the room to give me one word of why they like tea. Just one word, nothing more. And I'd say 95% of people, the words are all emotive words. 95 are emotive words. And the point of the exercise is to remind people that this emotional connection that people, not us necessarily in the tea industry, I mean, we have it as well, but that people, consumers, tea drinkers have to tea. Whether they realize it or not, it may be completely unconscious. It may be because the first cup of tea they had was with their grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
It may be because they had some kind of a ritual with their mothers or their fathers or grandparents, or, it's not just a female-oriented thing, but it's an emotional connection. And I have always maintained that if you want to sell tea, if you are going to go out and speak to consumers, you have to tap into that emotional, even though they may not, as I said, be aware of the fact that it's an emotional connection, right?
Yeah.
I need a cup of coffee. I want a cup of tea. Those are 2 very, very different words, right? I need and want.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you just illustrated that really well in the things that you chose to keep.
All tea related. That is weird. So my word would be family. I was like, okay, then clearly because of what I have right here, my word would be family.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but it's because it's not about the object. It's about what that object, reminds you of and what it brings you, right? One of the Proust questions that Helen and Sean had earlier was, what place are you the most happiest, or your favorite place, or something like that? I can't remember exactly what the question was. And both of them chose a place. No, who and where have you been the happiest? That's where it was. And they chose a place. And both of them, they said, I'm choosing a place. I'm not choosing a person or a thing. And yet for both of them, when they were explaining the place, it was actually about the family that was connected to the place, right? And I said to them when they finished, I said, I'm going to be quite bold here, and I'm going to say that I don't think it was the place that you chose. I think the most important thing is family. The greatest love for you is actually family, because if I would have removed the family element out of the places that you just named, you wouldn't have named those places, right?
Right.
So this connection that we have to a leaf that grows on a tree, yet creates so many memories and so many bonds, and I can't think of another food or beverage that does that.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true.
So, dear Kim, speaking of Proust questions, are you ready?
You got one?
Do I have lots? If it's one.
I'll take one.
You get one. And your question to from Marcel Proust is, what's your idea of perfect happiness?
It's not loaded at all, is it? Ooh.
They're all loaded questions.
Yeah, my idea of perfect happiness. Probably a day, or a day at the lake, sitting on the shores of Lake Huron, watching the sunset, maybe with a blueberry tea instead of just a regular tea. And hopefully the whole family would be there, and taking the time to connect.
Nice. I love that. Miss Cunningham, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a phenomenal woman in tea. Thank you for joining me. And thank you for just being a strong woman, because, strong women sometimes don't get, they get a bad rap, let's put it that way. And I think that, strong women give strength to other women that sometimes just need that. So I raise my cup to that. Happy International Tea Day to you.
Cheers. Happy International Tea Day. Thank you for your passion and your leadership, Shabnam.
Thanks, Kim.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. And on we move from Canada. We are going to travel all the way across the United States, and we're going to land in the wonderful Colorado. And okay, I'm going to pull her on, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm doing the damn about. So, hello, Maria.
Hello, Shabnam. I absolutely loved that session, and I would be so happy to just continue in the same discussion, but clearly, you're the MC.
We can and we will. It's lovely to have you here. So for anybody, let me introduce you to everybody. Maria Uspensky is the phenomenal owner of the Tea Spot. And you have, which is, I have found, interesting, not just, with the women that I've had on today, but in previous SOFA summits, when I talk to people, they've had very roundabout ways that they've landed in the world of tea. They're not always direct paths, but I've said this before, I believe strongly that you end up where you're meant to be, and the journey is the journey to get there. But you studied in Paris. You have been a dancer. You are an engineer. And you were an engineer.
Once an engineer, always an engineer.
Well, this is true. This is true. An engineer with IBM. Is that right? Am I okay? And
my total tenure with IBM exceeded 10 years by 2 weeks. I just found out, because I'm about to turn 65, that I will collect a veritable pension by 2 weeks. How's that for dumb luck? Anyway.
And then you landed in tea. So tell us about how you ended up in tea.
I will, and I'll even back up to the question that you had for Kim, your happiest moment, just from my gut immediately.
Yeah.
I can now say this not tearfully, but it was dancing, it was performing. And that career ended very abruptly at the age of 17, when I finished high school at the age of 15, was an apprentice in the ballet company for 2 years, and then just had a series of injuries which after the second surgery, I essentially came back, and there was someone waiting with me for papers at my locker, and I was so that ended very abruptly. But that is still music and dance to me that's where my heart is. Tea was always a part of my background. I do come from a Russian family, and it's interesting. You can watch like either films because we didn't have a lot of Soviet dancers here at the time, but Russian dancers would be dancing and finish a really hard variation and then go over to the side and grab a hot thermos of tea. That's how they rehydrated. Here in Boulder, Colorado, Kenyans run up and down the hills training to win the Boston Marathon, as our woman did for, I think, the 3rd year in a row. And she comes back down the mountain on a day that's nice and warm and sunny, rehydrates with hot black tea. So that's ultimately what that's bringing me to, is that I did come to tea as a profession for health reasons, or as a result of seeking tea out aside from my childhood tea for its health benefit. And that all came about because after my 10 years and 2 weeks that I had my own tech company for close to a decade, and then sold that in very rapid succession. My dad died of heart disease 2 years almost to the day after my dad passed my mother, and I came down with ovarian cancer. And lo and behold, right? Why did you get this disease? So grief can be a very nasty thing in our body. But long story short, she passed away the same month that I got my no evidence of disease prognosis. And here you are this month, ready to kiss the ground with gratitude because you're still alive and you're middle school age kids. But you've just lost your mother. So that too is a very, very difficult, traumatic dance. And what I had learned during my treatment was that tea was something that a lot of doctors, there was this theme, and I don't think I've ever even tried green tea before this time. And so I started drinking it. I didn't like it. It tasted like medicine. Certainly, probably buying on the cheap. I probably had no idea what I was doing when I was brewing it. So that's why I'm a real protagonist for espousing information about tea that can make the tea experience more enjoyable. But drank it anyway, and literally have had tea every day now, coming up on 20 years since time. So yes, I really did come to tea for its health benefits, and the only thing that I could do at that point was to start a wellness company. I was too old to go practice, become a medical doctor, and try to move science forward on cancer, but I did know that this was a healthy product, that it mattered the quality that you had and that you knew how to make it, or that there should be an easy way for everyone to access tasty, healthy, and fresh teas. And from there, the Tea Spot just basically had the entrepreneurial background in my tech company, and it just literally one day I remember waking up thinking, what the heck happened? I have employees again.
They say that your happiest days as an entrepreneur are your very beginning years when you're just starting, and there aren't a lot of you. No? Yes?
I don't know. So the other question that you had for Kim is what is your happiest moment? I mean, other than dance, I think our happiest moment is right now.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not one of these moms who thinks, oh, I wish they were free again. No, not at all. Or in your puppy's case, I wish they were all pup again.
He's tired of sitting here.
Oh, poor baby. No, I would so gladly take him for a walk. He'd like it here. Anyway, I do think that every year, honestly, I love my company today more than I ever have. As you know, we're going through a business move this week, and everyone is stepping up. Everyone's working as a team. Everyone's being respectful, and boy, are they ever effective. So yeah, I
I
don't love it.
There's something that you, there's I'm going to quote you to you. And when I read, I love quoting people to themselves. I wrote this down for a reason, because when I read this, this is Maria. And to me, this really is you. This is who you are. So sometimes you read things that people say and you go, oh, that's nice. Okay, well, that makes sense. But other times you read things that people say and you really, know that this is who you are. I love life, and my purpose is to be the best I can be each and every day that I'm blessed to be on this planet. You exude that. You honestly do. And I have to say that knowing, your as you've just described, the love of dancing that you had, and then becoming an engineer and tech background, and now this world, to me, it's a lot of paradoxes, because there's, and maybe it's not, because it's who you are, so how can you be a paradox? So I take that back. And yet, there's this world of creativity and emotion, which is dance. And then there's engineering, which is very pragmatic and very scientific and very analytical. And you've circled by actually marrying the two together, because I know that your tech background has actually influenced some of the work that you've done with the T-Spot, right?
Definitely. First of all, I am the daughter of a mathematician and a musician. So
yeah. Okay.
And they loved each other for 40 years to the end. But I think when you read Me Back to Me, it's interesting, because that's what I tell my employees, and that's what I think about them. I say, you may not work at the T-Spot for the rest of your career. In fact, you probably won't. But my one aspiration after here is that you'll know that you performed at the absolute best of your ability.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
It's, as I said, to me, in the time that I've known you, it really encompasses who you are, and that's my perception from the outside looking in. So, the fact that sort of has worked back and forth, I think is a wonderful thing, because it just means that you are your true, authentic self.
Yeah, I actually don't have the smarts or the bandwidth to be anything but.
You're not giving yourself enough credit.
My true, authentic self, but that's just too much work.
You're right. It is a lot of work, but a lot of people aren't, especially women.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
So, there's another story that I read, and that's about your grandmother and her samovar. So tell us about your grandmother and her samovar.
I actually just almost got rid of the samovar, but my older daughter is getting it. Well, so aside from the business move, I'm doing a personal move. That's a serious downsize for my husband. And I had built a little tea house on our property in the mountains of Colorado that essentially housed the three cultures that influenced me most: tea, Russian, Chinese, and Colorado. Okay. So it was just a 9x12 little hut that I made to look like the exterior. On the interior, I made it look like the exterior of a Chinese tea house, and one wall was painted like the sky and had a big painting that, like a window that was looking out at the creek that it was sitting next to. And I had stools that were made from beetle kill wood from our property, a Chinese, God help us, it's basically a tea table, but it lived as a coffee table in our house, in my house in New York from when we were tiny. And it has caused emergency room visits for both my brother and me, because it had these big glass panels on each one of the wood carving things. And then the samovar stood on the side, which, when my husband and I were hauling this thing out of there, he's like, yep, they escaped with this thing. Like,
so, but tell people what it is. Your grandmother,
so during World War II, yeah. So my grandma was in Minsk, so she was also a mix, so half Christian, half Jewish background. And when the Germans came in, her husband was taken into a camp, rapidly died, killed, impaled, and put in a common grave. And so my mom, who was at the time 16, and probably the strongest woman you could ever meet, got her mom and her grandma out of there. And they literally, they took, I've got some knife that looks like it's from the end of the 19th century, the samovar, which they carried to get out of there. And they made their way. My mom was a good pianist, and she got into the conservatory in Vienna, is the end of the story. But they literally camped their way through the woods to get into Poland and Austria. So, with a samovar.
With the samovar.
You can, find wood and make heat underneath and make your tea right there. It's like if you and I hauled around our Zojirushi in a solar battery charger.
I don't know if I would have the wherewithal to make that my priority, but I think there's something lovely and circular about that story, right? That is what's ended up in your life, and that your life is now tea. Do you know what I mean? I think that there's, I don't know, maybe I read too much into things sometimes, but I do. That's what I do.
Well, as you and Kim said too, and I'm sorry to interrupt here, but tea is tea. Well, first of all, as you and I and all of your listeners surely know, tea is very pervasive in the world culturally, and it is very important in many cultures. And it's also, tea is grand. It's how to put it. It's probably easier to end up in tea than it is in some small technology, right? Just because.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone wants tea, she would say.
Everybody wants tea. I know, it's true. So, as I was saying to Kim, I'm always, actually, no, I'm never surprised by, but, I think that people are always amazed or surprised when, you draw this thread that, as I said earlier, when I ask people, give me one word on why you like tea, it's always emotive. It's always emotional, right? And I'd say in the last 5-10 years, when I ask that question, there's always somebody that says, well, antioxidants or flavonoids. And that's great. I know the health is there. I get it. I swear I get it. But, and maybe I'm sort of stacking the cards by using the word love, right? So I'm using an emotive word as well. But it's a lesson that I learned when I had my business, was when I would train new staff, I would say to them, you've got 120 teas for people to choose from. It's very overwhelming. Your job is to figure out what they want, even though they don't know themselves what they want. And that you need to make an emotional connection with them. You need to understand what's driving them, because it's not a pragmatic checklist a lot of the time. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about tea.
I would completely agree.
Yeah. So, you talk about how, you got into this world of tea because of health and care and all the rest of that. And I think, you're not the only one. There's been 2 other people that I've talked to that very much end up in tea for that same reason. And, this need for self-care. Talk to me about that, because I think that that's one of the things that, a lot of women don't pay enough attention to, and we end up driving ourselves or running ourselves into the ground, and then we're not good for anybody, right? There's a guilt that comes along with it.
That's such a good point, and I'll segue into that after. It's also a method of, or a form of self-care, but relationship.
Yes.
So you think about welcoming someone into your home, or if, at least certainly in the Russian culture, if there's a disagreement that's brewing, pun fully intended, between two individuals, one is very likely to say, "Vyp'yem chai, let's sit down and have a cup of tea."
Yeah.
Because that cup of tea, first of all, which of course no one probably in that convo knew that, oh, the L-theanine is going to chill my friend right out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But there's something about, first of all, the process of sitting down, and I'm sorry, my cup is not show and tell, it's very less like a keg of tea here, but that process of taking the time, preparing something for your friend, having the aroma, the steam, all of the comforting things. A heated beverage is a comforting thing. And then tea, as our colleague James Norwood Pratt said, tea, and I forget the actual verb, tea brings on sparkling conversation, or tea enticement, or used, sparkling conversation. And I often thought about Norwood's comment when I would walk my dog around here at night, past this dive bar, which I felt very safe walking by in the heat of the night. And here are people who've been drinking not tea for the last few hours, and the conversation is not, it's not one that's going to bring those two friends to resolution.
Right.
But when you sit down with a friend, either someone you haven't seen in a long time, or you go see someone who's not feeling particularly well, or again, you might have something going on with a friend and you need to get through it, the beverage to sit with is tea. So that is kind of a self-care aspect of not just me, but me and my soul. Self-care for women, my goodness, as you know, and I would presume that you are a woman because you always show up, regardless of the circumstances. You always show up ready and chill and looking like $1,000,000. So clearly, that's not only out of respect for us, your colleagues and your community that you show up for, but you know that you must take care of yourself before you can go and anyone something, right? So yes, that self-care is so important, and I love to begin every day, and now fortunately we'll be living in the same place. My husband and I, that's our ritual every morning, is we get up, have our green tea together, and it's, there's not a lot of conversation that needs to happen initially. You don't need to immediately launch into the to-do lists and what hasn't been done and what are we anxious about. You sit there and you have that tea. But then again, I'm going back to the relationship thing. Yeah, I don't know. Tea's important for self-care. I do love having tea on my own, but I spend most of my hours in the service of others, even if it's my furry character who's like yours sitting right
It's it's interesting because this connection of tea and self-care it's such a natural one, and one that a lot of people gravitate to. Again, this, whether you're conscious of it or not, we saw it during COVID, and this spike and everywhere in tea consumption, and we speculated on why that happened. We did a survey on it and actually found because people said, make me feel good, comfort.
Yeah. Well, there's actually, I'm reminded of an article that I read in this morning's Wall Street Journal. And and I forget the title, I'm sorry, I wasn't planning to talk about it. And it's essentially that the new hip thing for CEOs is to decline coffee. So more and more CEOs apparently are not drinking coffee. I was somewhat surprised that the article I don't even think they used the word tea in there. They did mention matcha at one point, and they said the cafe chain, the matcha latte was their fastest growing category. I also don't even remember that. they mostly talked about non-caffeine and how Giselle Bundchen starts her day with, of course, with hot water with a little lemon and some kind of fancy salt. I'm sorry, I forgot precisely what type of salt. But my point is that it's definitely, so they're finding that they have better energy. So self-care, again, not necessarily in the spa pampering type of aspect, just in terms of being able to show up throughout your day.
Yes.
Well, and tea is going to get you there a whole heck of a lot faster than 10 cups of coffee.
Yeah, I absolutely. And I think that, you know, just that moment, you know, I mean, how many times you've heard it 1,000 times being in the tea business, how many times do you hear people say, I don't have time for tea because there's, you know, I just don't, well, you do. You need to make you a priority. And we don't make ourselves a priority enough a lot of the time and do that. And if we did, we would find that we'd probably be a whole lot more productive afterwards if we would just take those few minutes. So so I'm married to an Englishman, and we start every day with bed tea. So have you, I don't know if you visited India, or so in India and Sri Lanka, and it's also a very British thing, you get up, well, I mean, if you're lucky enough in the tea gardens, they will, in the morning, they'll always ask you what time you'd like your bed tea. And it's the tea you have before breakfast, and they'll bring you tea to your bed. So I don't have anybody here to bring me tea, but we will bring for each other, depending on who gets. So one of us will come and make tea and bring it up to bed. And that's our first cup of tea in the morning when we're together, is how to start the day. And I have to be honest with you, I always, when we don't have bed tea, I feel like my day's just off kilter.
Amen to that. Absolutely. That's, yes. And that's so interesting that I do feel that in the tea industry, and this is in no way to diss any other industry, but people do practice what they preach.
Yeah.
So it's rare that you would, and of course we've all run into people in the tea industry who probably don't drink tea and don't live kind of a tea-enabled life, but that's very few and far between, because most of us who talk about tea all day long, work on tea all day long, we really get it, and we know what kind of a wonderful fuel that is, not only for our bodies, but for our relationships and for our whole day. Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, that whole, you know, grab the latte to go kind of thing is definitely not the tea culture. I remember some European friends one time who were visiting, and they, you know, they were, first of all, they were impressed with how many spam catalogs I was getting, which was a real shock to them. And then I think it was a Hammer or Schlemmer catalog, and it had this this automatic coffee maker that would pour your coffee into 2 mugs at the same time. And they said, oh my God, that's a relationship I'd never want to be in, to go to 2 to-go mugs, like, here's your coffee, out. And it literally came with the to-go mugs. And they're like, wow, you get your coffee and you take off in your separate cars, and that's it. But that is kind of that culture. Tea to go, yes, sometimes I am carrying my tea and switching it around in the parking lot in my car. Happens, obviously, but
for sure.
Tea does encourage you to take that moment, you know, for yourself, your loved one, your employees, you name it, your dog.
Somebody just looked up the article that you were referring to in the Wall Street Journal.
Wonderful.
Skipping coffee is the latest humble brag.
That's it.
It's interesting. Now the question is, how do you get to tea in as a substitute? But it's I feel like, you know, the modern CEOs are I think sleep was the big one in the past 10 years, right? Bragging, because there was a time, I remember 15, 20 years ago, talking about, oh, how little sleep I need to get through the day. was not the brag anymore, right? The brag was, oh, I get like 12 hours of sleep and the aura rings and et cetera, et cetera. So I guess now it's skipping coffee.
Yeah.
Whatever works.
Cool. Well, thank you, viewer, for sharing that with us. Yes.
I have to look it up.
Yeah.
I have to look it up. All right, Madam Uspensky, your Proust question, because nobody leaves without saying, answering a Proust question, is, what is your current state of mind? And I don't mean in this exact moment at 5:04 on May 20. I mean in general, or right now, whatever you want.
Current state of mind is feeling, I don't know, very connected and very optimistic. I'm sorry, I know that's such a woo-woo boulderish type of thing to say, but I love this industry. I love my colleagues at the T-Spot. I love my colleagues industry-wide, like yourself. I'm healthy. My husband's healthy. My kids are healthy and happy. It's like, what more can you ask for? My employees have truly, these last couple of months, as we've been readying for this move, which is huge for us. We're basically tripling our production capacity. We're basically doing away with our offices for the most part, but it is such an important move for the house, and the way that they've embraced this and just aced it, I can't feel anything but connected and optimistic. So yeah, so here's to your health, Shabnam.
Here's to you.
A little water with fancy salt.
Okay. That's okay. Here's to you, Maria. I thank you. I thank you for being a strong woman, a phenomenal woman, because you are, and just exuding the happiness and joy and, yeah, contentness that you give off. I feel it, and I feel it anytime that I talk to you. And there's a sense of calm that I always feel when I talk to you. And yeah, it's true. And that's something special. So I say thank you. Happy International Tea Day to you. Thank you.
Thank you. That means the world to me. Happy International
Good luck
Tea
with
Day.
your move, huh?
Thanks. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Bye bye.
You will. You will. Bye, Maria. Take care. Bye. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got countries that have been with us: Australia, Argentina, Canada, France, Germany, India, Japan, UK, USA, Sri Lanka. Oh, there's definitely more than this. We've had a fabulous 9 hours so far, and we're not done yet, because from Colorado, I'm going to spin around and go down to Argentina. And I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Carolina Akulovich. So let me first bring her up. Hello. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Now I'm okay. Happy International.
Happy International Tea Day. How are you?
Thank you. And you?
I'm really good. It's so nice to see you.
Yes.
I haven't seen you in a very long time.
Yeah, but enjoying all the conversations was fantastic. Thank you for that.
Oh, well, it's my pleasure, but you need to thank everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm just a facilitator. I'm a conduit by which people go in and out. You have been on Sofa Summit before. I want to say you were either in year 1 or year 2. I think you might have been on year 1.
I think could be. I was in pandemic, I think.
It was during COVID, which is why it might have been the very first year.
2019, I think.
No, 2020.
2020 was 2020.
Yeah, so you were one of my very first. You were the first people on Sofa Summit, and you were one of the fabulous people that I sent emails to and immediately said, yes, I'll be there.
Always worried for my language, for my English.
No,
But
you never.
you know
No,
that.
no. Your English is perfect, Carolina. And I always say, if anybody makes, comments about people's second languages, you ask them whether they would like to speak in their second language, which most people can't do. Most people can only speak one language. So never apologize for speaking two, ever.
Thank you.
I want you to, well, let me tell everybody else. Carolina is with Don Basilio. Don Basilio is fourth generation tea producers. Is that right?
Yes.
And you are one of the largest tea exporters in Argentina.
Yes.
Yes. And it's really interesting because I think that there are statistics out there. I've mentioned this before in the how quickly family businesses decline or break apart and are destroyed completely by second and third generations. And yet, for some reason, in this world of tea, we have second, third, and fourth generations, and that is amazing. So, why don't you start by telling everybody about Don Basilio and that part first, because then I'm going to go into my love of you, which is La Ruta del Té, which is a whole other, Start with Don Basilio.
Okay.
Tell everybody about Don Basilio.
Well, Don Basilio is the name of my grandfather and my grandfather. They arrived to Argentina in 1931 from Russia, and they started to have the first tea plantations here. And then my father continued with the tea factories, and he started to export. And when I was 18 years old, my father said, "Okay, Caroline, please, could you come with me to travel to sell tea because you know something English, And I was 18, I was studying in Buenos Aires, and I said, yes, of course. I know, I understand all. But I grow in front of the tea factory. Here in Argentina, we produce 6 months during the year, from October, November to April, May. So that's 6 months are 100% day is around the tea, around the production, the factory. So Don Basilio is a company who grow with the family, and with my father start to buy another factory, make another factory. So nowadays we have 5 tea factories in Misiones. Yes, 5. We are making another one, and we are growing and loving the industrial, loving the tea, trying to make. We start to make green tea. So we are black tea producers principally, and the green tea is a new factories for us, new ways to develop products. And my brother now is involved in the company, so I'm so happy for that. We are growing together with my father, because my father is young, have 63 years old. I have 41. Yes. So we have a very nice relationship and growing together. And Don Basilio is a big family. We have a very nice team working in the factories, in the offices, in the labs. I'm so happy to be involved in this business, in this company.
So it's interesting that, because you said you've got a brother as well, and it's interesting that it was the daughter that was pulled into the business before the son was, no?
My daughter, no, is not involved.
No. That your father brought his daughter in before his son.
Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible. Maybe it could be because we grow inside the factory. I said.
Yes.
We see all the during our days, during our
holidays. We are in the factory. My father was a man who loves the job, so I think he transmit that for us.
Yeah. So so that's that portion of the business, but that wasn't enough for you. You decided that you want to build something alongside Don Basilio, and that's La Ruta del Té.
Yes,
So
La Ruta del Té, yes.
Tell everybody about La Ruta del Té.
Well, it's like my baby.
Yeah.
I was when I returned to Misiones to work together in the familiar company. I start to travel to the tea conventions, and I don't know if you remember, I start to see different teas, specialty teas, and I attend different courses here in Argentina for sommeliers, etc. And I see that our industry in Argentina don't open the doors to see what we do. So when in 2013 I was pregnant of my twins, and I could share a lot of time with my mother, and talking with her, we start to think in the project to open for all the people our history related tea, our knowledge about the factory and how the Camellia sinensis arrived to Argentina, how the immigrants, because here in Misiones we have a lot of immigrants from Europe principally. They drink a lot of tea, but that country doesn't produce a lot of tea.
Yeah.
So the history between the immigrants and the tea is very special, because we have the plant here in Argentina, but we don't have the know-how. So it was a very hard history. So that is that motivates to create this La Ruta del Té, open the doors and said, okay, I'm going to receive people who want to learn something about the history, touch the leaf, have that contact with the plant. We start in 2030, and we start to understand what the people want to know about the tea when we start. So it's a continuously learning, Nowadays, La Ruta del Té receives people from Argentina, Paraguay, Brazil, Chile, US, Europe. And the idea is share the Argentinian history with the tea. We are very younger. Last year, we have 100 years that the seeds come to Argentina. So our history is too short.
Tiny, yeah.
In comparison with other countries who produce. So we are developing our history with the tea, And La Ruta del Té is the space where we receive the people, we share histories, we can tell to the people how we know to make, how are our factories. The Argentinian tea factories are very, very interesting, because we have a lot of technology.
Yeah.
We recollect all the green leaf by machine, so it's very different in comparison with the other countries.
Yeah.
Show that, and we talk to the people why is in this way and not this way. The specialty teas was an amazing word, very different as the industria. So we enjoy a lot. Recollect the green leaf by hand, prepare specialty teas. I love La Ruta del Té. It's very difficult to me describe in another language, but it's a very special share with people who love tea, see their faces when they touch the plant, when we share our histories, how the immigrant who came from the war come to other country and should develop a product without any knowledge about that. My grandfather, he make only 4th grade. I don't know how you say. He write very bad, and he create a lot of interesting things in the factory, and that history. Well, for me, is very, very emotional.
It's amazing. So I think that one of the things, and it's your baby, and that's what you created. And I think for me, it's always interesting or fascinating that it's something that you created as a woman with your mother, a woman, and you do you know what I mean? I've been talking today about how as women we bring something different to business. We bring something not better, just something different to the conversation. And you and your mother in your bonding when, as you said, you were pregnant with your twins, you saw a need that you wanted, obviously, but also other people wanted to learn about it, which is the success of La Ruta del Té, right? I mean, for those of you listening, go online and take a look, because essentially you can go and you can visit, and you will learn and touch and produce and make and really be connected. And I say this as somebody who I've been saying for years, I have to come and do it. I still haven't. I will have to come and visit you and actually do it. But it's, you created something to connect people with your past, your history, but also the history and past of the land that, has served you and your family, right? And the product.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you understand that the tea is too big, because I can show you here in Argentina the tea plantation, the terroir, how we produce. You can enjoy that, but you travel to other countries who are producers too, and you can feel the difference, the culture, the terroir. So that respect as the tea give me especially, it's amazing, because it's I don't know if you have a lot of products that can give you many difference, because it's related with the culture.
Yes.
You say that the tea always is emotional.
Yes.
And that's true. We receive a lot of histories every day in La Ruta del Té that people told us, and when they discover that they can feel different things in different countries where they visit, you haven't got a roof to learn and to know about tea.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's limitless, right?
Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah.
No, I know exactly what you mean. And every time I do Sofa Summit and every time I talk to people about this, I always wonder, what other industry, what other product sits and has these conversations. I just don't see the cheese industry talking about, do you know what I mean? Like I just don't see it. I don't see, I don't know, the juice industry or milk or whatever. I just don't see them talking. I've seen grown people cry, myself included, talking about tea. And it's just a leaf. Yes. It's a leaf that grows in so many places, and yet
well, you know that in La Ruta del Té, one of our experience is produce your tea by your own.
Yes.
And we start recollecting the green leaf by your hands. Then when we are in the rolling process by hand, it's amazing how each people roll different.
Yeah.
And if that person have stress or something, one time I remember, one girl make a BOP, you know?
Yeah.
Because she was too stressed, so she broke the leaf, and the other was, you know, a loose leaf, perfect. And how you can connect with the tea when you are making by hand is amazing. It's unique. It's very difficult to describe by words, but all that emotional charge that we have when I think that you can see in that specialty teas, and it's amazing.
So you were talking earlier about, you know, how you took courses and you were learning about specialty tea and all the rest of that. And I remember your phenomenal black tea that you made, that you submitted for the North American Tea Conference for our gold medal tea competition. And I'll never forget that tea because it was one of the best teas that I had tasted. And it became even better when, you know, when there was this realization that it was actually from Argentina, because, you know, Argentina produces a certain style of tea for a certain market. And you know, to make a specialty tea that was so beautiful and nuanced and layered in flavor and complexity, it was unexpected and beautiful. And I think that what you just said about, you know, how the person making the tea, the energy that comes through it, says a lot about you.
Yeah, and I don't know if you see the gray tea that we produce. It's a new kind of tea. It's a gray color, and it's very interesting. It's gray, yeah.
I don't know
you
it.
Never know.
No.
I will show you now in the next time in Canada. Yeah, it's amazing. That I remember when I started to put that kind of Argentinian teas in the competitions. Somebody told me, Caroline, why you put that tea if we don't do that tea? Yeah, I know, I said, but I want to show that if we want, we can. That we have a very good tea plantations and we have a very good quality if we want. And that moved me a lot to work every day, is show that we can do a very nice teas, a very specialty teas, and well, I love what I do, so it's you know, it's very difficult to explain.
No, you don't. You know, sometimes you can feel it, and that's all that matters. And I think that what you just said is a really, really important statement that I think that we need to take away in everything and apply to everything, and that is that if we want to, we can.
Yeah.
That's a powerful statement, and that's a powerful, you know, I think thing to sort of put out there is it gives us, well, power. It gives us the power that we know that, you know, it's about wanting to, not, you know, it's coming from a place of, as I said to Cindy earlier, it's from a place of yes, right? I always come from a place of yes, I can. If I want to, I can, and I'll figure out how. Right?
Yeah, and the thing is, when you are an entrepreneur and you start something, you will have wrong days, but the thing is, get up again and go, because if you are sure, go.
It's It's living the life of an entrepreneur is sort of, it's all over the place, right? You have your high highs, you've got your low lows, but you have to get up and you have to keep going every single day, regardless of the high highs and the low lows.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you've done this before. You know that you must answer a question from Mr. Marcel Proust.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, are you ready?
Be careful with the words. Clear.
Okay. It'll be very clear. Thank you. Carolina, if you were to come back in your next life as a person or a thing, what would it be?
I think a person again.
Okay. Who?
Oh.
Did you think Marcel Proust was going to be that easy?
Sorry. A happy person.
A happy person.
A person with a lot of love around, with nice people, with a lot of friends. And a good person.
I have a feeling that your answer is that you would come back as yourself.
Thank you.
No, I think so. I think that I've met you many years ago, and you've always been, to me, a happy person. And I think that, the people that you're surrounded with, I see, Pedro is here and I see him on a very regular basis and, at the conference, and you're surrounded by happy people. And that shows in everything that you do. So cheers to you.
Cheers. And thank you.
I thank you, Carolina. I thank you for being a phenomenal woman in a phenomenal industry, but also for not being afraid to do things differently. And you've done that. I think it takes a very strong woman in a fourth generation family to say, let's try something new, because we can. So
exactly. Thank you.
Cheers to you. Happy International Day.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Shabnam.
All right. Bye. All right. They're coming. They're coming. Okay, so we are circling the globe because I told you earlier that the beauty of SOFA Summit and our hours is that Australia, for example, that starts the day with us and then goes Betty bye, comes back on and says, holy crap, Batman, she's still talking. So here I am, and I am so happy to welcome Tanya, Stacy, and Kim Cooper of East Forged. Hello, lovely ladies.
Good to be here, Shabnam. It's wake up time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm fine. I'm so good. I was saying earlier that every year I go through where I hit a wall, and I realize that I hit a wall because as I'm talking to somebody, I'm thinking, did we talk about this already? I can't remember. And that's when I have to pause, and then I dance it out in my living room. And I haven't had that this time. Don't know why, but I haven't had it this time. I do know why.
Experience.
What was that?
Experience.
No. I think that I am genuinely, I'm always connected with the people that I talk to in TJ, really, but talking to these amazing women in so many different parts of the industry has just been like a jolt of energy with every single person that I've spoken to. So
that's brilliant. That's amazing.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
So I met you, Tanya, pre-COVID. I met you at World Tea Expo. And
correct.
Had you started East Forged yet? I don't remember.
I would have been talking to Kim about it at the time, but we didn't talk about it outside of the two of us.
And then Kim, I met sort of virtually for a while as we all sort of lived in this virtual world. And I got to finally meet Kim in person just last month or 2 months ago.
It was wonderful.
So, ladies, I want you to tell everybody about, well, your product. We'll get to your product, but I want to know about your journey and how you got to your product.
Kim, do you want to take this one or?
I can kick off. So I have been on the leaf tea side of the world since 2015, and we know in the tea industry is quite a small industry, particularly women in tea, and particularly in Australia. So you know all of the people that sort of operate in tea, and I knew of Tanya, who was very much focused on her Taiwanese teas, and that's actually, so I'm a Taiwanese adoptee, and my whole road to tea has been learning all about Taiwanese oolongs and how there's the art and the craft, and I've become deeply passionate about it. So I just felt from afar I had some link to Tanya. This was even before I met her. And as I sort of continued on the sort of journey in tea, and my focus was really trying to get my very local community here in Brisbane. So we're in the Queensland, which is the northern part of Australia. And I just noticed the types of tea that I like to drink were not really accessible here. So I just wanted to change that in my little sphere in Brisbane, and started doing some online retailing, and then do some little education classes. And then I finally ran into Tanya, but we sort of ran into each other for the first time at the Melbourne International Coffee Expo.
Yeah.
And we just hit it off, didn't we, Tanya?
Yes, we did. Absolutely. Kim and I are very, very different people, but we share very similar values, and that's what connects us so well. And at the time we met, we were starting to see tea in a slightly different way, or what we sat there at the Melbourne International Coffee Expo, which is actually world class, and it's very well renowned, and it's also now the richest barista competition in the world.
Wow.
Yeah, they just had it last in March, just a little while ago. So it is, they've got people traveling everywhere to come here for it. So we just sat there and went, what the heck, why isn't this happening in tea?
Right.
And then really I was off the back of winning a brewing competition, and as well. And so Kim was out there pushing the cold brew tea, and we just said, well, you know what, maybe we need to get together to show people how to do it, a new style of tea. Because once you've traveled around a little bit to even the tea growing areas, you see that it doesn't matter what country you are in, the world is changing, everything's getting faster, everyone's on the go. And coffee had created a product. You come to Melbourne, everyone's walking around with their cup of coffee in their hand.
The land of flat whites.
Exported the culture out there, But it is interesting, and I'm sorry if I digress a bit here, it is interesting how I know specialty coffee is very driven in America as well, and they set up high standards. But Australia, or Melbourne in particular, was able to take that concept, turn it around and take it out. And so I'm sort of like, well, I'm going to try and do that with tea as well. So export it back. So it was between the journey of, for us, then taking those experiences and our beliefs in creating a product that suits the modern world and the new generations coming through, and their passions, their thoughts, and everything. So that was always the forethought of our minds, and that's why we went through this journey with starting with cold brew to nitro infused to etc. Yeah, and consequently won awards and everything.
You have indeed. And so for those of you that don't know, Tanya and Kim's company is, or the product is East Forged Tea. I finally got to try it and love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you.
I really do. And I think I've told you this before. You know, on a number of different talks that I've given in different parts of the world in the past year or 2 years, I've talked about innovation, and I've talked about the need for innovation. I talked earlier today about, you know, our need as an industry, if we're going to expand the market, to start to talk to people outside of the tea world in a language that they're going to hear, you know, outside of our little echo chamber that we live in. And I always, you know, I talk about, you know, the sober curious movement and trends, etc. But my last slide is East Forged Tea product, because I show people who is doing it right. And you're doing that right. And I'm, well,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, let's get the heart shape right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kim's doing it better than me.
I know. Oh, see, there we go. No, you're the best. I did this with Jenny earlier. So, anyways, the point is that what you're doing, what you've done is you've created a product that is innovative. You've created a product that's delicious, and you in my mind, and what you've done is you have brought a tea product to people to drink that probably don't even realize they're drinking a tea product. And that to me is the beauty of it. You're not out there saying, here, have some iced tea. It's a whole new market. And I think that more people need to do what you're doing.
Oh, thank you so much. That is exactly what we're hoping to establish with our, we actually starting to call it liquid tea now, because we think there's very much two markets out there, where you have dry leaf tea and the liquid tea.
Okay.
And we actually saw that very much in the States when we were over there for Expo West.
Yes.
And because tea is being used so much in all these functional products.
Yep. Yeah.
And in some ways we feel like the tea industry is losing ground that way. And we need to own it. We need to own that. We need to go out there and fight very hard, because people don't know most of those ingredients have been extracted from tea. Your everyday person doesn't realize, and we need to really go out there and own it. So thank you. And the other thing that we really love is, tell me when to shut up, Kim. When we're at the makers markets, what we actually find is there's a lot of people that come up to children that are now adults and everything of immigrants to Australia, that, you know, through their teenage years, like most teenagers, reject what their parents, you know, brought with them. But they're actually retaking it back and capturing it. And when they walk up to us and they taste it, and they're in their late 20s and they're saying, oh, this is like tea. This is what I grew up with.
Right.
And that is lovely. And it just goes across all these cultures.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, we were talking earlier about, you know, this connectivity that tea has, right? And Kim Cunningham from Mother Parker's Tea was showing, you know, the teacups and 2 teapots that she kept from grandmother and mother and father. And, you know, it's not about the physical object. It's about the fact that, you know, it's about the memories and the connectivity and, you know, the what it makes her feel. And it just happens to all be linked with this crazy leaf that we call tea, right? As I just said to Carolina, I just, you know, every year that I do this, I don't know what other industry sits and waxes poetic about their their product. Milk, I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, well, I was listening to that conversation. I have to say, previously I was in the lighting industry, and that's the only other industry I've found that's very emotional. And lighting has that emotive effect on people, and they don't actually realize. So moving into tea was it took actually that extra step, to be honest, because there's more acknowledgement from people that drink tea, where people that experience light don't actually fully understand how much it will affect them. So anyway,
That's really interesting. I'm looking at my lighting, and you're right. You don't even realize it. And a lot of the emotional things that we're connected to, we're not even conscious of, right? It's sort of so you'll appreciate this, Tanya. Jem and I had the house renovated a couple of years ago, and when the electricians were coming through, they were asking where I wanted dimmers. I laughed. I said, where don't I want dimmers? There is a dimmer switch on every single light in this house. Every single one, except for the laundry room.
Oh, exactly. You need some good functional
light. You need some good light there, yes.
The only room that doesn't have, I'm not kidding you, I think there's a closet downstairs that even has a dimmer on it. It's crazy. Anyway, we're digressing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So Kim, you said something interesting earlier when you were talking about how the two of you finally connected. You talked about how you knew of Tanya, and you felt a connection to her, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I really do, and I've talked about that a couple of times today, where in this time of COVID, there were a few women, and it's interesting because it was only women. I didn't have this experience with any men that I connected with, where I felt a bond with, even though I'd never met them physically, like in person, met them, and have become friends with since. And there's something I think about women in general, not just in tea, but women in general. There's sort of, I used the term life force before, where we're drawn to each other in certain ways for support, to help each other, uplift each other, to be that crutch when you don't have the strength, and to be that for the vice versa. Because I think, this is my theory anyway, is that there are life experiences that we have as women that we understand in each other without actually having to say them. We don't have to verbalize them. We know and we get it. So I think that, it's a beautiful thing that, that you connected and then connected when you were meant to connect, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tea industry is interesting. I think particularly in Australia, Tanya and I sort of had some initial conversations, and the one thing, and we have a really solid partnership, and I really think at the end of the day, that's what's taken East Forge to the place that we've gotten to. Both of us have said if we had have been trying to do it ourselves, we probably would have thrown the tools out of the trailer very long ago. So it's definitely we are better as a duo. I think so anyway, Tanya.
Yes.
And I just feel the one thing that we really believed in early, and one of the things we did very early, is have a discussion about our whys, our personal whys. Why are we in this industry? What do we actually want to leave as an impression? And I think what it came down to is that we both realized that to move forward in a positive way, it really required some collaboration. It does require true collaboration, and people throw around terms collaboration and partnerships, and sometimes you go down the road of those sort of connections and you realize that actually everyone's sort of out for themselves at the end of the day, which is unfortunate. But I think Tanya and I worked on a couple of little projects together, and one of the things that just kept being the same and consistent was that we actually just really want to move the tea conversation forward. And that is the basis of our sort of partnership in East Forge, which I think is quite unique. But I do think I definitely feel in Australia my connection to women that are in the tea industry, particularly those that are even at the retail front, that are connecting that last mile from the leaf to the customer.
Yeah.
There's just so much hard work and dedication that goes into that, and it's a very hard business to make a profitable income and a good living from. And I think, people can get overcome with that passion. And one of the things Tanya and I have always spoken about is we just as we sort of grow our own business and make our own learnings, it's something we do always want to share and give back in terms of what we've found and the hiccups we've made, just to make it a little bit easier to forge in a path for others.
I think that, it's this, I've said this before as well today, that, this idea of being part of something that is bigger than yourself, right? There's myself and which is valuable and important, but being part of something bigger than yourself is what drives a lot of us, and wanting to, as you say, Kim, to give back to the industry, right? It's yes, of course, I want to thrive. You want to thrive. You want your business to thrive, and there's nothing wrong with that, but not at the expense of something else, not at the expense of someone else. And, I've talked about this tea industry as, I don't care, man, woman, whoever you are, we're all stewards. This is an industry that's been around for thousands of years, and hopefully it'll be around for thousands more. And because of that, it means that we're just all stewards within it, which means we're caretakers. And being caretakers means that you need to share with others, because that's how you grow. And to me, that's one of the beautiful things that women bring to the conversation, this nurturing, this wanting to grow and wanting to give back, and taking care of, I suppose, is in our DNA to some extent, right?
Yeah, that's correct. What Kim has missed in that conversation very early in our partnership, she came to a meeting and sent me an email of a list of questions, and it was deep values, and she had to stop and think about where she got that from. And it was, what did we want to leave the world, and what is all this list of questions that she made me write out answers for them all. Then we compared the answers, and that is when we realize we're yin and yang as far as personalities. Kim's very risk averse. I'm like, what the hell, let's go for it type person. But our values about what's actually important to us is it's almost identical. It was really incredible. Right. And so it was very early on. I think that was like within the first year of us being together, Kim. I still remember, I was like, what the hell has she sent me?
I know, I remember your face, Tanya. Why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this?
But it was really good. It was very good.
But what you've just described is a beautiful marriage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if you think about, our life partners, and I think that life partners come in many forms. It's, are either a man or a woman that you're married to, or your life partner, whatever that is. And then we've got life partners that are friends and that we are emotionally connected to as well. And we may be personality-wise very different, but what connects us, as you've just said, is at its core, you share values, right? Who you are inside as a human being that's what's speaking to each other. I think that's what's drawing you to each other, right?
It's communication. At the end of the day, it's always communication.
Yeah.
And we do not, we constantly mention to each other how much we value each other. Rarely a week would go past that we don't text each other and let each other know that we've got the best business partner in the world.
Yeah.
Never let that sort of stuff go. You got to let people know.
I think
You do.
That's really beautiful. See, I mean, the two of you should do marriage therapy, couples counseling, but these are really important things, right? Letting your partner, and again, partners come in all forms in different parts of your life. Know that you are valued. I don't take you for granted, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's the demise of a lot of relationships, whatever it is, feeling that you're being taken for granted, taken advantage of, whatever those things are, right? And as I've said this before, I think our common bond as human beings is that I want to be seen, I want to be acknowledged, I want to know that I am of value and that I matter. And you do that for each other. And I think that that's probably, as I said, what bonded you. It's there are these life forces that just drag us together, and you can't fight it. You can't fight it.
Nah, she can't get rid of me that easily. That's
No,
for sure.
no,
I don't think
that's
you want to. I think you're good. I think you're good.
Yeah.
I love friendships between women. I really do. It's on a whole other level. It really is.
But it also is the basis of a really, it's a safe area for us to put forward ideas, to come up with thoughts and crazy ideas. It's safe because we feel safe with each other. That is so important. You can bond, you can have similar values, but you also need to feel safe.
Yeah.
And that is super. And seriously, I can have some of the most craziest ideas.
No,
and
you?
She normally pre-warns me though. She's like, Kim, this is going to sound crazy. And then I'm like, this is a safe space, Tanya. Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. And Addie is listening. So when Addie and I started working together, I said to her one day, it was a Friday. I fully acknowledge this. It was a Friday, and it was about 3:00 in the afternoon. And I said, so Addie, I have an idea. And Addie, if anybody knows, Addie is the most even-keeled, easy, wonderful human being that I know. Addie, nothing ruffles Addie's feathers, nothing at all. And I said, Addie, I have an idea. And all I heard is, oh God. And I kind of think that every working relationship needs that. It needs one person who's going to be, I have an idea on a Friday at 3:00, and the other person who's like, oh God, make her stop. Right?
Absolutely love that. Yes.
I love it. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So lovely ladies, I think this is the perfect Proust question for you. The perfect one for the two of you. What do you value most in your friends?
The trust. It's and I as a person tend to approach all friendships with full trust, and then as I get to know someone, that can sort of break down, which can sometimes be to my detriment, but Tanya's sort of been teaching me to temper that a little bit and not sort of start at that point. So that's from a life growth perspective, that's kind of something I've worked on quite a bit, actually.
It's a nice place to start.
I know.
It really is. It's a nice place to start. It's sad that it has to be tempered, no?
Yeah. Kim, that sounds mean. It makes me sound like I'm really.
Oh,
No, I'm joking, Kim. You know I'm joking there. Yeah. I used to be very trustworthy like that as well. And now I just stand and just wait a little bit and watch. So I'm a little bit more of a lurker and stalker. But what I value out of friendship more than anything, because I know friendship can change and grow, and that's what life has taught me. And you can have ups and downs, and sometimes people can stuff up, so that trust can be cracked a little bit. But we're all human, so we make mistakes. So for me, it's become, please accept me, good, bad, warts and all. I will stuff up. I'm sure I will, because, it comes out of my mouth before I think sometimes. But if you can accept me as best as you can, I'll accept you, the good and the bad and the ugly. And I'll love you as much as I love myself.
That's a good place to come from. So, lovely ladies, I raise my cup to both of you phenomenal women for a few reasons. First of all, for being phenomenal women, for creating a phenomenal product. And I think it takes a certain type of person to say, this product doesn't exist, so you know what? I'm going to make it myself. And we've heard that from a few women today. It wasn't there, so I decided to do it myself. But I also raise my cup to being phenomenal women friends, because that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I wish you both a happy International Tea Day. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Happy International Tea Day.
Enjoy what day is it today?
It's Wednesday, the 22nd over here
Wednesday,
now.
That's it. It's Wednesday. Okay. I forgot what day it was here. That was my problem. I knew that you were a day ahead. I just forgot what day it was here.
Yes, we'd like to let the rest of the world know that we are ahead of them.
You are, and maybe you can send me a text and let me know whether it's worth waking up for tomorrow. Is it a good day, or should I just stay in bed?
Oh, you got to admit, Kim, it's good when someone can give it back to me. Hey?
I love it. The best.
Thank you to both of you. Enjoy your Wednesday. I look forward to getting into it at some point. We're not there yet, but this is the beauty of this epic journey, which is literally gone around the world at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks again, Shabnam. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. All right. So we've now left Australia, and we are going to split ourselves now. And I'm really, really excited and happy. And as you've heard me say, for those of you who've been foolish enough to be with me for the last 10 hours, that things happen for a reason. And by the beauty and the, as the universe works, I started my day with two amazing women, and I'm ending my day with two amazing women. And they are Zhen Wu, who's coming to us from China, and Zhen Liu, who's coming to us from my beautiful Canada. Hello to you both. How are you?
Good. How are you, Shabnam?
I'm really good. It's so nice to see you.
要不然你好。
你好. What's the beauty of how today has ended up forming, and it was by accident, it wasn't by design, is that I started with a mother-daughter, and I'm ending with a mother-daughter. So, then tell everybody about your company, your business, and what you and your mother do.
Yes. So my mother first, because that's the beginning of our business.
Yes.
And she has been working in the tea industry in China for 26 years. And how I get into know tea and love tea was totally influenced by her. And of course, my local culture, we do drink green tea, but it's mostly her teaching me the basics of tea, guiding me to the world of tea. And my husband and I, Phil, and I run an online tea business in Canada. We're based in Ottawa. My mom, still today, he's traveling. She actually is in the tea region now. So I hope the internet is good.
It's
But
perfect.
She has been traveling all over China to show people behind the tea scene, from the plants to production to tasting.
So your mom has been doing this for 26 years. She's written 7 books. 5 of them are on Chinese tea. She's a teacher of tea, art, and culture. And I had the great honor of meeting your mother several years ago. You were on Sofa Summit with me once before. And you must give apologies to Phil. I know I said it in an email as well. I felt badly excluding Phil because I know that Phil is a big part of the company. So I do acknowledge that. Sorry, Phil, if you can hear me. But today is about the women. So next time, Phil. Phil was on last time. So Jen, you came to Canada for your studies. You didn't come to start a tea business. So tell everybody what happened.
Something interesting about my study is actually related to feminist study. So this is really, I personally very interested in this as a woman, and also a totally different culture. You know, the dialogue between Western cultural feminist and Eastern is quite different. Anyway, I won't bother you too much about
No. We're going to get into that.
But I thought was pretty interesting when I got the invitation to talk about this. So yeah, I didn't know I was gonna be in the tea industry. But when I graduated, I was kind of a little bit confused and not exactly sure what I wanted to do, continue my studies or find a job or go back to China, just so many options. And the interesting thing is we heard so much about great tea, fine tea, Chinese tea in the world, and I had an issue finding really tasting great teas in Canada. So, and with the encouragement from my mom, from Phil, it kind of gave me to think about starting this business. And I have a great advantage because I have my mom as a greater source of knowledge and a connection to the China's tea scene. So yeah, so I decided to give it a try. Well, 10 years later, I'm still here doing tea business.
Still here,
I didn't expect that.
And you're doing very well. So I'd like to know from your mom, you know, she's obviously a very influential woman in tea. She's got an immense amount of knowledge in tea, and she's been in tea for a very long time. I'd love to hear about her experience as a woman in an industry that is very male dominated and how that happens.
I should speak Mandarin. I almost speak my dialogue.
Whatever you want.
Just in case there's a Chinese audience, my dialogue will be too niche. 他是说，请你从一个女性的角度，你从业这么多年，在中国的茶叶市场，分享一下你的经验，你的一些体会。
我在这个行业有26年。
She has been in the industry for 26 years.
我觉得茶叶行业对于女性来说是不可缺少的。
Woman plays an important role in China's tea industry.
因为在中国的茶叶行业，大部分还是半手工加工制造。
And in China's tea industry, the majority of the teas are still produced like partially by hand and partially with machine.
采茶的基本上都是女性。
Actually, most of the tea pluckers are all women.
Yeah.
在茶叶的销售和茶文化的传播当中， 女性也占有很大的比例。
Women also take a great part in tea distribution and sale, as well as spreading and share tea culture.
中国有很多茶企的老板都是女性。
There are also many women entrepreneurs in China's tea industry.
所以女性在茶叶行业起到了一个很重要的作用，应该是不可缺少的。
Therefore, woman is a very important part of China's tea industry.
I think that's really interesting because, you know, we've been talking today about the important role that women play within the industry everywhere. And, you know, the majority of the industry, if you look at it just based on numbers, actually is women. Unfortunately, in most of the world, they are not in decision-making positions, right? And that's different in China?
I actually, I have to say this is such a great question and such a great topic, because a lot of times when we talk about this woman talk, it's in the structure of the Western history and the Western dialogue, which a lot of times, even though we also have the same suppression from the past, but it performs in a very different way. So women has been historically involved in the tea industry heavily, and we have a lot of key players that are also women. Personally, in my observation, the key difference or the area that is a lack of a woman's participation would be in the process room. I feel like fewer women is in tea process room. I don't know. Personally, I was like thinking about it. What about construction workers? I rarely see women really work a construction machine in Canada. Okay, so I was like, maybe am I biased to think a woman should be always in everywhere? But it's a hard work in the process room. Lots of it requires a certain physical strength there, so that could play a part. But in China, actually, I felt like woman has a pretty historically, even till today, has a pretty important and really influential role in the whole industry.
I think that's really interesting, and what you just said, that you know, we tend to have this conversation of the women's role in general from a Western perspective, and it's very different culturally in different parts of the world, and you know that so I guess my question to you, Jen, is because you have experienced both, how do you find the difference between the role of women in leadership and the role of women in decision making and empowerment in this part of the world versus the, you know, the East, West and East?
Right. I think it's to answer this question first. There's a key differentiate when we talk about the East and West. East part, I only know about China, right? India have a different story, right? But West, we cannot fully compare West to China, because in the West, the tea production side is it's a starting, I think. So we're literally compare a full structure Chinese tea industry that from production all the way to sales, vis-a-vis the West, which is mostly in the distribution and sale aspect to have women participate. So the comparison in terms of just the distribution and sales, I feel like it's very similar.
Okay.
Like at a certain point, do have to handle with and compete with a lot of the men and a lot of the different things, but woman is not as weak. While in the production side, that's where I see a little bit in the, like I mentioned, the processing side, a little bit really just men, really woman, very imbalanced. But in terms of the sale part, I felt like it was quite similar. We have a lot of entrepreneurs, the CEO of women in tea, policymaker, and schooler-wise, also many women as well.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting because I had Rona from ETON on earlier, and I was talking to her about how she's a woman who holds she's the face of ETON in North America, really. And it's interesting because the Japanese tend to, the role of a woman is still a very traditional one, especially in business, right? And what you're describing is very different in China, right? That the role of women is, as your mom has said, entrepreneurs and business owners and all the rest of that. And to me, that seems very far advanced than a lot of other countries are. Is that right? Would you agree?
I agree. I agree. Again, very personal as being here in Canada for 10 years and just seeing the thing. I often have this kind of a talk, and I hope one day I can go back and do my PhD on this. So in China, many people don't want to talk about our party, our government, but there was a phase where they really tried to hardly encourage the equality of both sex working. In my generation or my mom's generation, I would say we don't have the strong restriction or concept that a woman should stay at home. It's really normal that the woman go out and work, and which I feel like in the West, the dialogue oftentimes is about opportunity, equal opportunity in workspace. So there's a subtle nuance. Of course, there's still that legacy from the tradition that suppresses a woman being a woman, being that kind of a dialogue kind of shifted in different nuance aspects in China. Still exists, but in a lot of the aspects, I would see as not as traditional as a lot of people think when they talk about East Asia.
Yeah. And I mean, it almost seems like in some aspects it's a non-conversation. It's just, as you said, there isn't that same expectation. There isn't the same. It's kind of, the conversation that I had this morning with Karine and Johanne, and also with Cindy, where, if you grow up, if you have lived in an environment where, there aren't the expectations of traditional roles and expectations of, it's not a big deal that a woman is an entrepreneur. It's normal. They're an entrepreneur. The fact that they're a woman just happens to be the fact that they're a woman. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And was it for your mom, I'm curious whether this is a generational thing, or was her mother the same as well? Did her mother grow up the same way?
In terms of you mean working and外婆长大的时候也是被鼓励出来工作，然后和男性一样拥有着工作的权利，然后是这样嘛？就是因为我跟他说，我们这一代和你们这一代，好像我们并没有特别觉得女性应该待在家，在中国，所以他很好奇说，在外婆那一代是不是也是差不多的情况？
因为外婆那一代是在 年轻的时候是在就是战争时期，但是新中国成立以后，女性是享有跟男性同样的权利，工作的权利。就是在中国，相对来说，就是在工作的权利方面，男女基本上还是平等的。
So my mom's mom, my grandma,
yeah.
When she was young, in the earlier times, it was during the war time in China. After 1949, when the what's the full name of our country? Republic something of China.
成立以后啊，就是49年以后吧。
PRCC.
PRC, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. After PRC, women were encouraged to work. We have the same right, like men to work. And actually, my grandma was the principal of elementary school, I think. 外婆是小学的校长是吧？
对，
yeah, elementary school, principal of an elementary school.
So this is what I found so fascinating, and really shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. But you know, all of the women that I've talked to today come from, you know, generations of strength that have, you know, for you, I understand it's, as you've described, it was a government initiative to give equality to, you know, to women, and, you know, applause to the Chinese government for doing that and succeeding at it, right? Because a lot of governments say they will, and the execution of it is something very different. But one of the common threads, I think, is it doesn't matter, parents, fathers, mothers that have uplifted and provided opportunities and support for daughters that are now continuing on, right? You know, the support and opportunity for you, Jen, to be here, to then, and you know, if you have children, passing that on, and just the strength that we all gain from, you know, the generations that come before. I think that that's very much a common thread. I don't think nobody's done this on their own. Nobody has sort of decided, you know, woken up and said, okay, well, I didn't have any support. I didn't have any. Everybody has had support, and it's such an important piece of this equation of women in tea.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, I guess nobody can succeed without any help and support. As a woman, we definitely would appreciate it a little bit more, right? It's like, you know, like talk about China has old cultures. We have more, especially when you mention families and stuff, we have a tradition that usually people favor boys than girls, and the resources would prioritize to boys rather than girls. But me personally, like, benefit from this one child. I'm the only one. There's no distribution of resources. So there's that. But there are families that would prioritize resources to the boys than girls. Yeah, but it's changing, I would say. It's changing. And in tea, it's very interesting because for China has a long history of tea, and women has always been a major part of it. Like in the recent decades, in terms of the tea cultural spreading, woman is actually the key role. Imagine, when did you last see a tea ceremony performed by a gentleman? I've never seen one. I couldn't think. Never. I thought, right, it's always a beautiful lady associated with this kind of art form. So it was really, actually, tea actually also gave women a chance, despite of where you are. You always have a chance. It's not an industry that is hard to get in, but you do need a passion. You do need to keep learning once you get it. So in that way, I think it also tea industry provide a chance for women who probably was in disadvantaged stage to get a chance to support themselves, to keep learning, keep improving. Yeah,
that's a really interesting perspective. That you know, if the bar to entry is lower because of that, it's actually provided a place for women to actually raise themselves up. And I think that's a really interesting perspective, because that's not the way we tend to talk about women in tea in other parts of the world. It's very, very different. And I think that's powerful and important.
yes. Tell you a little funny story. I don't know if we have time. There's another thing. Old ladies love to be tea pluckers. You know, besides the retirement money, you also make a little bit extra as a tea plucker. Also, seem to be ladies love to do that more than, you know, gentlemen somehow. It's actually a little phenomenal, because in China, sometimes we have the shortage of a tea plucker. Now this is a new, for them, it's a new source of income. It doesn't hurt. They retired. They don't have anything to do. And for tea producers, it also helps a little bit with the short of people.
So it's older women.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting?
I thought that was really fun.
Wow. That's really interesting. I wonder.
I was like, when I'm old, I'm going to do that.
You're going to become
outside all day.
It's a hard job. No?
It is a hard job, but it's good for the health, right? Otherwise, I would be on the couch and eat chips and watch TV shows. And, you know, I'm challenging myself to be more active by being a tea plucker when I'm old.
I can't imagine you sitting on the couch and doing nothing at all. I think that you are very, very lucky to have been raised by a strong woman who, you know, has given so much to the industry that she has worked in and continues to work in, and you know, has obviously instilled that in you, in spreading that into, you know, little old Canada, by population, obviously not by size. So, you know, congratulations, really. I mean, hats off to your mother. Please tell her your mother. You have to translate then.
Right.
You're supposed to translate.
I'm gonna replay and watch the YouTube and translate the whole thing. Don't worry. It's a little bit hard.
I know.
It's so much fun chatting about this. You know. Sorry, Mom.
You can apologize to her later. So I'm going to ask you your Proust question, and I want your mother to answer as well. So you're going to have to translate, okay? So I'm asking your mom first. What is her idea of perfect happiness?
他问你，就是在你心中，什么是完美的幸福感？
完美的幸福感。
你所追求的是
有自己喜欢的事情可以做，有自己喜欢吃的美食，还可以就是自由的去自己想去的地方。我觉得对我来说，这就是比较完美的事情，我感。
So she think if she have the things that she love to do, the food she love to eat, and the freedom to go anywhere she want to be, that's her happiness.
I like that. That's a good one. I can get on board with that one.
Yeah.
And for you, Jen, what about you?
Well, she kind of stole my idea.
She stole yours, did she?
Yeah. No, I just thought that really captures. Well, she's my mom, right? So she raised me. I guess it's subtle, because for me, I was like, I need the food I love, free to be somewhere that you wanted to travel. And And I guess that's why she loves to travel all around China, different tea region, remote. And I enjoy that. We do that together. And for me, it's like a journey of discovery, you know, see those remote people. Really, I actually start to be more Chinese as I see more part of Chinese. That was the China. It's really, I'm learning it. And I thought that was a very part of my inner peace, if you would say. Like, keep learning, keep doing things.
Yeah.
My dream is to work till the day I die. So, see, we're similar.
That's how we stay young, Jen. Look at your mama. She looks phenomenal. So I'm going to raise my cup and say Happy International Tea Day to you both. It's been so lovely to have you back, and for Zhenli, for you to join us. Thank you so much for making the time to be here. Thank you for raising a phenomenal woman. You're going to have to translate at some point, my lovely lady.
Yes. OK. 很感谢你来参加这个Sofa Summit. You know, 国际茶叶日，然后谢谢你把我养育的这么好，然后谢谢你在茶叶事业上的所做出的努力和贡献吧。
也非常感谢Shabnam邀请我参加这种对话，希望以后有机会能大家就是有机会坐在一起去共品一杯茶。
Thank you, Shabnam, for inviting my mom to the dialogue. Hopefully one day we can all sit together, face to face, to sip tea together.
I would love that. I would love nothing more than to travel with your mother in China. And you, Jen.
Otherwise, you can use Google. Google is pretty good with that. 他说
You can do that too.
I'm translating Chinese to Chinese. Sorry. My mom said, hope to see you in China one day. 他也非常希望去中国跟咱们一起去茶区看看旅行。
非常欢迎你有时间到中国来，去看看我们中国的茶区，然后跟我们一起坐下来，慢慢的细品中国茶。
Hope to have you travel with us in China and taste fine Chinese tea together.
It'll happen when it's meant to happen. I raise my cup as well to you, Jen, for bringing wonderful, beautiful tea to Canada. Thank you. Happy International Tea Day to both of you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Say hi to Phil. Okay, so before we wrap things up, I'm going to say what I said probably at the beginning. Some of you are still hanging on. I'm almost done. Don't leave me now. Don't leave me now. So as I said earlier, there are so many phenomenal women that I could have had here today, and I'm actually going to read names because that's what I'm going to do. But if I would have had everybody, I would have been on here for days and days and days, and even I need to sleep. So I raise my cup to these phenomenal women who I know and love, who are in this wonderful industry that I call tea, that we call tea, and we're privileged enough to be in. Gabriella Lombardi of Cha Tea Atelier. I'm going to start crying, so bear with me. Cecilia Corral of Escuela de Té, Katie Donnelly of Tata, Joyce Maina of Cambridge Tea Consultancy, Gael Hoot of Twinings, Joyce O'Connor of Tetley Tea, Laura Conti of Twinings, Sarah Siegel, David's Tea, Jess Chacha, Universal Commodities, Jenny Costello, Ethical Tea Partnership, Sarah Katawaki, Sarah's Tea Caddy, Natalie Ruth, Lipton Teas and Infusions, Nayantari Palchaduri, Tea Research Institute, India, Nandini Dutta, Tea Board of India, Pavitri Perez, Sri Lanka Tea Board, Gail Gastelou, Tea House Times, Yulu, CFNA, Kirsten Sullivan, Bigelow Tea, Peggy Poole, Bigelow Tea, Jennifer Commons, Pluck Tea, Riko Osaki, Hokusan Tea, Sylvia McVeigh, Barber's Tea, Eileen Lois, Harris Tea, Brianna Buckles, Yogi Tea, Shengwan Chen, First Tea, Rachel Ristow, Bigelow Tea, Tracy Michaud of Tea with Tracy, Anne Ricard, Miss Tea, Sheena Brady, Tea's Tea, Carrie Krull, Cornelia Bean, Katie Steer, Monarch Tea, Anne Marie Berry, Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee, Mary Lauren Factora, Bigelow Tea, Jennifer Dickens, Tetley Tea, Julianne Guavel, Martin Bauer, Rachel Doty, Meridian Trading, Nadia De La Vega, David's Tea, Tori Miller, Vic and Joe, Jyoti Wagella, Mother Parker's Tea and Coffee, Louise Roberge, who is my predecessor. I raise my cup to you, a wonderful woman in tea. I said, you never retire. I can see you're here. I love you. And last and most certainly not least, you don't think I would forget her, Addie Baker. Addie Baker, Addie Baker, Addie Baker, for just being here through all of this, because you too are a phenomenal woman in tea. But before I raise my cup to all of you and say goodbye, I'm going to remind you of this wonderful day that we've had of celebrating the women in tea. So I raise my pink champagne this year to all of you wonderful women that have joined me today, for all of you men and women in tea that have supported and have been a part of this journey, for all of the women that I know and love that weren't here but are part of this industry. I want you to raise your cups and I want you to say to yourselves, I am woman phenomenally, phenomenal woman. That's me. Cheers to all of you. Okay, I held it together. Almost. Cheers. Thank you. And I say goodbye until next year.